All right. We are back at it, everyone. We are back at it. Welcome back to the channel. We're going to be going over some Reddit comments on the 9950X and the coolers that they're recommending, besides reading the manufacturer's page on what is recommended. Absolutely mind-boggling, some of the things people have to say. It is. It's actually mind-boggling what people have to say. What's up there, Rob? What is up? All right. All right. Maybe I'll wait for more people to join. How much as I've used my video than watching the best streaming service. Nice. How's it going, Duck? Hopefully everything sounds all right. Pretty sure I have everything set up proper. I think. Sweet. Sweet. Yeah, so I made this. I'm doing this live stream. Might change the title and that later on if don't talk about it too much, or there's a lot of comments to go through though for the 9950X 3D cooling. I made this because of a comment on one of my videos from the live stream last night on how I recommend an AIO or a custom water loop for the 9950X 3D and or even the 9900X 3D. Just brutal what people say. Brutal. Apparently the guy that commented has a small form factor case. He uses a air cooler and he does a thermal throttle, as in he gets the full 5.1 gigahertz all core. Coffee's doing good. Doing all right today. Had a bunch of things that were going on, so I couldn't stream until now. So that's kind of unfortunate, but it's all right. How about you? How's your day going? Yeah, buddy, coffee. It's already half gone. I might need to make another one here soon. All right, we'll figure this out on which I want to capture here. That one. Yeah, you too. It just doesn't last long enough sometimes, you know? We'll also put the chat on screen. They've been going good. Cloudy all day, so let me see if it rains. Yeah, see, it's been sunny all day. It's actually been decent today, which is actually kind of nice. You know what I'm saying? It's actually kind of nice. So I'm happy about that. Hopefully my mic's not peaking too much. It's telling me it's peaking sometimes. Yeah, sunny. It wasn't sunny yesterday. It's been sunny all day today. It's actually not half bad today, which is always nice. Sucks as cloudy for you. Might rain. Yeah, it's been not nice for the past few days, and today can't complain, man. Cannot complain. Let's see. Hey, how's it going, Radeon? Radeon RX 9600 XT. I kind of noticed that logo though. Let's set up the chat. Put the chat on screen here. How's your day going there, Radeon? I need to add this properties. Got to do all that. Set it up. 1 sec here. Guys, you have to give me a minute here. Yeah, my bad. I've been showings today, so just want to make sure turned off mic and that so they can do it quick. Hey, watch that A18 Intel. Yep, AMD video you made. Yep. Oh, thank you there, Radeon. Thank you. What is your opinion on what it will do for AMD and Intel's prices in the stock market? It'll help prices for sure. Depends, right? Depends on if they actually. It's a lot to go on with that, right? Because again, thank you very much there, Radeon. Thank you very much. So with the 18A, it's not A18, but the 18A or the 1.8 nano transistor, it's, smaller node, right? So it's awesome. And then you got the 18AP, which could be put in the mobile platforms, which is kind of where AMD, Nvidia, and more or less Broadcom too, though Broadcom, it's buying portions of Intel. So TSMC already has 20% of Intel stock. Like they got 20%, which is holy. That's their foundry, right? So this is for the foundry. So the manufacturing of it. What's up there, PL? Yo. I'm in Canada. What do you mean we're snowing? Yeah, it's snowing where you are? Yeah, he's Canada too. Plow. I have to watch the video. It's not until it's big. Nope. Not as in like the price for the stocks, right? Intel is bigger. Like as in global market of Intel is higher than AMD or any other CPU manufacturer out there. In the US, I believe this year so far, AMD has most of the market though, this year. But overall, globally, for the market, Intel still owns most of the CPU market. Glow, like the black plague. Oh, plague. Think for yourself, globular market. Yeah. Yeah, the globular. Yeah, exactly. Thank you there. Think for yourself. Yeah, no, yeah. It's gonna be good. Like it's good that, okay, have you also seen the other things that are going on with Intel? Like the Lip Bhutan invested in over 600 companies in China. 600. Some of them were military based, some are like Russian based, some are like, there's so many things that he invested into, which is absolutely insane. But like for Nvidia, AMD, Broadcom, and all of them investing in, or this is for the foundry. Again, thank you very much, Radeon. Thank you very much. This is for their globular, right? Like this is what can really help them bring back their name to everyone for stability and all that. And it's more or less than investors for the 1.8 nanometer transistor for the data centers and all that too, right? Because it's huge. It's actually huge for companies to be into the data centers and other parts like that, as in like big centers. Us consumers are not much for them. Yeah, it helps, make some money, but it's not a crazy amount compared to the data centers. And it'll just help them redefine things. So let's say Nvidia hops in there, AMD hops in there, and Broadcom hops in there. Broadcom more or less for their mobile chips, right? For the mobile chips, and Nvidia maybe for some other kind of manufacturer. I'm not sure what Nvidia is looking for on it, but they are, and AMD as well. But AMD be putting into like their CPUs in the future to get the actual technology to make these 1.0 nanometer transistors to make their CPUs more efficient. They might even put it into like consoles. Consoles is huge for AMD. AMD has the consoles for PlayStation and for Xbox, which is great. That's 10 million RLs. So it's great. It really is great. Again, I'll be keeping up with this. April 29th, I'll know more. It could be a little bit sooner. I will, of course, put a notification up if it is sooner. But April 29th, I'll know more about this. But so far, TSMC has bought 20% of Intel's foundry stock there. So that way they can work head-to-head, with Intel on the actual 18A node and 18AP. Because remember, TSMC and Intel kind of had a falling out with the previous owner, right? The previous owner, the CEO, sorry, the previous CEO. Lip Bhutan is doing wonders. He's doing wonders. It's kind of odd that he is putting in for, that's what I'm saying to move this. It's kind of odd that he did invest into like 600 chip manufacturers and or bases that are going to be wanting manufacturing done by Intel. So it's kind of good, but it's also like, why? And a whole bunch of them are military based. Again, a whole bunch of them are military based. And this is why is it going to help much? Yes. I mean, that's where the money is, really. There's a lot of money there too, but it's also, it could put Intel's name out into more places and like that. And then once these new CPUs, because they're in risk production right now, risk production doesn't sound right, but it's good. Yeah. We haven't even started talking about that. Yeah, this is, I made this live stream due to the fact of a comment that I got from a commenter saying, stop giving recommendations because he has a small form factor case with an air cooler and his 9950X3D works perfectly fine and does everything it's supposed to in a small form factor. I don't believe it. And all I said was in last night's stream and multiple streams too, the 9950X 3D should be on, recommended for water, AIO, or custom water loop. I recommend custom water loops, of course. That's just better. You get more performance. You can do a little bit of overclocking too and get even more performance. Yeah, if the pump makes noise, it's effective. Yeah. And or the positioning of the pump is not correct either. Do you think it's a good time to invest in Intel stock? Yeah, it is. It's good. Yes. So if you know, the CEO of Intel, Lip Bhutan, had to invest $26 million into Intel or buy over 1 million shares of Intel to become the CEO, because they wanted to make sure someone's going to be taking over the CEO, making these head decisions and making sure that Intel succeeds in the future. So they had, whoever took over had to actually buy 1 million plus shares. He's lost $5.68 million so far. But that's not bad, I guess, because it's going to bounce back. It's going to bounce back big time. Get 1,080 subs. Hope we reach 1080 Ti. Yeah, buddy. I had 2 more subs today, which is great. Had 2 more subs. I wasn't even streaming or anything, so that's good. So we'll go over this a little bit here. Can a 9950X 3D be air cooled? And that was the question by Mr. Dung Beetle. And this was 13 days ago. And I got a bunch of pages from Reddit on different kind of pages that are made up. So built up. I just built a new PC with an AMD 9950X 3D and a Zeus Tough 5090. AMD recommends liquid cooling, so I put in a 360mm liquid cooler. Done all right, Grand Vision 360. It's actually pretty good. And It is pretty good. Thermalright is cheaper than some, and it works just fine. But the pump noise is driving me insane. It's on. Why is it driving? Hey, what up there, Jimmy man? Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good. Yeah, a little bit later of a stream start, but a bunch of things going on today, so that's okay. How's your day going, man? Thermalright, bro. What do you expect? Thermalright, bro. What do you expect? It is my first PC with liquid cooling. Is anyone here successfully keeping the 9950 F3D cool with Noctua D15 G2 LBC or similar? I have a fractal defined 7 case if that helps. If that helps. Here's some comments now. Oh, good man, just relaxing. I think nice, man. It's good to relax. It's nice and sunny here today, which is amazing. Hasn't been sunny here for a while, so it's good to see some sun. You might have something wrong with your AIO. I have a Thermalright frozen not. I don't know how to pronounce that, sorry. And I don't hear a whisper except for when the fans ramp up. Pump running at 6,000 RPM. Dang, that pump is moving. That pump is moving. It doesn't matter about the actual flow and all that, and flow rate with the AIOs. So I don't know if 6,000 RPM is great on them, because I'm pretty sure they have like a ceramic style bearing. Think for yourself. Gotta go Arctic AIO. The black 360 is like $115 or something. Yeah, that's why I recommend the Gamerstorm Castle 360 EX, because you can find them for $80 to $100 and they work great. They cool 13,900K, which is fine, which is great. You might see 90 degrees Celsius on full load, but it's a 13,900K. Yeah, damn, 6,000? Yeah, 6,000, man. Thanks for a detailed answer with explanation. That's what makes you great. You don't want to yes or no, but you give detail into why. I appreciate it. Yeah. And again, I will be going more into detail when I get more information. Of course, I'm getting this from multiple different sources to make sure these facts are correct. It's just there's not enough information out right now to be going too in depth with it. It's just I'm trying to give some facts on what's going on in the CPU market, and it's not good in GPU market too, but CPU market right now with the 1.8 nanometer transistor. Good morning, man. How's it going there, board? My brand new Razer Hanbo 360 AO pump is noisy. No way. Works fine. Temperature good, but pump is louder than any IO I've had. Really? Wonder what would make your pump loud. Is it like you have it set up? I'm hoping you have your AIO set up correctly. Generally, you got to put the radiator up top. AIO is just a bit lower. I mean, you can put it so the AIO is here, but then you got the high point on the pump, which means if there's any, and you're gonna lose liquid in your AIOs or custom water loops. You will lose it. It's just the way things are. So you might have air in it. It's defective. You should get another one. Yeah, I hear that. This wasn't done proper, and or might have been older stock sitting around. Some water got evaporated. It's 22. It's 22. It's about 21 here. So yeah, it's about the same temperature here. Thought that was the case, so I swapped it for another one at Microsoft. Same situation. Brutal. Again, could be an old stock that was just sitting around for a while too. The Razer Hanbo 360mm pump is just noisy. I wonder why it's noisy. Could be the design, the actual design of it. If anyone's looking into them and does not like pump noise, yeah, gotcha. Sherman Freeman, is a 9950X3 at it high 55, 59 temp normal? For how many cores running on and how much load? Because that's cool. I mean, that's really cool. Yeah, she's set up. Okay, well, I'm just clarifying. You gotta clarify sometimes. So I gotta clarify if it's set up proper. But yeah, the 55 to 59 degrees Celsius doesn't even sound correct, because generally they boost up to 5.1 gigahertz on all core and or just automatically hit 95 degrees Celsius. It's AMD. So if you're seeing those temperatures, I'm trying to figure out why you're seeing those temperatures. Is that on idle? 55 to 59 degrees Celsius on idle is not normal. Pretty common on AO. You just need a replacement. Could be defective. It could be. They both could be defective. That's kind of odd though. I'll have to do some research on that and see if actually more people are having issues with the actual noise of the pump. I'm probably being picky. Well, some people are picky. I have nocturnal fans, and my system is basically silent apart from my AO pump. Yeah. Play eQuest 11% load. Oh, okay, 11% load. Now then, you're pretty good then, because you're only gonna be on a few cores there, maybe 4 cores and 11% load or something like that, or it could even be using all core, but the load's nothing. You're fine, but if you go to like a different game that's gonna actually put more load on the CPU and actually utilize the cores, then yeah, you're gonna see bottlenecking due to the fact it's not actually gonna boost up to about 5.1 gigahertz all core, because that's what they should be boosting up to. It's 5.1 gigahertz all core. It should be silent, the pump. Sometimes the material is very thin where the pump is. Yep. Makes it very loud. Yeah, I guess so. That would, I guess, make it kind of loud. I built a PC to some friends and it happened. I changed the AIO after. It was fine. Pal World. I'm sorry, man. I've never played Pal World before, so I'm not sure how many cores it's actually going to be, using. But let's say you start going into a game that's actually going to use more cores and put more load on it. You're going to be seeing thermal throttling just due to the fact that it's going to be boosted. You might not. It might not. It might actually go up to 90 or 95 degrees Celsius just fine. Again, it should hit 95 degrees Celsius generally with full core, all load. And then it'll boost anywhere from 5 gigahertz to 5.1. And you should be seeing 5.1 gigahertz on all core, all load at 95 degrees Celsius. I believe this to be the case of the Razer AIOs. I haven't used any of the Razer AIOs. Is it better to have more fans? It is better to help dissipate the heat. And no problem, Sherman, no problem. But yeah, to dissipate the heat, but more or less, you're going to want to find an AIO that has a decent cold plate that's going to have decent flow with some good fins in it. And generally, they're not the greatest on AIOs, but I mean, AIOs have come a long ways. But generally, you don't want a super thick. You don't want a super thick copper cold plate, like a super thick one. You want a fairly thin one, but it's something that's pretty hefty as well. And you want to have a really dense fins in it with a good flow. With a good flow. It doesn't matter about your RPMs, how fast the RPM is, because it could differ between each AIO, how much flow is actually going past those fins, and that's going to wick away the actual temperature. The cold plate thickness will determine how as soon as you hit like a boost, how quickly it can dissipate that heat. Well, it can grab onto the heat and then dissipate it through the fins with the flow and all that. But the cold plate thickness can determine how, let's say you put it on load, how quickly it boosts up into temperature. You don't want it to like just spike all the way to max temperature. You want it to like spike up and then slowly go up to temperature. You don't want it to just spike up, because then the boost clock is going to be all over the place. Everything just, yeah, it's not good. There's a lot to go on with the actual AIOs and cold plates and stuff. I have the Deep Cool LT720. It's silent. The fan does make noise, but I run them at slow. Yep. What up, slow down? I can't slow down there, buddy. I'm sorry. I don't know if you have had anything like this happen, but a friend of mine starts his PC up and hardware monitor says his mobile package is in CCDs over 100 degrees Celsius. Over 100, I mean, over 100 that's not right. That, like, did he set something in the BIOS to allow it to go above 95 degrees Celsius? Because it shouldn't even hit 100. You either have to redo the thermal paste or just reseat the actual cooler. It won't, due to the fact that how CPUs nowadays have boost. They have different kind of boost. So I showed it even with a GPU. Literally, I put a GPU in a benchmark, ran the benchmark. I'm not sure who was here. It was Mo that asked me about it. And I put the power limit all the way up, zero fans, so the fans never turn on. The GPU was hitting 92 degrees Celsius. Yeah, not great. It was hitting 92 degrees Celsius, but it just kept downclocking itself. And if it keeps downclocking itself and using less voltage, it'll just lower the actual temperature. So that way it won't actually kill itself, which is great. Don't really looking to getting big results of water cooling. You really need aftermarket. Yep. A custom water loop. Yep. Any of that dual tower coolers, even the tower, even the best of the best air coolers are not going to give you the performance of a custom water loop, or even some of the really good AIOs. And due to the fact that like you put it on load, let's say you put again on load, as soon as you hit all core load or something like that, it's like almost instant. You're getting a lot of wattage and a lot of voltage. Well, not voltage, but all the cores are being hit all at once. It's a lot of temperature all in one little die area, right? So you got to be able to wick that away quickly, so that way it can actually boost correctly. If not, you're not going to see the performance you should see. But yeah, custom water coolers, yeah. Coolers nowadays are just effective and more reliable than AIOs. Yeah, they're a lot better. They're a lot better. And I've talked about they got new air coolers that they're filled up with acetone, so that way they can be used in like super cold climates, so like in negative degree temperatures, so that way the actual pipes don't actually explode. They got copper infused diamond coolers as well, which is pretty cool. Which I don't know. I would have to see how well that stuff works, but it's literally copper infused diamond, which is for cooling. It's pretty cool. I gotta see how well that works. Using Corsair CPU fan for one were if on it, but 2 fans, not 3. I mean, 2 fans is fine. You might, depending on how long you're gaming and how hot your actual room is, the temperatures just gonna keep climbing. Unlike a 360 mil fan, like 3 120 mil fans, the temperature should wick away faster and dissipate faster, basically be taken away from the actual water temps a lot better, a lot more efficient. You saw my temp in a video I posted earlier. Yeah, your temps are looking good, man. Yeah, your temps are looking good, man. I'm surprised this cooler, it doesn't shut off. A 420 mil AO would be hard to top with the tower cooler. Very, yeah. And I've seen, so some of the overclocking competition last year, one of the guys I was going against, even though we're both Canadians, he was using a 420 millimeter radiator. Literally, he was using a 420 millimeter AIO, and he was using a 1400K, and he was overclocked. He took it outside too, kind of like what I do, but he didn't go as cold as I did on his 14900KS, and yeah, that's what he was using. I'm like, really? You're using a 420 millimeter AIO? He's like, yeah, and he deleted his CPU. He lapped it and all that too. I didn't unlap mine last year. I should though. It does help a lot for performance. Plus my cooler, my custom monoblock that I have, it's lapped as well. Yeah, match all of 360 and 240 milliamps and be cheaper and more reliable. Air coolers are more reliable. I can agree. I say with AIOs, 2 to 5 years. You can get longer, but generally it's 2 to 5 years, depending on how much you're using your PC. You use your PC more, your water temps could be hotter. It's going to wear out the ceramic bearings in them faster. So that's why I say AIOs 2 to 5 years, depending on use, of course. I'm going to build my PC in December because I save up, and I'm just going to use AIO just for the looks. Yeah, and you can get some pretty cool ones. No problem there, Sherman. No problem. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this PC. He said it was just changing his PC fans and ended up with crazy lag and temps. He needs to reset his CPU, and he needs to re-thermal paste it. By sounds of it, he just needs to redo it. I think he might have done something when he's changing the fans. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Just tell him to take it apart, check everything over, clean everything up nicely with alcohol wipes. If you ever use them, alcohol wipes, clean up everything. Just in case he touched it with his oily hands on the actual CPU and/or cold plate before applying thermal paste. Even the oily hands, because everyone has oil on the hands, but let's say if you're sweating a little bit more that day, a little bit of oil on there can cause a lot of issues. It can. You gonna be doing any hardware testing today? I can just set up for it. Yeah, for sure. What I'll be testing is my Xeons, more or less, though. I mean, not a lot of people care about my Xeons. I like my Xeons, though. Yeah, well, I went to Deepcool LT720. I keep hearing about that, only because it looks so good and happens to be a really great performance. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, so yeah, how long have you had it? Blah, blah, blah. I think I'm going with my first AO with a new build, making 9000X 3D system. Baller system. You cannot complain about 9000X 3D. From all the testing I've seen so far, the 9800X 3D beats the 9950X 3D. and it beats the 9900 X3D, which is crazy. The 9900 X3D is a $600 CPU. So this thing outbeating the 9950 X3D and the 9900 X3D is crazy. Yeah, you want to see it? I can do that. Yeah, I'll be setting up. Let's see if I'm pointing the right. I'll be setting up this motherboard right here. I'll be setting up on a custom water loop. And I'll probably be switching out the CPU to a lapped one. Also be using Amazon's cheapest CPU water block. It handles the 13900K just fine, so it worked really good. Now I'll do some overclocking. I'll probably do like twice the actual CPU frequency on the CPU and do some RAM overclocking. Gross. Lost my original AM4 backplate, so I couldn't install my new AO. That sucks. I literally have boxes, man. Boxes of backplates, and I only use a couple of them because I prefer certain standoffs on them, shorter ones, so I can get a better tight seat. I had an aftermarket air cooler on there. I got the Leon Lee. Nice. I mean, if it works, if the air cooler actually works, then yeah, no problem. Make sure you have a good airflow PC case. I have NZXT7 file case. I mean, I used the NZXT H110, which is pretty good. Now I just generally use, like, I built PCs in it and good airflow in it, and generally just use my EVGA, my old EVGA case. Ryzen stock cooler ain't bad. Yeah, for certain CPUs. Let's see the water block you're talking about. I can also take it all apart. I can also take this all apart. I don't have a hot key for this, so I'll set that up though. Some point. So here's the CPU block, and I'm missing the thing again. Fell off. Whatever. So yeah, this is the CPU block. As you can see, it looks like the Intel NUC skull. If anyone knows what the Intel NUC skull looks like, kind of looks like that. It's not made by Intel though. It is an acrylic block. Let me grab a cloth here. Yeah, I'll show you the nickel plating, and it's actually pretty good. Like, the actual plate itself, in my opinion, is pretty flat. I again do lapping. I do lapping on all my CPUs generally, so I get the best. I want the best performance of them, and flattening the CPU is fine. I like to use a lapping block to make sure everything is nice and flat, though. So again, there it is. Again, I'll take, if you want, I can take this all apart. I can take this all apart and build up a brand new. So that way, I like these silicone lines. These are old and have been used for a while, but I like these silicone type tubes because it works really good. And again, like, you can literally swing this thing around. You can carry the whole thing on this, and it's not going to come apart. I do prefer certain fittings. These are fairly cheap fittings, but they also got like a 3/8 inside diameter Allen key. So let's say you have some rough hands and that, like, you can't tighten things very well. You can insert an Allen key and tighten it a bit more, so that way it seats down proper too, which is really nice. Yeah, there, and the cold plate. That's all it is. It's nothing crazy, but it cools at 13900K. Cinebench 80 degrees Celsius, and Y Cruncher 82 degrees Celsius. Y Cruncher, if you know Y Cruncher, it's a toasty benchmark. More than what any game's gonna do for this. Gaming, it was 65 to 70 degrees Celsius, depending on the game. But yeah, it works great. And $20 CPU block. I was impressed. $20 CPU block. Looks awesome. Can you send me a link to the block? Yeah, I can send you a link to the block. I do have it in the Discord channel, but I can definitely add in another link to this page here if you would like. I've looked for Amazon for blocks and not seen anything like me either. Like, they got cheap ones, right? They also got other cheap ones, but they actually look cheap. They actually look cheap. And it doesn't even look cheap. It looks decent, man. In my opinion, it looks decent. It does come with springs, and you gotta set it up. Like, I could put it all back in the case so that way I can show everything that comes with it. But it's pretty basic, and it's $20. Does it have a decent fin array? I don't know. I'm gonna be taking it apart. I will be making a video about that, taking apart Amazon's cheapest CPU water block. I will make a video about that, 100%. I have already thought about it because I also want to know what kind of fin array is actually in it. Like if it's tight density, if it's like a machined one, like what you normally see in those cheap CPU blocks, it's either a cast that they just lap down the actual cooler part, like the actual cold plate, or it's a machined one, which have really thick fins, which isn't great. But that cools amazing. It's in the Yep, it is in the Discord. Correct. Yep, it is in the high category. Yep, it is there. I know I posted it there. It's also in a whole bunch of shorts and videos of mine. But that's fine. I can put it here if you would like. I can definitely do that. Just give me 1 second. I'll do it right now. RAM question. I love RAM, man. I love RAM. If you have a solution, do you use up all the RAM slots on the Mobo? You don't have to. DDR5 is like, you don't have to fill it up. And if you do, what's your tips on getting 6,000 to run stable with all 4 sticks? Not going with high voltage, making sure that you're using, you gotta worry about ICs, but you can generally get 6,000 working. It's more or less what motherboard, what CPU you're talking about. Are you talking about AMD or you talk about Intel? And what generation? Because I can get 6,000 stables. I can do 4x16 to 6,000 stable just fine. With not good RAM, but I mean, I'm also using 13900K and a Z690 master, and I also manually tune it. So yes, the price went up a little bit on this. It's now it's now $28. Now $28. What is this? So, wow, I guess I have to go back into that. 7800X3D, you should be able to do it. You should be able to do it, no problem. Manually tuning, make sure that you can guarantee to get things working. Can't really set things to really help you out with that kind of thing. Just give me 1 sec. I'm just trying to get to the Discord, or not Discord, the actual. So in the description. So Jimmy, if you check the description in like 3 seconds here. It's apparently $28 now. It was $20. So what's everything that I've been reviewing? The prices are going up. I'm not even an affiliate. Trying to set that up. Should be in the actual description now. Yeah, you can manually tune them to guarantee that 6,000 works. You should be able to do a bit more, but 6,000. But also 7,000 series, man. I mean, you should be able to do anything because you're not going to be a 1-to-1-to-1 on that. Like, you're not going to see the performance. There's not going to be any performance for you for that. Just because of the way AMD works. The 5000 series, you wanted to do 2000 FCLK and you wanted to have 4000 RAM frequency, or you wanted to do 1800 FCLK and then you had 3600 megahertz, or megahertz because they're forward. And then at a one command rate, which makes it a 1-to-1-to-1, which made it really, really, really good for the 5000 series. The 7000 series, you just gotta overclock everything as high as it can go, basically. Whatever your CPU can handle for FCLK, whatever your motherboard and that can handle for, and a bit about your CPU too, but the motherboard can handle for RAM frequency, and just try to get the best timings, because it's not going to be a 1-to-1-to-1. It's going to be a 2-1-2. Or you can do a 2-1-1, but it's still not good. It's not good for AMD. Unfortunately, the 9000 series has 3000 FCLK, right? You can have 3000 FCLK, then you can do 6000 for your RAM frequency, and then you're going to do a 1 command rate, which puts it back to a 1-to-1-to-1. And you have some really good timings too. That's why G-Skill made specific RAM kits for the 9000 series CPUs. And then they're only 6,000, but they're really low cast latency and some really good timings. Or buy a $5 T-Move PSU. No thanks. Nah, don't buy anything from T-Move. I agree. T-Move is really good. After that, no worries. My BOGO's Pro B650P cheap motherboard. Yeah, you might not be able to get it working. Plus, it's the 7000 series. I can't help you too much with the 7000 series because you won't. No matter what you do, really, the performance isn't really going to be there from RAM overclocking. You can just do whatever's stable, basically, whatever is stable, and try to work on the timings. Unfortunately, it's not going to perform the same as the 5000 or the 9000 series for RAM. It's still decent for the 7000, but not very good. Above that, it won't work, but my kits are only 5600. You should be able to do 6000. You should be able to do 6000. I have 5600 kits as well that I do 6000 on. But I'm also on Intel, so I guess you're on Intel too, so. Okay, roger that. I had an extra RAM stick and I didn't want to buy 64 gigabyte kit. I was just trying to have them run together. Just being cheap. I hear you. Try not to put different RAM kits together. The timings might be different. One RAM kit might not like it. And that's why the overclocking to 6000 is not stable for you, because the one RAM kit might be the same as the other RAM kit, but since you didn't buy them at the same time, even if you bought them at the same time, they might not have the same timings, the secondary timings, which means they might not play together very well. That's why I always recommend one kit. Just one kit. And I always recommend a 48 gigabyte kit because it's 48 gigabytes and you're generally going to have Hynix M die. You can overclock more. You can get higher frequency, more stable. Timings are good. They're there. But you can get more frequency, which really helps. With their new one they made, AMD, you talked about, would work with Intel? Yeah, but you'd have to be careful. Like, it might not work for some people. That's the thing. It's just, it should work no problem. But I would check out the voltages to make sure they're working, like everything's good. Okay, let's say, does it have a sticker like that, basically? Intel and AMD, XMP and Expo? If it has that, then yeah, it'd be good for AMD and Intel. But the G-Skill 6000 CL26 and 6028 CL28 are designed for Ryzen 9000. Designed by G-Skill. I'm pretty sure they're just Expo only. Can you get it to work on Intel? Yes. You get the performance like AMD? No. For Intel, you just overclock the absolute snot out of them. That's all you want to do. That's why Intel's great, because you can just overclock the RAM. It's all good. At least I got an answer and appreciate the info. Thank you so much. No problem, man. Anytime. Any question you get, I'll try to help you the best I can. Still here? No. Okay, just give me 1 sec and I'll get this page back and start going over this a bit more. Mew. All right. We got a message here. A couple months. I like it. Keeps my 9800 at about 60 to 65 during gaming. I mean, does it? What games? What games at these temperatures? Please, somebody tell me, what kind of games would you see with these temperatures? Because that's definitely not using all the cores. You can use a high-end air cooler, but I think your AO is broken, bro. Yeah, it's a lot. You gotta love Redditors. Even though they just read above that, oh, this is what this person said. If I'm just gonna say the same thing. Yes, the case is not really known for high airflow, though. True. If you don't have a good airflow, it's not gonna dissipate that heat away from the actual water and the actual AIO, which is not good. It means things can just keep heating up and heating up and heating up until they start bottlenecking. Thermal throttling. Shouldn't hear your pump, or at least not that much. I use a Fantex Glacier 1 360 T30 and I cannot hear pump at all. I've said it to run 100% constantly. That's a great way to wear out the ceramic bearing. I want to get some caffeine food. On the topic of RAM sticks, I have 4 sticks, 3 of the same brand and size, and one same size, different brand. I wouldn't, and I wouldn't even have 3 sticks of RAM. I don't even know how how are you doing 3 sticks? Just 2 sticks. If you have 4 DIMM board, 2 sticks, and then if you need, more sticks, you can get 2 sticks. But you should know, if you buy a different kit or if it's the same kit, you could have stability issues. So I always recommend 1 kit of RAM. I would not just put it in because things might not play right. You gotta make sure things play right. It might work for a little bit, then all of a sudden those RAM sticks start warming up and you start crashing. You start putting more load on that RAM, it starts crashing. Why? The timings aren't playing with your motherboard has to have all the same timings on all the same RAM. Well, they should be running at the same timings, and they'll run at the same timings. It's not like one RAM stick have a different timing than the other one, and then just work. It doesn't work that way. All of them will be using the same RAM timings, whatever one it picks on XMP or whatever you set it as. My deep cool, I can't even change the pump speed. It's always 100%. That don't make sense. You should be able to change the pump speed by plugging in the 3-pin or 4-pin header and changing that pump speed in either the BIOS or using some sort of fan changer. And you can check your pump speed by like hardware monitor or something like that. It'll tell you the actual pump speed. My motherboard has actual like pump headers, not fan headers, but for pumps. As damn as it. Oh my God, English is you. I don't know what that says, but all right. I think it says lasagna is very good. English bad. I gotcha. I've seen other AO that was like this too. AO, which one would you get? Yeah, it don't work. I don't know. Oh, I've never heard of that, buddy. You can change the pump speed. I love thermal right. Thermal right's good. It's cheaper and it works. So why would you not like it? Why would you not like it? Pump noise is driving me insane. It's driving me insane. It's like ROM when I have my fan on. AOs are generally pretty quiet RMA. And yes, a good dual tower air cooler is enough to keep your CPU cool. Thermalright Peerless Assassin. Yeah. Peerless Assassin SC120s. It works good. Would I put it for the 9950X3D? No, I wouldn't. It's a toasty CPU. You're probably gonna bottleneck if you hit all core load. Like actual load on the CPU all core. Will you see the 5.1 gigahertz boost? No, because it's probably gonna limit itself. It's probably like this is why I don't like Redditors, because there's no proof of what they're putting and saying on these things. And then the comment I got on my one video in my live stream yesterday, it's a small form factor with an air cooler. It's like, man, it might be working, but you put it into an all-core load that's actually use some load, it's going to use a lot of power, and that air cooler is probably not going to work in a small form factor. It'll work, yeah, but you're not going to boost up to 5.1 gigahertz where it should be. Yeah, in my EVGA closed loop, I was able to change the pump speed. Yeah, exactly. You should be able to change it. Why can't I type fast? What do you mean you can't type fast? I don't know, get better at typing. I don't think I have it. Pretty sure I have it set right. So that way people can just type as fast as they want. I'm still using my Noctua NHU12A that I bought with a i7-4790K, buddy. Nice. Change the CPU to 12600K. Well, you have to change more of the CPU. But I mean, you changed your platform to the LJ1700 12600K. Good. At 5.2 gigahertz, and it tops out at 70 degrees Celsius. Yeah, the 12600K stays very chilly. I have people who's like, man, your CPU is running at like 20 degrees Celsius while you're streaming in that. Yeah, well, gaming, it hits maybe 40, 45 degrees Celsius with my custom water loop. At 5 gigahertz. I don't generally run 5.2. I just run Right, 5 gigahertz, just fine. I don't really see a difference, but yeah, I mean that's a good air cooler. 12600K is not very toasty though. It's not a toasty CPU like a 16 core 9950X 3D, which is where I'm trying to say like air coolers, and the AMD even recommended it. AMD even recommended it to not to use a water cooler of sort, AIO or custom water loop. That's what AMD on their webpage literally says. I have to go to here. I can't. I took my screen off. Well, not my screen. I closed one window, which helps me change all that. Let's see. Customization. Oh, I do have slow mode. Change the slow mode. Now you can type faster. There you go. Try it out. Let me know. Is that better? That's 20-second cooldown. It was. Yeah, no problem. It's because it have almost no core. Well, yeah, 10 cores. It only has six performance cores and 4 E cores, and it should only be using on stock. It uses like 1 volt to 1.1 volt. That's it. You overclock to 5.2, you're probably using 1.235 or 1.25 volts. That's it for 5.2 gigahertz. That's not much. Wow. In Swedish, you're Swedish, nice. All right, yes, it works. It works. Don't make me put it to slow mode again. I'll put the 30-second cooldown. Yeah, it must be good. OC, yeah. But yep, yeah, it's good. It's good to OC, but remember they don't have the same kind of temperature wise. I think their max temperature is like 80 or 85 degrees Celsius on the 12600K. It's not like the 1300K, which is like 95 or 100 degrees Celsius. Yes, dual tower cooler with 2 fans will work good. I gotta see this. I gotta see these air coolers, what room temperature they're at, and all that to see how well these actually work. I mean, whether or not it's boosting to the correct boost frequency while using all core. Crazy number. Always nice to learn new stuff. Yep. Bro, your pump is broken. Low, mine is silent. Say more people just commenting. Like others have already said, but I'm gonna say it anyways. Like 30 other people already said something is wrong with your pump, or you installed it in an orientation that encourages air bubbles to move from the radiator into the pump. Jeez, people. Can the air cool 9950X3? Maybe, but it will probably throttle under all core loads. And if you aren't using all core, then that defeats the purpose of 9. Boom. 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 This guy, he might just go off of everyone's comment there, but look, this comment, can you air cool a 9950X3? Maybe, but it will probably throttle under all core loads. If you aren't using an all core, then that defeats of having a 9950X3D. It does. Why would you have a 9950X3D and not utilize the cores that you're going to be using? Playing the games, the most demanding games. It's for content creators. Again, that's why I also recommend it, because 16 core, 32 thread. Why are you not, use it for content creating while gaming? Jeez, people. All right, what are we going to say? Good night. Good night. First one that said something decent. Yeah, first one that finally said, something decent, even though he didn't say something smart here, because he's just, 30 other people said it, but I'm going to say it anyways. Are you sure your pump isn't full of air due to being the highest part of the water system? I have an NHD15 G2 online. It keeps it cooler than my AIO did. That's not possible. It's not possible unless your AIO is completely disinfected. It's not possible. I'm sorry. I don't care what people say. To anyone who watches this after the stream, I don't care. I don't care what you think. Show me the proof. Show me it going under all core workload and that it's actually performing better than AIO or custom water loop, please. Old air were not that good like new ones, yeah. Yep, and old again, old. You shouldn't be getting an old AIO. They have a short lifespan, a very very short lifespan. Unfortunately, again because the water temperature gets hot, it destroys the ceramic bearings in them. A German YouTuber bought Amazon PC and the plate parts were used and the PSU exploded. Oof. That's why you shouldn't buy used PSUs too. Who knows how long it's been working for? If it got water in it or was in a high humidity area. Get a replacement pump. It's effed. You should be able to go with any high-end air cooler. The max wattage of that CPU is 170 watts. 170 watt max, but it can go higher. To be honest, I've seen it, which is pretty low base. There's high-end CPU wattage. Pretty low based on the history of high-end CPU wattage. It's at pretty dense heat though. That's the thing. It's a dense heat. I'm sure any tower cooler with a rating of 200 watts or higher will be fine. The rating of 200 watts is fine, but how dense the heat is depends also on the cooler. So what a lot of people are not realizing. He probably talked about his old Corsair AO from 9 years ago. Yeah, I hear you. Hopefully he's good. You can use an air cooler on something like a 9000 X3D, but only barely. Yeah. And even AMD recommends water for the 9000 X3D. They also recommend water. On their page, on their own web page, they're recommending water. And it's why I recommend water, AIO, or custom water loop. I'm recommending. Because even the manufacturers recommending. And the PSU was from their sponsor, so they asked them which model it was. Turns out it was damaged and 9 years old. Oh my God, really? From a sponsor? Brutal. I would be making a big video about that. So my sponsor gave me a PSU that blew up. Do I trust this sponsor? No. Contract over. Plus, don't they clean it out? You would hope it would be clean. When they don't give you the cooler with the CPU, you know it's serious. Yeah, exactly. If there's not already a stock air cooler on it, you're gonna need a beefy stock cooler or stock air cooler for it, or go to water. That's Amazon's fault. Gotta love Amazon keeping stock for too long. I'd recommend the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 if you're swapping AIO. If you want to go air cooling, 9950X3D TDP is, oh my God, these people with their TDP. It is, oh my God. I don't think the Peerless Assassin would be a good, even I like the Peerless Assassin, but I wouldn't recommend it for the 9950X3D or even probably the 9900X 3D. Or not 900X, but also 9800X 3D. I wouldn't recommend it. I would recommend it for, like, you know, the medium tier CPUs, not enthusiast grade CPUs where the heat density is absolutely wild. Arctic Freezer are really good. Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about Arctic Freezer, especially their what's it called? 2. It's some sort of 2. Their Arctic Freezer Liquid 2 or something like that. The best air coolers are only as good as a 240 AIO. It's not just the size of the radiator. The radiator is just to move the heat away from the water, so that way it can remove the heat from the system. The cold plate and the fin density is what really matters, and the flow rate on which the water moves. That's what matters for AIOs. Cold plate design, so cold plate thickness, the fin density, and water flow. That's what matters for actual heat dissipation, and thermal wicking. That's what you're looking for. The water dissipation from the actual water to keep the water temperature cool, so that way it can keep things cool, is just for the radiator size. Is it? Probably, yeah, I'm splitting. That's probably why. Hopefully this is a bit better. I keep peeking. I try not to, yeah. I'm a little close to the mic. That's my I keep peaking, so it keeps cutting out probably. My apologies. Try a different setting, see if it would work. Yeah, depending on the CPU, how long you're working though. 240, you can see a bit of a difference. I barely do the 9800 X3 and you're going to already do, yeah, 10 degrees warmer than you should have. Yeah, here you get that board. Yep. They sell ray tracing PCs that run a model of RX 580 16 gigabyte and Intel Celeron and other used parts. Crazy. You can even get away with no fan on the AIO rad and just use the fan case if you yeah, let's say put like fans, like have an actual pull method with the exhaust fans. It can pull enough air through the radiator to actually keep it cool. Yeah. You can use a Noctua NHU12A with a 1400K at 150 watt. You're not utilizing the CPU to where it could be used. Or 9950X 100 according to their website. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Is it boosting under all core workload at 16 core? All core workload, is it boosting to the 5.1 gigahertz? I have to see this. I'm not saying that it's not true. I don't believe it, and I would like to see it done. And have a Dave where it's like, Dave is really hot today, 25 degrees, and he's not happy. And I would like to see the actual temperature of the area it's around, the PC case that it's in, whether or not it's in a, an actual PC case with, case panels on it, and see how well it actually works. I need to see it. Kim, I would have to see it, buddy. By when are you going to stream tomorrow? What? What? I'll be streaming tomorrow early in the morning. I've tried it and it worked well with my PC. You need great airflow in the case. Yeah, you would need good airflow in the case, and you just need some decent static pressure fans so that way it can actually force the air through those fins. You can use that, but you're going to be 10 degrees warmer than you would be with AO, which is way too much. Yeah. I got to see how well it works. I just don't believe, I mean, some air coolers could work just fine, man. Some air coolers could work just fine, but they're going to be the biggest, baddest air cooler for the CPU. So why I made this video, or why I made the title of this live stream here, because the comment of a guy saying he has a 9950X 3D in a small form factor case with an air cooler, and it works like it should. Impossible. Is he in Antarctica where it's super cold out and he keeps his PC outside? I could see it. A small form factor case with an air cooler on a 9950X 3D, and it works like it should. I don't believe it. Make sure the radiator top is higher than the pump in the CPU block. That will prevent air bubbles getting stuck in the, oh my God. Yeah, no, good job, everyone. But first, like everyone else, but I have to make my comment. Also, 9950X 3D can be air cooled with proper airflow in the case and if the ambient temperature. See, people making sense. If the actual air temperature in your room is, around decent temperature, anywhere from 19 degrees Celsius to 20, 21 degrees Celsius. Not everyone's room is going to be that, but personally, I would only air cool if you're not doing something that's going to push those 16 cores over a long period of time. Thank you, really. You don't have to say about his pump. Everyone already mentioned the pump and saying it's probably broken or something like that. But I mean, he again, another good valid point from a Redditor. Thank you, real Skipix. Thank you. Have you seen the size of those air coolers? They're like freaking huge just to keep up with, probably loud, yeah. AOR for the noise to reduce almost, yep. Exactly, you can, AOs, if they're in working order, are very quiet. And then you don't even need to put the fan speeds on high either if you have a 360 mil, generally. Everything would be nice and quiet. Air coolers are awesome, but they're only really good for up to about 100 watts before they start to become ineffective. I would say you could do a 200-watt CPU, okay, with a 200-watt air cooler, but depending on what CPU. The 9950X3D is a very, very heat dense CPU. The like 13900K and 1400K, there's also a lot higher TDP on that, or TDP as well on that, right? So I wouldn't use like I said, a Peerless Assassin 120 SE, great for like a 13600K, great for like a 12600K, be just fine for a 12700K, be just fine for 5800X3D. It's not as heat dense as these newer CPUs. These newer CPUs have a smaller transistors, more heat dense in those, because everything's smaller, right? The smaller we get, the more heat dense things are too. And heat density is that you can, but you're struggling. I like to have a little more than I need, if you know what I mean. Yeah, exactly. You want more than what is actually required. So that way you're guaranteed, if let's say you have a long gaming session on one of your 4K games and it's pumping out fucking at 6,000 frames per second, then yeah, you're going to want something that's actually going to be able to stay cool during a long period of session, because your room, you might not have AC, you might not have the greatest airflow in your room. Yeah, your PC case has lots of airflow, it's just going into your room and your room's heating up and you're having this long gaming session. Then all of a sudden you start lagging and or stuttering and stuff, and you're like, what's going on? Well, you're thermal throttling, buddy. So the cores are going, no, we're just gonna downclock. You should probably stop gaming, downclock some more. Basically, that's how it goes. My AIO pump is whisper quiet. You cannot hear it even running at 5,000 RPM. That's crazy. 5,000 RPM is nuts. That's why you open the windows. That's why you open the windows, but hey, the solution. Can a 9950X3D be air cooled with ease by a Phantom Spirit 120 SE? With ease, guys. With ease, apparently. Apparently this CPU is so easy to cool, you can just give the old Haktua and be just fine. Like, what is wrong with people? Bro, where are these arrows you guys have? Never seen one over. Me too. I've never seen one over 3,000. These AIOs with 5,000, 6,000 RPM, insane. You don't need to downclock, just limit the voltage. And then you limit the voltage and you wonder why you're crashing, because things are starting to get hot, and you're getting a whole bunch of instability due to the fact things are getting hot. Yeah, great. Yeah, let's just limit that's why overclocking is not as easy as some people think. And then one game to a next, just because you're undervolting it or whatever, you're limiting the voltage, you're going to actually boost up to the actual boost clock as well. Stable, you won't. I'm sorry, it's not gonna happen. Undervolting can give, it can. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's not correct. Maybe for everyone that's in an AC environment around the exact same temperature, everything's not changing. The games are playing are roughly around the same kind. But as soon as you start changing from like a frames per second game, FPS game, or first person shooter game, going to a 4K single player game, things change. Big things change. A lot of things change. Temperature change, load work changes. Voltages are going to need to be a bit higher for some things. Some things can be lower. And then all of a sudden you're wondering why you're stuttering and crashing, and or the boost clock is going to go down because of the fact you limited the actual amount of voltage that went to the CPU. Damn, Hawk 2 is free. Sweet. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying undervolting is bad. It's not. It's just there's a lot to go involved with that. And a lot of people just think the undervolting's fine. It is, but it's a lot of trial and error for the games that you're doing to make sure that you have an undervolt that's stable and going to make sure you're getting the performance that you are looking with at stock. The Phantom Spirit is almost as good as a Peerless Assassin, is it? But no way in hell that thing would buy that CPU. Yeah, and I'm not sure, man. I love that the Peerless Assassin 120 SE. It is probably just like this one. Probably just like it. It's really good. Good for 200 watt, depending on the CPU. And I would only go to 150 watt max on a 200 watt cooler, on air cooler. Yeah, those cheap thermal air cooler are really insane, but not made for those high ends. They're not. These are enthusiast grade content creator gamer type CPUs that are going to be on a big tower. Again, I made this video live stream and named it because the comments I got on my live stream last night. Small form factor case, air cooled. Please, someone build a 9950X3D in a small form factor case. Put an air cooler that fits in that case. It could be the most expensive top of the line, small form factor style air cooler. I don't care. And I want to see these temperatures. I want to see it boost clock to all core, all load, and not the thermal throttle and start down clocking. I want to see it actually game, see the temperatures, and it's not going to hit 95 degrees Celsius and start underclocking itself due to the fact that it's hitting 95 degrees Celsius constantly and or 96 degrees because it'll start down clocking. I would love to see it. I would. Somebody, please. I mean, if I had the money to be able to do this system, I would build one up just to try it out, but I don't. Dad, you gotta stop. You have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Yeah. It's like you gotta stop giving recommendations. You gotta stop giving recommendations and give recommendations from AMD webpage on their CPUs, and they're recommending water over air. So okay, so you don't like the product you bought. You don't care about your what AMD, the one that actually made the CPU, is saying and recommends. I'm sorry, man. If you can't even trust your manufacturer on the cooling in that, then I don't know what I'm talking about, I guess. Sure as I'm an expert. Dab. Oh, dab. Dad. Dad. Oh man. It's gonna be toasty. It's gonna be toasty. A small form factor, man, is what the guy said. Small form factor. Here's the next page I got. I got a few pages open. If you're going to use an air cooler, use a very low wattage chip, like a 9700X. It'd be better with that, yeah. And you'd probably get the performance that you're looking for. Even the nice 600X, you can put not even an expensive air cooler on it. You might even be able to put in a small form factor case and be just fine. But again, it's a 6-core CPU and it's fairly heat soaked as well, like high density on that chip. From what I've seen, again, I haven't done testing on it because I don't have the money for buying all these CPUs and all these brand new platforms. I've studied AIO versus air coolers extensively. I know this subject very well. Me too. That's why I have a bunch of AIOs, but I also have multiple custom water loops and prefer my custom water loops. Even with Amazon's cheapest CPU water block, it performs better than all my AIOs from 120 millimeter to 360 millimeter. I'm lagging. Am I lagging, guys? I saw lag on my screen. Is that just me? I saw lag. And I'm pretty sure that I've done all the testing for these things, all of it, for AIOs, air coolers, and wow, still lagging. Excuse me. I considered using an air cooler for the 9000X3, but like I said, I like to have headroom. Yes, on paper it does work. Yeah, theoretically, in a perfect world, it works just fine. You can match the wattage to the wattage of the air cooler, but no, it doesn't work that way. It does work from extremes, but there's always factors you didn't consider. Exactly. Alignments, all of that. There's so much. Oh, so there literally is so much to factor in. And the air coolers they have gotten so much better. I mean, it's crazy how good they've gotten. But for these higher end CPUs, it's not good. Especially in the form factor. Even a small case, not even a small form factor, just a smaller style case, medium tower can also probably cause issues. Besides not have enough airflow through it. Chance Am, what's up? I have a Phantom Spirit 120 SE coming with a R5 7500. Are you getting a 7500F? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's 100% appropriate. That's a good choice. That CPU is not really heat dense, right? Like the density of the heat's not too hard on those. And it's only maximum 65 watt. You went up and beyond. So let's say you upgrade your CPU down the line to something a little bit beefier. You got a cooler that's gonna be fine for it. I want a stylish case. I think I would stop GPU sag. Yeah, it would help. Well, also they look pretty cool too. Yeah, the vertical cases, not the horizontal. No, sorry, the horizontal cases, not vertical. I'm going to build a small form factor 9700X paired with the 56 Ti 16GB version, make some money. Nice. Nice. That'd be good for some people. Some people like small form factor and don't like a big PC, right? I'm debating whether to go with the Arctic. I'm debating whether to go with the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 or Peerless Assassin. Man, everyone's recommended Peerless Assassin now. I'm pretty sure I was the first one that ever started recommending Peerless Assassin when it came out. Oh, the Peerless Assassin 120 SE, the specific model, but yeah, for most people, yeah, a lot of people like smaller cases. Small pieces are just more expensive. It's not worth. Yeah, they are more expensive. How's Dave doing? He's very unhappy. 25.1 degrees in here, and he's unhappy. Sorry, Dave. I'm sorry. He likes it when it's cold. He's always happy when it's cold. A liquid cooling solution would give better thermals, but the drawback would be eventual pump failure or coolant loss. Yep. Air cooling would give noticeably higher, but not dangerous, depending on thermals. Take up more space in the PC case, but cost less and last forever. Does not last forever. Yeah. Barring no occasion for family placement from time to time. This guy's, there you go. There you go. Even in, not quotations, but brackets. I would probably be gaming, rendering video, tinkering with 3D modeling, which would be better choice, and why? Which would be better choice? Depends. Like how much CPU usage are you going to be using? Again, dab, wrong. They can't, the small form factor cases can be pretty expensive. Have you seen some of those small form factor cases? I mean, some of them are decent. Then you also got to get the PSU big enough that's going to work for it. Those aren't cheap for small form factor. Not sure about the coolers for them, the air coolers, if they're cheap or not. Not where I am. Not where I'm, buddy. Some small form factor cases cost more than a full size. I see a lot of them do where I am. And I guess it'd have to be dependent on location, right? I am very much in the minority, but I still use the Peerless Assassin cooler. I like the zero maintenance and longevity of mine. Sometimes I think I like the look of an air cooler, but honestly, in today's day and age where AOs are so common, I like the unique. Not really at all. Huge supercharger took of the air cooler, and honestly, I think it makes the build look pretty unique. Also, yeah, it was just cheaper and all, but I still respect going AIO. I just got the 5090 FE, maybe toasty in that PC. So kind of worried about blowing hot air straight into the cooler with the FE design. Hey, oh, let's go. People putting out actual, you know, what they're using, what they're worried about. Very nice. I like it. Yeah, I can see how a giant air cooler can propose a problem being so close to today's ginormous GPUs. Oh yeah, they get hot. Not just for air displacement, but also fitting in place with having enough room to spare. Also, these newer air coolers being more bulky than past designs, imagine there could be difficulty getting access to other nearby components, like RAM. Depends on which way you put the Peerless Assassin. You can turn it the one way, so that way the air blows straight up through the one fan spot, or you can put it the other way so it goes at the back. As soon as you put it this way through the side, you actually have less of a chance to use or get at the RAM, unfortunately. Very unfortunate. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, they're expensive. I mean, where I am, they are. The small form factors for $30 are like, you could literally just get a cardboard box and do better. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm talking about. It's all good, Joker. Every time I swap phone, still the longevity and cost savings will be worth the hassle if you cools my CPU properly, if it does. Again, these guys are not even talking. Like, look, where in these guys is there? Are they even saying anything about the questions? They're not helping. They're just talking. They're just talking. What up, clicking? How's it going, man? Is there any help here for his 9950X 3D? But no, a 16 core, pretty heat soaked CPU. No, nothing, nothing. Just that air cooler stuff, longevity. Yeah, it was down. Mini ITX are way much more expensive. Every part for small form factors are more expensive. They generally are. Or at least where I am. Where I am. I plan on going traditional ATX. With ATX, I've used some monstrously massive GPUs. 4090 Aero in a NZXT H7 and the Peerless with lots of room. So yeah, with normal size mobiles, it really shouldn't be a problem. Normal size. Do you hover over one of the RAM slots? Yep, it does. But it's just a fan, so I'm able to just unclip the fan, right? The right fan. So upgrading RAM shouldn't be too poor, depending on, again, motherboard size, how close the RAM sticks to the CPU. Keep in mind, if you go RGB RAM or something, you're literally not going to see one of the sticks. Yep. You see how MATX and smaller boards of all those problems are going to be amplified, however, but traditional size mobile, a lot of clearance issue. I confirm will likely not be a problem unless it's something super niche. Can we get something that's about his question on this one? I vote air coolant. Peerless is my go-to. It's one and done purchase. It's not one and done. But I mean, it's good. It's not a one and done. Okay, I didn't mean it was small. I guess by definition, that would be small form factor, though. So my bad. Yeah. Small SFF. Small form factor, as in small form factor. Like, as in the PC case is like, what, maybe 5 inches thick, 12 inches by 12 inches, small form factor. Maybe 14 by 12, but small form factor. 240 XL water cooling all day. Wow. Yeah, cool having a small PC, but does it justify all the price more? I don't know. Preference willing to spend more to flex a small PC on Reddit after. Yeah, exactly. And have your CPU thermal throttle, GPU thermal throttle generally. It's going to cost about the same for micro ATX, though. I mean, it can. Maybe you say prices are better. I don't know. Here, all the prices are nuts. Yeah, exactly. Here in Canada, prices are not acceptable. There's no better choice. Depends what you prefer. Both solutions can adequately cool the CPU. I would never use liquid cooling in a daily driver setup. The CPU can be air cooled. He's asking if it can be air cooled. The 9950X 3D is recommended to not be air cooled and have a liquid cooler by the manufacturer. People, help with the question. Now we got this Chris Pratt guy. I would never use a liquid cooler in a daily. Oh yeah, air cooled. Totally agree. If it can be air cooled, they don't even know what they're talking about and they're just answering it. I don't know if the air cooler can cool this thing, but if it can cool it, go air cooled. If it can, testing has to be done with these 9950X 3Ds with these coolers to get clarification, and not on some test bench in a PC case. Mini ITX give good performance if you cool it right. What? You can make a beast of it, but it's gonna be pricey. Yeah, you can. It's gonna be pricey. I mean, the cost is about the same, but you get less performance, so it wouldn't make it sense. Yeah, if you can't, if things get too hot and it starts downgrading the clocks and all that, then what's the point? What's the point of spending all this money on a CPU that you're generally going to be doing gaming and content creating on at the same time, and or other a whole bunch of other things that you can do with the 16 core CPU, especially 9950X3D. Like it's a good CPU for a reason. Worst case scenario with an air cooler, a fan dies and you're just running hotter than normal. You still have a heat sink and ambient dissipation. Still want, I mean, worst case scenario with an air pump dies, the CPU cooks itself. No, it doesn't. It thermal boost. What is wrong with people? I'm like, dog, we are not back 15 years ago where the monitoring wasn't, well, more than 15 years ago. I mean, my Xeons have thermal boost. It has thermal monitoring. Does no one know about thermal boosting and how AMD implements thermal boosting into their CPUs to get max clock out of whatever cooler you have? Depending on the cooler you have, depends on how far it will thermal boost. If you have inadequate cooling, you're not going to boost to the rated boost clock speeds, which means you're not getting the performance out of your CPU that you would generally have. The pump dies and your CPU cools yourself to death, or you're just, or you have a seal failure and you get coolant leak all in your machine. Also, you should be replaced. That's why there's anti-leak AIOs. There's anti-leak parameters for custom water loops. That way, if it leaks, you can literally cut the line with a knife and it won't leak. It's called anti-leak technology. That's why I recommend the Castle 360EX, because it has anti-leak. Yep. My Barabbas is completely free. They just updated as well. Go look at them assets and have yourself a good time. Make sure you stare at the sky as much as you can. Emma Frost, by the way. Nice. You still, yeah. And the machine. Also, you should be replacing the AO every 2 to 3 years. I say 2 to 5 years, depending on like if is the cooling still good. Like, you actually change the thermal paste every year. Being up to date with your maintenance, then that also helps. You can keep the same air cooler basically indefinitely if you can still get mounting hardware for it. Generally, you can. Actually, some companies are good. If you actually message the company, they'll actually send you the backplate for it, the actual mounting brackets for it, backplate and whatever mounting brackets for it, for the newer generation. As long as they confirm that cooler works with that platform, you can actually get a free mounting kit from some companies, which is great. That's customer service, man. That's customer service. That it on this one? Ah. Guess we have to go to the next page. I might start setting up the X58 platform there. Air or liquid cooling for 9950X3D. I know this question gets asked a lot, but I need to ask for my specific use case. I'm building a PC that'll be used 50% for gaming, 50% for heavy rendering workloads, game dev, and 4K videos. So he's going to be utilizing this CPU. Money is no issue. I wish I was you. But if I don't have to spend money, I don't want to. Smart guy, know how to save some money so that way you have more money for something else. Probably why he has no issues with spending money. I have a peerless assassin and phantom spirit both sitting in my closet. Dang, you are okay. Well, they would be fine for gaming and not. I'm not grabbing a 16 core just for that. So which cooling's I like this guy. Let's see what kind of comments we go. We use several 9950X. It's not the same. It's not the same heat output as the X3D. No. Ah, ah, clicking things. Workstations are 3D Studio. Most are adequately cooled by Phantom Spirit. Define some in case complete idle at work and loads. And we also have one system with 420mm LF, and it's also used for heavy GPU use. Rendering it is obviously better cooled, but as I've gotten around to tweaking that, either it's more audible stock in the same case as it needs the top open. Odd. Why would the top be open? Now, is that me lagging? I hope not. LF 360mm often €75, less than €75, at which price is pretty solid, but noise will depend as much as the case. Yeah, it's an actual performance in my experience. Just make sure if it's the case, should go for one, it's chunky. Thank you for the detailed response. Looks like air cooling would be the answer, as long as the chip isn't throttling. Seems like the way to go. I want to see his response. This is 11 days ago. Hopefully he built up this PC and he's noticed that it's throttling when he's doing certain workloads. So if not, we'll get a thing. Hey, Chris is back. Error until you can't. Error until you can't. What does that mean? The 9950X can easily be cooled with air. I'm running mine just with fine with Noctua D15S. Oh, that's a chunky boy. That's a chunky boy. Ole. She thick. She real thick. 6 heat pipe. She thick. So it's like the Peerless Assassin. Single fan. Single fan. He did and was awesome. What do you mean? What do they recommend these ones to be used for? Specifications. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Marvel Rivals is fun. He said we could all play Marvel Rivals together later. I can if you want. I'm looking at this Noctua. I'm looking at this Noctua cooler that he's saying. What's the cooling that it can do? It's not saying anything about what's the recommended max cooling. Anyone know what the maximum cooling for the Noctua D15S is? So the NH D15S, what the max cooling is? I can't seem to find it. Why? $252 of cooling? Ole, found it. Oh, 220 watt. That was wrong spot. 220 watt is what I'm getting more of. 220 watt. I believe that because it's more pages are saying 220 watt. Okay. I mean, maybe if it's in a good airflow case, it might be all right. I just don't believe it, man. I'm sorry. I don't believe these air coolers. I mean, that one might, I mean, there might be some that work, but I mean, it's only a single fan. Is it going to be able to do all core workload at a sustained time for people that need that, is it gonna stay cool? I don't know. I don't know. Brutal. Brutal, I tell you. I don't know, man. I don't know. Guaranteed you won't cool it with an air cooler in a small form factor case, though. Guaranteed. Also, the manufacturer is recommending water, some sort of water cooling. So I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. I could be wrong on that, and maybe it can work in a small form factor case, but I don't believe it. I have a CPU cooler that cost me less than 100 beavers. 100 beaver skins. And go back to the fur trading. I give you 100 beaver skins for that air cooler. Deal. Done. Man, I just don't. I really don't believe that cooler or the small form factor with that air cooler would work. And you'd actually really need a pretty beefy air cooler for it. And when SR36 no reveals with double pump. Does it have the anti-leak though? I like to recommend the anti-leak AIOs. Just in case, because you never know. You never know. Something could go wrong. I've never had an issue with an AIO, them just leaking all of a sudden. But you never know. Does it have anti-leak technology? That would be the next question. I like to recommend the AIOs with anti-leak. I like to recommend 360 mil AIOs. 240 can work for some CPUs, of course, but I like to recommend the 360, especially if you have a higher end CPU. Higher end, not even enthusiast grade. That's a higher end CPU. The oldest AIO I have is the Cooler Master Neptune 280. It still works today. Nice. And depending on how hot it gets overall, it depends. Because again, remember, all these AIOs basically use ceramic bearings. Basically, every single one uses ceramic bearings because they work good for water. Like, because the water just is a lubricant. They uses the water as a lubricant, and ceramic's very durable. Chance. When GPU comes with a built-in AIO, are those actually okay? Nvidia 2080 Ti, they can be okay. Haven't had an issue with built-in AIOs. I did have a GTX 1070. It's EVGA for the win model. I had a built-in AIO. The only thing is, after so many years of constant abuse, I bought it used, like working, but needed work. And what the work was, fill up the AIO with more water. So what I did was completely empty. They flushed the whole AIO completely out and filled it up with more water, and it worked great. Worked great. What was that movie with the beaver that... The beaver? There's a bunch of movies with the beaver. There's also a show called Angry Beavers. That was a good show as a kid. Look it up and be shocked. Neptune was released before Aztec, man. They might mean raccoons. They might mean raccoons. Do you know what a beaver is? Do you know what a raccoon is? A movie with a beaver. I need to be a little bit more specific. Talking circa 2012. It's circa 2012. Okay. So you're charged and more than 10 years old. 1 million beavers. It's like black and white, and one guy is just hunting beavers the whole movie. Wow, really? Back to the fur trades. Going back to the fur trade. That was when Neptune was released. Oh, one sec here. When Master Neptune. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, yes, I remember those. Never used one. Can't believe it still works, to be honest. Still kicking. I got I think it's the Maelstrom. Yeah, it's the Maelstrom. No, it's not the Maelstrom. Oh wait, maybe it is the Maelstrom. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is deep cool. No, it's not the Maelstrom. Um, dang, what is it called? I have a really weird AIO. It literally has like hardline tubing in it, like part of it. The logo does not light up anymore, but the pump works fine. It was called Hundreds of Beavers. Hundreds of beavers. They're everywhere. Should I set up a should I set up this motherboard here? It's a custom water loop. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll grab some new tubing too. Redo the tubing. Completely redo it all. Castle's another deep cool line. Yep. I like the Castle 360 EX by yep. They call it the Game Storm or something like that lineup. Yeah, but it also has the anti-leak technology, which I prefer if you get a AIO to get the anti-leak technology. Maybe just for some viewers or something, I'll show it working. I mean, because I don't technically use it. Maybe I'll cut a hole in it, show it actually working. I just use it for reviews and tell people I do recommend it because it works good. It works good, and I was quite impressed. Are they the only one that has the anti-leak? I mean, for something that costs $80 to $100 to a 360 millimeter AIO for having like anti-leak technology and works good, I was impressed, man. To use that, I would do it in a way where you can use it to make a video. Yeah, I can make. I want to make a video, maybe doing that. Set up in the PC and then grab a razor blade or something, and cut the line while the PC is running. I'll be right there, and I like yeah. I don't have to worry too much with what I'll be doing. iWin? I don't know about iWin, to be honest. I haven't used iWin or InWin. Sorry, InWin, not iWin. InWin. Haven't used them. I have to figure out where that one AI went. Does anybody like these kind of fittings here? These are hardline tubing, but these are Corsairs hardline tube fittings. I wonder if anybody likes those. I wonder if there's actually other kind of recommendations. I mean, I don't mind them, like 90-degree fitting too has. I mean, I don't mind them. I just don't know if there'll be any kind of cheaper one. Thermal right as well. Yeah, well, thermal right makes fairly cheap stuff that works fairly decent. Ah, I found it. I found it. It's so old, it's got rust on it, but I found it, and the copper plate's starting to get all a little dark. But I found it. Look, it's got glass hardline. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't hit too hard with a piece of metal, but it's actually got glass hardline in it. It turns on, it glows. This right here works really good. I mean, it's only 120. It's only a 120 mil, of course, but I mean, look how, like, this thing's so old. Look at those fins. They're like perfect still, man. Perfect. Yeah, the exact cooler. Yeah, that's worked pretty good. I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, it literally has like pressure fitting here, a pressure fitting down there. And it's real glass. I don't know if you guys can hear it because I have that special thing on, but yours was 240. Yeah, I didn't have the money, or I didn't want to spend the money on it. And then like after I built up that PC, I started like working on like that's when I started really my overclocking was way back, like basically when this thing first came out. I started my overclocking on doing 3D benchmarks basically, and then making my actual profile for hardwarebot.org. We're talking about 8 years ago, 7 or 8 years ago, about 8 years, yeah, 8 years ago at least 8 years ago, at least 8 years ago. Yeah, and that's yeah, I use this for my CPU. I had another AIO too that I got for free that I cut and modified for a GPU block. Works pretty good. Quite happy with it. Yeah, I mean, I was quite happy with this thing. It worked pretty good. Quite happy. Yeah, these Corsair fittings. These are hardline Corsair fittings because I got them for with a kit. I'm not sure if they're kind of like a recommended or if I should change out the seals. I'm not sure if these seals are very good. They feel like they're all right, but I still don't know. I just don't know. They're like they're double sealed style. I just don't know if they're good. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if anyone has any recommendations. Yeah, exactly. I like things that work well too. I mean, I just don't know if for hardline, there's a better recommendation for type of fittings for hardline. I don't mind cheap stuff. I really don't. And I do have recommendations for cheap hardline, or not hardline, softline tubing, but I don't have recommendations for hardline tubing, unfortunately. So I'm not sure if there's actually a better guarantee that it's going to keep its seal for a long period of time after, you know, constant temperature going up in water, going down in water and all that, whether or not you have to keep tightening the fittings or what. There's a lot. God, my bad. I'm already so cool now. I don't know if the world can take any. I just connected a second monitor. I hope I open the game on my good one, but it opens on the new monitor. You have to set it. Yeah, but look at you. You know what makes those hologram images with these? It gives you a secondary one of these that you can literally make whatever you want. Look at it. Ooh, so shiny. You can literally make your own kind of hologram. How do you set it? You have to go display. Let's make sure. So right click on your display, like in your desktop, like you see your desktop screen, right click, display settings. You go down to multiple displays and you gotta detect. Yeah, see which one, if you, but you go advanced display, because if I don't have it, so it goes to advanced display. Oh wait, I guess I can't do that with mine. You're gonna have to set it so that way, so you're gonna have to go multiple displays, detect it, and then whatever one it shows on your monitor, you can switch those around though. So I don't have two monitors hooked up right now, so I can't actually show you. Even if I set it, so I can't. Yeah, identify works. Yeah, you can. Yeah, just use it. Identify. I don't have two monitors hooked up right now, so even if I could, even if I switch my screen over, it won't show you, unfortunately. On the Windows 11, it looks like there's an icon at the bottom for opening a new screen. I don't think so. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I no. Maybe there's two monitors in. I haven't done it in a while, so I'm not sure. And I generally just have it set up so that way I use multi-monitor display, detect one. If it's not right, I just switch them over. Yeah, I literally just started using Windows 11 yesterday. Oh, yeah, see, I haven't used Windows 11 a lot, but I don't generally have two displays going. Generally don't use two displays because in gaming, having two monitors, you're losing performance with two monitors. Yeah. So yeah, it needs a little cleaning. It got a little bit of dust, but there it is. The bottom plate needs a little cleaning, but it's best to leave thermal paste and that on the actual cooler. Like if it's bare copper, just leave it. So that way it doesn't oxidize in that spot. And you light it up and it does like a weird hologram kind of effect of whatever you put in there. I thought it was pretty cool. And it's anti-lick technology. Yeah, I wouldn't mind, actually cutting the line for a test and seeing. Oh, plus it has the easy fill port. That's right. It has the easy fill port. I got a bunch of new tubing here. It's got some water from doing some testing on stuff, but I can flush it there anyways. And yeah, I could set up a new custom water loop. Show how to do custom water loop. The more you know. Well, that's why my frames drop. I have two monitors. Yeah. Yeah, Windows 11 is a lot different. Maybe I'll grab my other monitor, my little monitor, mini monitor, hook it up and make sure. That way I can show you. Even setting the refresh rate of those. You do lose performance by using two monitors, two or more. Just having one monitor is what you should be doing if you're just gaming. One monitor. Unfortunately. That one in here or the one that's on the yes. This one. Still PCs with a little monitor built in, so you never even have to plug in anything and set it up. Yeah, I have a little mini monitor. It's a 1080p 60 hertz 7-inch monitor. It works. I mean, I can't complain. It does work. Yeah, 140 there. They were 240. You only have it to 140. There's a blade. It fell off and but I put it. Hmm. I'm trying to find the. Of course, it fell off. I fell off. Ooh. Sorry, guys. Trying to find the this thing attaches to it for the attaching it down to the actual backplate. Of course, it fell off, and now I'm not sure where it is because I moved everything around. So it's brutal. Go to the best. Oh, it's nice when it feels slow for me. Yeah. Does upscaling to 1 hertz or whatever? Upscaling for refresh rate? I don't know about that. Guess I won't be doing that today. And 24 frames per second native. Yeah, I use 165 hertz. Decent. It's decent. But no, myth that I'm missing that screw. More like a bolt type thing, but still not sure where it is. Oh, console gamer. Gotcha. Dang, I guess I won't be doing that today. I don't know where it is. I'm not going to put just 2 holders on it. I mean, it'd work, but it's not proper. Really wanted to do that. At 4K, it was just a lot from, yeah. Cheap, buy a cheap monitor, be real. You can get, yeah, you can easily get 120 hertz monitors now for fairly cheap. Fairly cheap, in my opinion. Like for what you need, you only need a 27 inch. I like my 32 inch. I mean, doesn't really matter though. Oh, it's up to you. Like my 32 inch, 1440p, 16. That's yeah, it's nice. Yeah, that is nice. Yeah, mine's only 1080p, 165 hertz. It's a Samsung Odyssey though. I mean, still really nice. Just not 1440. It's just 1080. It's just a higher end 1080. 1440, 500 hertz. When I buy my 5090, I'll be getting that OLED. Yeah, at the same time. So I will be. Oh yeah, definitely be fine. I definitely agree on that. So I can't find, like I said, that one piece I'm looking for from my cooler. Apparently it fell off, and I did a big cleanup, and I'm not sure where it'd be. So I have to go through a whole bunch of stuff. Probably after the stream, because I probably won't be able to sleep until I find it. Unfortunately. Unfortunate. So I like to show and make a newer custom water loop guide. Be nice to do. Well, I don't want people to just show up and be like, oh, well, no one's here. You got another 2 subscribers somehow, too. That's all. I just don't want. So I'd be like, hey, well, there's no one here. Text to chat? I don't have my speaker set up. I have everything put away. There's a bunch of things going on right now. So I don't have a whole lot set out for me. Everything's put away. Mini LED? Mini LED? Text to chat? I don't know. You probably hear it through the mic. If I did set it up. Yeah, I could set it up. Yeah, OLED is crisp, good blacks on it. I mean, I could set up the little table here and stand here. Wouldn't be too bad. And sec here. Yep, more. Head down. Ah, see. 1 sec, the camera's probably gonna go. Hey, there we go. View so you can try to be in frame. So you should be able to hear me here. I mean, the height, right? Like, oh my God, so much room. Well, we got so much room. Yeah, I was gonna say when there's only a few people. Gotta drain the loop. Gotta drain the loop. Yeah. Yeah, console for 15 years. Holy moly. Should probably change the name of the stream. Change the name of the stream at least. I didn't change the picture though. People can't even spell the word doctor nowadays. Like 9% predictability, 10% muscle memory. I don't know. I would say it's a lot of muscle memory, especially in game mechanics. Nowadays, it's a lot of game mechanics. Exploiting the most amount of game mechanics you can for beneficial gains. Right? Well, I'm smarter than 95% of the people to start with, so you got something going for you then. So this is the tubing I generally like to have. It's a silicone tubing, so it's extremely flexible in that. So you can get like some really, as you can see, some really tight bends in it without it kinking up, which is really nice. Also, when you're chilling your loop, like I do, like I said, I do some really cold chilled loops. Like we're going -20, -25 degrees Celsius. You're gonna want like something that's flexible too, so that way it doesn't harden up. Just in case you have to move something around, you shouldn't have to move stuff around, but just in case you have to move stuff around. Yeah, I do prefer this quite a bit. Like I said, like you do some pretty without it kinking up, and then once there's pressure in it, it won't even kink up as much, which is always nice. But yeah, when you do chilled loops, you're gonna want something that's fairly flexible. This stuff though, for 25 feet, where you generally buy it like in 25-foot like rolls, it's like $75 now, and this stuff used to be cheap. Now it's really expensive, unfortunately. so I don't use it anymore. I use a PVC, which is hard. I don't like it. I mean, it works. It works just fine. Got a nice thick wall, so everything stays together nicely. Yeah, I play some GTA once in a while. I've played it a few times. Never played it a whole lot though. I don't know. Maybe I'll keep the fittings on it, not have to put them back on, or even take everything off if I wanted. Ooh, put these on tight though. So maybe I'll keep them on. Keep them on. Yeah, there's that. I do use a adapter for this, so works pretty good in my opinion. Just in case you want to do hook up more fans to one header, you got to be careful how many fans you hook up to one header because they have a max tolerance per header. No, I was emptying the radiator and the lines and all of that because I want to redo the lines. So I just grabbed the pot so I can put the water in it. Took apart the custom water loop as case it's 100% empty now. Well, there might be some drops, but everything's empty now. And I can rebuild the custom water loop with new lines. It's just basically it's PVC style lines, and I don't prefer this PVC style lines. It's just it's so cheap. 25 feet for $7. So I mean, like, when I say cheap, I mean it's cheap. So I grabbed that, and yeah, the silicone tubing that I prefer and have in my old video, like going over custom water loop guide, I do prefer the silicone because it's a lot flexible. If you have to do tight bends, you don't have to worry about it kinking up on you. It's extremely flexible. Plus, when I do my chill loops, -20, -25 degrees Celsius, they still have some flex. Even though like the lines are frosting over, like the whole lines and everything's frosting over, they still got some flex, which I like. Can't wait to see the similar physics for GTA 6. Yeah, I keep hearing about this GTA 6, but it still hasn't came out. But here's the motherboard. Yeah, we've gone over this before with the motherboard, and the chat's like, I'm not set up. I think it's not set up nicely. I don't like it. So yeah, again, we've gone over this motherboard a few times. Maybe I'll move the chat over to the other side. That's better. I like that more. That's better. Even though my head's chopped off, that's better. I don't know if I can go back further. Like AI 66666. Some guy made a video about how AMD sucked, and people called him an Intel fanboy, no doubt. And he probably works for a user benchmark. Yeah, yeah. None of them explain what he said was wrong. Yeah, because they're AMD fanboys and or marketing people for AMD to make sure they go on to forums and or pages and stuff like that and comment. AMD does pay for them to do that. Somebody say have a good day. They are like, it's something, and then I'll say I'm better. Then you know how it goes. Yep, exactly. Exactly, man. You know how it goes. It's like, it's okay. If you're better than me, Go out there, get the records like I got, get the hardware that I have, and then I even have videos showing how cheap you can get some of the stuff. I use some cheaper the cheapest stuff, and I'm getting records. How about you go get some records there, bud, and then prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. That'd be awesome. I will always want more competition, bud. Always more competition. Literally couldn't say what was wrong about the video. Yeah, isn't it amazing? Isn't that absolutely amazing? Again, so we've gone over this. This is the Intel, not Intel. I have an Intel board, but I didn't let my brother use it. So yeah, this is a Zeus X58D-E. It's an LJ1366 motherboard for like Xeons. Like you got the W Xeons, you got the X Xeons, 5500, 5600s, and you get Xeon, a W300 series, and I think 2000 series or something like that, the 3000, 2000, or basically it's 3000 series. But also it's triple channel, so you can hold 6 RAM sticks. Only going to be using 1 to 3 depending on the test though. You generally don't need to fill up this actual motherboard for benchmarking, but it's a really good motherboard for this platform, and it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg. The back plate I'm using is from an old AIO that I have. Actually, it's from an old AIO. I like this back plate because the standoffs have an actual plastic washer on them that make it so the standoffs don't protrude to the board too far. So that way I can tighten down whatever I'm using on it, the AIO or custom water loop. I can tighten them down more, so that way I can get a little bit more pressure, because the more pressure can help make sure the memory channels connect. So on the LGA pads to the pins on the board can help the memory channels connect better with a little more pressure, just in case, especially when you're going cold or getting things chilly. And also it's just more pressure for thermal transfer. It's better. I also like it too because it came with like a 3M sticky pad. I ripped that off and it kept sticky, so it doesn't actually fall out when you're using it. I should grab a motherboard box though, because I do like to set up on a motherboard box. It's a preferred, especially when you got all these pokies behind. Yeah, be careful. They are very, very sharp, and be very careful. You can cut yourself quite badly on them. He said his 5950X expired or experienced degradation, which is true. Some people say that Intel has, yep, and that's supposed to make AMD look good. Oh, buddy, that's the main thing. That's the main thing why people don't like Intel. That's the main thing why people stopped using Intel, man. That's literally the main thing. It's absolutely brutal. Brutal. It's like, I'm sorry, I have not experienced that. I'm sorry, everyone that I know that does manual overclocking has never experienced that, has never experienced issues with their systems besides the SSD or Windows, like I had, the Windows actually being wrong, or some sort of driver, and you can just flashback or DVU for graphics card. Like, just, they always blame, like, oh, something's wrong, or I missed my shot because of Intel. Like, basically, that's the mentality. Oh, I missed my shot because it's Intel. Oh, I should have got AMD. Basically, man. And that's the thing. It's, if you're non-biased, you don't care that someone's using another product or that other product's actually better, because it could technically be better for some things, and or Intel could be better than Nvidia for graphics cards. Intel can be better than AMD for CPUs, and vice versa. AMD can be better than Intel, and AMD can be better than Nvidia or even Intel graphics cards. And it's true, but it depends on the person. It depends on so many things. And so many people are fanboys, and they just gotta say, "Oh, because I bought this, it's better." Just because you bought something does not mean it's technically better. And it's brutal, man. It's brutal. It breaks my brain. It breaks it. Some guy said most people don't know what a BIOS is, referring to degradation. Yeah. Some people don't know what a BIOS is. Some people didn't know or don't know or don't care to know, and just still blame Intel due to the fact motherboard manufacturers and RAM manufacturers were putting too much voltages into their kits, their high frequency kits and stuff like that, putting too much voltages in, and also causing instability issues and or degrading the CPUs. And I make videos about it and people hate me. Literally, my most hated video. Most of my videos are actually pretty good. I might get 1 or 2 dislikes. The ones where I make it about the motherboards being the issue or RAM manufacturers being the issue, and I even say in the video, it's yes, Intel had some issues with their CPUs. They fixed it with the microcode, but guess what? The motherboard manufacturers are also part of the issue by putting too much voltages on stock settings. Intel did not say to motherboard manufacturers use 1.6 volts or 1.55 plus volts on my CPUs on stock settings. Motherboard manufacturers did that. Again, I am overclocked on all core 1.365 volts, and on stock, even though I'm using Gigabyte and I like my Gigabyte boards, they're using 1.5 plus volts on stock settings. Not needed. I'm like, oh, okay, most people don't have a 1400K either. Very true. Oh, but they always say, everyone experienced it on up from how many watts up? 65 watt up CPUs, I think they're saying. It's like, no, the main issue is on the i9 CPUs, the i9, because it hits a different kind of parameter. Oh, but when the same thing happens, AMD is not AMD's fault. Exactly. That's why they're blaming ASRock, even though majority is on ASRock boards right now. But that's because people are putting that in. How many people are actually experiencing these issues with AMD CPUs right now that are not actually putting it in and they're on MSI, a Zeus or something? I mean, oh yeah, a lot of people do, man. A lot of people hate me, but it's fine. It is. I'm gonna grab a motherboard box because I generally like to have it on a motherboard box. Keeps it up on, and again, the pins on the back. It just scratches things up. The same guy said Intel had degradation with all 13th to 14th gen CPUs. No, man, you're out of your mind. You're actually out of your. I had a 13900KF from a gnome bin, oxidized gnome bin, bad bin, the first ones that came out basically from Intel. 0 issues. I did break it, but it was my own fault because I delidded it and put it on direct die and tightened it too much and cracked the core. The die. Accidentally. I mean, it's a learning curve sometimes for some things, and some direct dies are easier than others, and that one was not particularly easy to do. And at the time, and even still, I have some pretty strong fingers. Like, that was the issue. I just took apart the custom water loop. So I just took apart the custom water loop, emptied it all out, so there's no water in anything. Same thing with the CPU block. And yeah, I'm redoing the lines with brand new not silicone, PVC style soft tubing. I do expect him for going out and getting 137K and trying him Intel himself. Exactly. And if I get the money and I might have a donator that's donating some AMD products as well, I'm going to be working more on AMD products. It's just, I can't afford it right now to be buying the newest AMD stuff to show my validations. I'm still going on facts from known validated people and or validated results on harvardbot.org. That's validated, literally validated, has to be validated. It has to be validated, man. Even said Windows felt snappy. It is, especially when you're going from the 5000 series to the 13th gen, or even some 7000 series wasn't very snappy. But the 9000 series AMD are pretty snappy. And one of my donors, again, he has a 9950X 3D, and he put the 6000 kit of RAM in it, and he says it's snappy. It feels snappy. This does not feel like AMD. This feels snappy. I'm like, good. Is it as good as Intel for snappy? He's like, yeah, but it's snappy compared to what he used to with AMD, which is fine. It's great. It's great that there's upgrades on other CPUs and other vendors, right? His main system was a 5900X and a 3080, I believe. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, I can't complain, man. I wish I could be running, overclocking some of those. I'll be popping in. I'm working, bro. All right, man. Be good. Be safe. Okay, so I got some PVC tubing here. This is PVC tubing. And I'm pretty far away. This is PVC. Right? Spots. Act like breathe. Go. It says PVC on it. Food grade PVC. Half inch. Upside down. 3/8 inside. Good enough. So take a walk. Take a walk. Take a walk. It's not my recommended, of course. My recommended is for sure the silicone tubing. I do like it. It's very flexible. This stuff doesn't, like, you can flex it pretty good, but it starts to kink up, and then, like, if it doesn't have pressure in it, it can kink up on you, which I don't like as much. But it's fine. It does have a nice thick wall, which is nice to have. All right, so how do I want this set up? Okay. Now, one thing that sucks is I lost one of the pieces for this. So I'm going to have to look for it after the stream. Oh, I just leaked it though. I'm going to take this off though. So I would just use 2 for now, which is fine. More of a demonstration. And I'll find it and I'll reset it back up. What we're going to do is put our CPU block on first. Again, I use certain fittings. I'll put them in the link description after the video. Statistic, what's in the socket? It's in this is an X5667 currently. Focus. Focus. Oh, okay, well, it's an X5667. It's a 4-core, 8-thread Xeon from back in the day, LJ1366. You know, it's nothing new, nothing fancy. I will be using this one, an X5650, which is 6-core, 12-thread CPU. I will probably be overclocking this close to double the frequency, though. I'll be overclocked to 4.5 gigahertz, just on water. I'll also be doing an X5570 and i7-930 and i7-920 to see when it works good. What CPU socket? What CPU and socket? Yeah, it's an X5667. Socket is LGA1366. Yeah. It's all blue. And this is a Zeus. This is a Zeus X58D-E. Like, it's a P5. It's a P5. So P5 X58D-E. That I can show that too. I can show it. Again, I do like this board for these platforms for what, again, I will be getting into liquid nitrogen. I will be getting into liquid nitrogen in that. So I will have this board for a long time. Beginning, you just start on air, you can use this board. Then you can go to water, chilled water or water. And then you can go to dry ice and or liquid nitrogen. And nice about it, again, I know some of you have heard this a million times, but on the QPI and the DRAM voltage, I can switch rails on it. Couple rails. So I can switch a couple rails on it, so I can go over 2 volts on those on the DRAM and the QPI and also the CPU if I want it. It's a hard pin, so I can just switch over the pin and it'll allow me to go past 2 volts on each. I'm working here. Overclock stream. I can maybe set it up. I just have to set up. I need to get another mouse. From the past 2 moves I've had over the year, I've lost all of my mice. So I have one mouse. So that's what sucks. And it sucks to change everything over. I can do that tomorrow if you'd like, though. But yeah, I'm more or less just a custom water loop build, basically, for this stream here. I have some 1156, nice, and AM3 stuff with the reds and blues, nice, nice. Yeah, some have green as well. Yeah, they look nice, eh? I mean, it's not like the way they are now. I mean, they still look good today, but I mean, AMD had problems with degradation before. Texity made a video about 3600 degrade. Yep, and all CPUs can degrade. All CPUs degrade just with normal use. It's just some can handle it better. Depends on the temperature. Depends on temperature and voltage. Depends on voltage. There's a lot of depends. Depends if it's a perfect silicon or not. Nobody talks about it, man. No, nobody talks about it. It's because they get so much hate from AMD fanboys that they get so many dislikes on their videos that the algorithm does not like it. The algorithm does not like all the dislikes and that, so they won't get as many views or they'll get unsubscribers, which is crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I had many people. I've probably had now 200 or 300 people unsubscribe me over the past year because I talk about certain things. I mean, I don't care. I don't care. Me, myself, and I don't care. I have the people that help me out, and you guys know who you are. Again, thank you very much. And again, thank you to my viewers, subscribers, and donators. You guys are helping out this channel greatly. Okay, so yeah, we already got the back plate on. This is a fancy, it's a fancy Intel dash AMD back plate. It's an all-in-one. It's one of my most favorite back plates. It's nice and strong. Works really good. I didn't grab the motherboard. 3600 was dog. I had the box. Oh, so well because it was cheap. Some folks say dislikes as good as likes. It shows engage. Yes, yeah, it's true. That's true. It's true. But it also shows. It puts you to different people. So I could be talking really good on one video about AMD and all these things that are really good, but it won't show it to those people I disliked. That's the thing. There's the algorithm is very, very strict on weird things. Thank you, man. Ron. Well, I'd still say the 37 was one of only AMD CPUs that actually was good. It wasn't bad. The X version is good, but I mean, they're toasty. They're toasty. Bring out the AMD motherboard box because maybe people will see that it's an AMD board and they'll be like, hey, I'm gonna stick around because it says AMD on it. B550 Tomahawk. Go. Channel is sponsored by AMD. Yeah, well, I mean, it's weird how they go through the big channels are sponsored by many people, but majority of his sponsors are from AMD. And when you go back, you can search it. You can search up what YouTuber sponsored when, and you can search up whenever he posts a video if he was sponsored by that person at the time, just to clarify what the sponsors, because they could be he could be sponsored by 3 different people for one video. You can search it. Just Google. You literally just search what video it was and whether or not he was sponsored. It'll, like I said, it'll even say all the sponsors he had for that. Plus, in the description in that and somewhere in the video should say up in the corner. All the videos nowadays, if you have a sponsor, it'll say up in the corner. It could be really small and you don't even notice it, but it'll say the sponsor. It's part of YouTube. You have to say if you're sponsored or not. Yeah, I try to give as much facts and not lie about anything. So not like I'm lying about it. It's true. Just search it up. There are pages that will give you it, the information. The 9950X CPU that launched, he was sponsored by AMD to promote it. He was sponsored by I believe it was two people at the time for that video, but he was sponsored by AMD. I believe it was a PC case and AMD for the 9950X. It's a monster. I came out with the leaks with it and all that. It was a monster. It is still a monster. It's a monster CPU. It really is. Monster. If you watch my old video about the 9950X leaks and that, monster. Okay. So this block here, you take these little fittings and you just screw them down to the actual holder first. Your stream doing well. Thank you for being the person you are. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I like to make sure my facts are correct. Not like I'm gonna give you guys wrong facts for no reason. Yeah, I'm not sponsored, so I'm not gonna be saying anything that's good about something. Or if it's bad, just say nothing but good about it. Maybe point out one little bad thing that doesn't really necessarily equate to the whole equation of what really is wrong with it. Okay. So again, I lost the one piece. I will be probably staying up all night until I find it. So unfortunate about that, but I will find it and I'll set this up proper. I can only put 2 in right now. I can put 3, but 3 is gonna make it the pressure go to one side, and I don't want that. If you do corner to corner, just for now, I mean, for now, this shows and it does work. So I'm gonna do corner to corner for now, and when I find the piece, I'll put this back together. Probably show it on live stream, maybe put it back together too. I mean, I have the little screw, the thumb nut for it, but I can't seem to find it. None of these guys said why the video was bad or wrong or anything about the mistake in the video. They all just call him Intel fanboy, which user benchmark employee. I love user bench. Okay, I love user benchmark because I love reading what they say. It's funny. I should just make a whole like a whole video or something like that about just user benchmark, actual like all the not the comments, but what they actually write about each product. It's funny, man. It's funny. I think it's actually hilarious what they can say about some AMD products. They'll even say like at the beginning of it, like it's overhyped, this and this and this. It's brutal, this and this and this. And it's at the end. At the end, it'll be like saying all the good things, but no one read that far. Like it will say like it's a monster CPU. It's not for everyday use. It's not going to be for them AMD fanboys that are going to be using it and then watching YouTube or something like that. This is a real CPU. But most people just read the first bit and go, "Oh my god, they said this about AMD. Oh my god." User benchmark is wild. No, you really gotta read into the actual user benchmark. It is funny, absolutely funny what they say. It is. It really is because of that April Fool's joke user benchmark. Remember that? Oh my god! So they made it even like 10 times as worse than normal, like 10 times as worse. Okay, so I gotta grab again MX4. Again, thank you very much. They're donators. MX4 there. I gotta be using that for this build. Thermal Grizzly is a little expensive for it. I will grab myself a spatula. Okay, sweet. Oh, I got water on it. Fat it down in some water. See? Want to make sure everything's good and dry, nice and clean. Make sure you don't touch everything with your hands. Don't get oils on everything. I probably will lap this, to be honest. I probably will lap it at some point. So there's already get water on it again. And the tendency. Some people, children. Dang, that is flat. That is flat, man. No wonder it's performing so good with the 12600K too. And the 12600K is lapped. I mean, that is flat. Holy moly. If GN is being bribed by AMD, can we sue for antitrust? No. Nope. Sponsors are part of sponsors, right? So no, he can't. Unfortunately. No, you cannot. And this is the way I like to do a custom water loop. I'm gonna put the CPU block on it, tighten it down first before I start the tubing. Generally, you do this in a PC case, right? You generally do it in a PC case. I'm not gonna do it in a PC case. I'm just because I'll be using this for benchmarking. I'm not throwing it in a PC case. But basic general idea, and I'll give you the breakdown of why. So we can do that. Don't need a whole lot, just a nice line on it for this CPU. They have attorneys that spend $1,000 an hour drawing up those contracts. Good luck. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So here we go. Yeah, make sure it's all good and clean up. Make sure you do. Make sure everything's nice and clean. And we're gonna put it on. Tighten everything down nicely. Make sure it's all set nice. Just get a little wiggle until it starts heating down because thermal paste is thick. So, well, you got some pretty watery stuff. I don't really care for the really watery stuff, but eventually it will seep down nicely. You just keep putting some pressure on it. Best way to do it to start off, and then you start using the actual like thumb screws and that for this one here. And this one does have springs. I don't care to use the spring because I'm looking for good pressure. Well, I didn't mean like specifically. No. Yeah, he's building that PC. What up, Squeeze? Yeah, I'm actually redoing a custom water loop for anyone just joining the stream. I'm building a custom water loop for this right here. It's going to be part of the competition that's going on right now. LJ1366 platform. Right now, that's in is an 5667 4-core 8-thread. We're only allowed to go up to 4.5 gigahertz. So, like, we're limited to CPU frequency. Unfortunately, it's not like I can overclock this thing to 5 gigahertz plus. I can only go to 4.5 gigahertz. So we want to make sure it's an even tightness. Check the actual, make sure it's good. Again, I don't have the couple pieces for this. I will find them and redo this. It's more or less showing the custom water loop, how I like to set it up. The fact that consumers want a monopoly, it's just insane. Yeah, man, they do. They do. I might water cool, but my case barely fit my GPU. Never mind the reservoir. Yeah, I hear you on that. It's why my daily PC, it's literally the side panel is off, and the actual D5 pump reservoir column, it's huge though, is outside the PC case. A monopoly. Yeah, I hear you there. There we go. Again, just because I sat it down, I'm not sure how clean it is. I need to make sure that's nice. And I guess I didn't need to spread the paste just because this CPU doesn't need to make sure it's perfect. It will be spreading out anyways. So I got new tubing in now. I'm going to have to recut all the tubings. This line's out, this line's in that I remember, so we'll have to set that up proper. And then this way here, I do believe it's in and then out. In, then out. Did some modding and I uncapped roadblocks this frame per second, hit 1,000. Holy moly. 1,000? It's over 9,000. And well, it's more like it's over 900. Okay, so I'm just gonna use razor blades. If you like, I can just use some snippy snips and cut it that way. Some tin snips. Again, I do metalworking, woodworking as well. So I got tools for a lot of things. I had a lot of things stolen over the years though, so I don't have as much as what I used to, but that's fine. It's fine. So again, what I want to do is start with the in to the in from the pump to the CPU block. So the in to the CPU block to the in to the pump. Makes sense, right? I would hope so. We're just going to attach it for starters. And this stuff is thick, like a thick wall. And generally heating it up does help too. So if you had like a hair dryer or something, that could help. I like it because it's going to make sure it's a good seal. And no, I don't have the screw down yet. I'm just trying to set my lines. And I'm not dealing with that nonsense. I had 2,000 frames per second in BMG? What? Yeah, what GPU? And since I'm going to want this to go at least that far, we can give it a little extra too, just in case, you know. And I don't want it to go onto my RAM kit or anywhere down by a GPU. I'm going to put a small GPU in it anyways. I just want to make sure it's a decent length to the inlet. There. There, and you'll probably have it about that far away too. I have it all set up about that far away. Somewhere there. You make sure it is a nice flat cut. You gotta want to make sure it's a nice flat cut on this. Like, you don't want it on a big angle, have big notches in it. Just because you are putting it to a nice fitment here. And then I'm gonna check this to make sure it's good. Bend that back up to where it's gonna be. Oh, it's pretty good actually. All right. And this here, I got different fitting on the actual CPU block. What I have to do is put this rubber grommet, this little rubber grommet on it. All the way down first, and then I can put the cap all the way down. Make sure it's seated, and then I can do that, make sure it's, you know, you're not cross-threading. You gotta make sure you don't cross-thread it. Well, anyways, this motherboard died. It just flashed is the CPU light and blast the fans. That could be GPU too. It could be GPU too. What up, man? What up, Inner? And then this one here, you gotta make sure you put this on too to go to the actual pump. We gotta make sure we set this up right. So we gotta make sure we go to inlet on the pump, and then inlet on the CPU, because they are designed one way for that. I mean, it can work the other way, but it's not gonna be proper. Put that because I want it to go up. Just because these ones suck. There we go. Actually, I kind of like that over there. Nothing's kinking either. So that's not bad. Maybe I'll even undo it a bit, then spin it. There we go. People call user benchmark Intel fanboys are themselves AMD fanboys. Very true, man. If you read it, it's funny, and they actually do. You know, they're only using tests that they're not using tests that are made for Intel or made for AMD or made for Nvidia. They're pretty basic tests that user benchmark is using, like basic. Might get an AO the same size that radio, or find a way the reservoir small enough to water cool. I'm not doing hardline, by the way. Yeah, then uh AIO is easier, man. It is easier. It is a bit cheaper. I mean, this setup here, so this CPU block's $20. This full copper radiator is $45. The fans are probably maybe $5 a piece. So there's 55, there's $75. The fittings are $12 for these two, and about $8 for these four. And then this pump is not cheap. It's like a $300 pump. So the most expensive part is going to be your pump reservoir combo, unfortunately. But my other pump reservoir combo in my daily, I got for $65. It was a $500 Canadian thermal take D5 pump reservoir combo was a $500. I got for $65 off of Amazon used. How hard is it to connect the Xbox controller to my PC? It should be fairly easy. Gonna fire up The Last of Us 2. Just came and say, what's up, Iron Man? Take her easy if you're taking her easy, and hopefully have fun, man. I spent $180 on my PC combined. I'm gonna just get AIO. Yeah, just do AIO. It's easier too. Should be fairly easy, Born, to set up your controller. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, and I generally like to have this set up in a way so that way I can have it like this. I don't know if I want to have it the other way. Generally I have it up, but we'll see. We're gonna go from the outside to the one side, just one side. It doesn't matter on the radiator side which way inlet you go to. It's the same way, it doesn't matter. It's not designed. So the outlet from the CPU to one of the inlets on the actual radiator, and then one of the radiators to the inlet on the actual pump. Since I'm using it so the pump goes back through the water in the actual pump itself, it goes in and then back into the actual where it's spinning to go and circulate, and the water goes back down and flushes it through, which is really good. I like it. Well, clicking. I'm a XL240. I'm a 240 XL. Boy, wow. We'll have to plug in my Wi-Fi antenna for the Bluetooth to work. Yes, I do believe you do need Bluetooth. Yes. So again, we're gonna take this here. We're gonna take this and go to the inlet on this right here, which I'll make it fairly long so that way this can reach the same distance as that. Makes it look a little funky, but that's okay. Just because I have to move around the radiator too. So to me, that looks like a decent length. Make sure you find the correct length for you though. These things are actually working really good. I haven't used a pair of tin snips for it, but it's actually cutting it very nice. I'm actually quite happy. Again, I'm not going to set it up right away. I'm going to put it on first. These PVC style soft tubes are thick walled, so they are not easy to put on, and you got to make sure you do put it all the way down. There we go. 14600K, 12700K. I recommend them because they are very good performance and they're cheap. Yeah, you find them fairly cheap. Hear you on that. Someone said don't buy 12th, 13th, or 14th gen because they are a dead socket. In some ways, yes, they are, but I mean, you still got upgradability if you start off with a lower end model, and you can just upgrade the CPU if you want more power. And yeah, the 1400K is a beefy CPU still. The same guy recommended AM4 CPUs. Of course. Why would you not recommend an AMD if you're an AMD fanboy, right? So it looks like everything fits nice. I know it kind of looks kind of wonky, but I might be moving this end, right? Might be moving this end somewhere and flipping it this way so that way everyone can see the fan spinning, make things look a little bit nicer for the stream. So that's why I did that a bit longer. Looks a little goofy right now though. Turn Bluetooth, and it would show on the bottom screen. Nice. Good job for helping me out. Is gonna pick up my setup on the Discord. Nice. Isn't AM4 Boys also a dev platform now? Yes, we're on AM5. Although they're making new AM4 CPUs, so I don't know why, but they're making new AM4 CPUs. Again, I gotta put a grommet for this fitting down here. That's just the style of them. Gotta put an actual O-ring in it. There we go. And we put this one down. But the new CPUs are just 100 megahertz overclocked version of the exact same CPU, probably. But yeah, they'll hate on Intel for doing a 200 megahertz overclock on their Ultra series with the IPO. It is what it is there, bud. It is what it is. Yeah, people saying whatever they want to say, even though they don't know what they're saying. And sometimes I guess I can even do the same. But I try to apologize for it if I do. Or correct myself. There we go. Okay, sure it's not. There you go. Cross-threaded. You don't want to make sure it's cross-threaded. So sometimes turning back it until you hear a little click when you're putting down some down pressure, just to make sure it doesn't. Now, when these lines warm up, by the way, so some of these soft tubing, when things warm up, it's good to retighten them because the lines get a little pliable and you can actually tighten them a bit more just to make sure that it's nice and secured. But that's pretty good there. I'm gonna want it this way. I have it set up because I'm gonna do probably something like this. There, so that way you guys can see the fan spin and goes woo. So I have that set up like that. And then I got these two fittings left, so I'm gonna want to go back to that. I mean, how weird will that look, eh? It look pretty weird. I think that's okay though, as long as it works for me. It's all that matters. So I'll put this on first. Should people test Intel at 7200 RAM? Yeah, you should definitely test it. I mean, my 12600K does up to 7600 for like stable. I'm showing in test stable 7600. Not the greatest timing, so I do recommend 7200 as you can get better timings with 7200. I mean, even my 12600K does 7200 at really good timings. I'm gonna want that like that. Oh yeah, it's gonna look kind of funky, but that's okay. Again, is okay. Something like that, so that way I can get it out of the way if I need to. That should do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Oh yeah, these are like fantastic. Never used them before. I should have done that from the start. And since I already have that there, I can just do this because I already know how it's gonna work. They're like, but AMD doesn't have 7200 RAM. That's fine. Well, that's fine as long as you can set AMD to a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. You're just you're chooching with AMD. Is it gonna perform? The RAM actually gonna perform the same as Intel? No, but you're gonna get performance, and it's gonna be snappy. I mean, Intel's already snappy at a command rate of 2 anyways, but putting Intel to a command rate of 1, I mean, it's pretty good too. Pretty sure that's on there. All right, we're good there. Okay, Intel CPUs don't have 96 up to 124, I believe it is. If I'm correct, 124, 128. It's 124, 128 for the 99 or 9800X3D or 9950X3D. So we shouldn't test it because it's unfair. No, you should always test the you should test CPU cores versus CPU cores, and also CPU generations with the same CPU generation. That's what you should really be doing. And yeah, I mean, it's not great for Intel doing that right away with their Core Ultra, but I mean, you still want to test it that way. And if you're a gamer, well, guess what? The X3Ds are going to be for you if you want to spend that kind of money. No such thing as fair and love and war PCs, buddy. Yeah, you got that right. But I mean, for the overclocking, as an overclocker, we go against CPU core versus CPU core and CPU versus CPU. There's no other. It's either CPU core versus CPU core. So any CPU with the same amount of cores versus same CPU with this, or different CPU with the same amount of cores, or same CPU versus same CPU. That's how it works for overclocking and for getting world records. And yeah, some people say liquid nitrogen is cheating, but well, guess what? We're trying to get the best of the best of the best. If your AMD cannot perform the same as Intel under LN2, well, guess what? Just means it wasn't meant to be. Yeah, so bam, right there, guys, right there. So we're already set up. We're already literally set up. So custom water loops, all redone, brand new line. As you can see, nice, clear, brand new line set up, and this is the way it's going to be for the testing and overclocking. I'm going to be switching out the CPUs. That's about it. So, just take off CPU block, move it over, switch out a new CPU. I got lots of room. I got tons of room to switch out RAM kits and to put RAM kits in here. So that way I can put out RAM kits as fast as possible. Is this the biggest setup ever? No, but I made it so that way it works for what I need to do. And that's it. That's literally it. I could fill it up, but I might do that later on when I get when I actually find the other piece for this so I can utilize this properly. So for now, that's it though. If you have any questions, let me know. Found the i5-105 I have is the Intel equivalent to AMD Zen 2 used in the PS5. Is it? Is it really equivalent to that? That's not bad then, to be honest. That was a joke mocking their stupidity. How's everyone so far? I'm doing good. How about you, man? I'm doing good. I mean, I'm all done. I will probably have to retighten these fittings. I don't like to do it while it's cold because, again, this is some pretty thick PVC style tubing. Again, I don't recommend PVC style. I do recommend silicone tubing just because it bends so much nicer. It's so much nicer to work with, and it's guaranteed that it's not going to leak due to the fact that has a thick wall and it's nice and soft. And then once you get the pressure on it, perfect. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Now that is what you want to see when you take it off. That is literally what you want to see. Look at that. I mean, perfectly around, nice. Very nice. So that right there goes over the little flare, right? And then it clamps it down. That's nice. Nice to see. Some guy bought a 14900K and showed himself playing Minecraft, and people said it's used because Minecraft only uses one core. Really? Only one? No, it uses more than one core, doesn't it? In fact, people don't do the research. Yeah, that's why I try not to comment on any of this Minecraft and certain games, except for the ones that I do research on, and that for certain CPUs, I will comment. But for actual like Minecraft, I say I'm sorry, I've never played Minecraft. My 7-year-old niece plays Minecraft. She's better at Minecraft than I am. I have no clue how to play Minecraft. I'm not sure what it runs on a Switch. If it can run on a Switch, it probably doesn't need much. But I heard there's some pretty crazy mods that literally can like make the top of the line CPUs and top of the line GPUs absolutely cry. And if that's true, that's insane. There's a mod called Sodom that can make it use every core. Oh. Oh, that's crazy, man. That to me is crazy. Again, that's like the that's like the RuneScape, the classic RuneScape when they gave the community, like being able to do whatever mods they want, the community mods to do whatever they want, and it's insane, man. Like it's insane. Turned on amplified resource pack, max graphics. I got 40 frames per second on my current setup. Wow. Try run Minecraft using Sodom on a 9800X 3D. It doesn't just because it needs more cores. It does not perform very good, or what? Because if it needs more cores and doesn't really care about the 3D, then yeah. Because more cores will help you. If it cares about cores. If it cares about cores, though, right? I'm not sure. I've never tried it. I'll check out that PC in a second there, Max. I'm gonna sit down here. I'm just gonna move some stuff out of the way. I'll just move some stuff out of the way. But if anyone has any questions about this, like again, I'm not going to be putting water in it yet. I'll get bottled water tomorrow, and it's best to use bottled water if you can. Like, make sure there's no minerals or anything in it too. But make sure it's bottled water, nice crisp, clean water. Tap water's okay, but you'll probably have some sort of uh, like algae in that can build up. This right here doesn't have algae, but like it's, as you can see, it's kind of clouded. I had car radiator fluid, Canadian grade car radiator fluid in this before, which is actually not bad to use in this system. Actually, it would even work with PVC pipes, but it worked really good for when I did my chilled loops. And yeah, that's why it's green. It kind of tinged it a bit. And I haven't been able to take it apart because I need 6-inch long Allen keys, and I don't have 6-inch long and then a handle. I have regular like Allen keys, so I do need to get a set of Allen keys for that to take that off and clean that up proper. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. I mean, I got some records that year while using it, so that's good. So I'm gonna move this whole thing now and sit down. Hi. All right. Hopefully you can hear me all right. I got everything set up there. I'll just move down to camera. Yes, I got some thermal paste on my shoulder, which I did that before the stream because I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And I grabbed the CPU block that had thermal paste on it, and I touched my shoulder. Plus Minecraft gives with clock speed. Oh, that's what Minecraft Wiki says. Oh. If you use Volkswagen radiator fluid, is non-toxic, doesn't cost a bit more though. Yeah, the stuff I had was like $70 per. Is it like two? No, is it three? Like 3.7 liters is how much how much there was. But it was like $70. But it's Canadian grade, so you can go down to like negative 50 on it, I think it was, or 55. Pretty good, and it had like built-in lubricants, which would help make sure the D5 pump doesn't wear out as fast, which good, and it didn't get thick, which I liked. Distilled water doesn't have minerals in it, so always best. Yeah, that's why I agreed with bottled water or distilled water. And you can distill your own water. You just boil it, let it cool down, and then you can use that. We are in a world where we can get info, yet most are all lies. Yeah, people said AMD was good. I bought AMD and found out. Yeah, not buying 9070 XT either. I would like to try it. I mean, that's me though, right? I would like to try it. I would like to try it and overclock it. Again, I am an overclocker. I want to overclock Every CPU, every motherboard, every RAM kit, and every GPU there is. Wendell said the 40K was bad. Meanwhile, he said the 7950 actually with a lot of memory and scheduling problems was fine. Really? Oh, he might have been sponsored at the time too. They all have built-in stuff to protect the system, pumps and seals and everything. That's why you want to, yeah, distilled water. If you add water so it doesn't nullify it in 6 months, gotcha. Distilled water's collected evaporation. You can technically distill water. It's just so that way it doesn't have microbials in it, and you can also put get we don't call it it's a bio thing for it that you can just put a few drops of stuff in it and make sure it kills any bacteria kill. I'm not sure what it's called. I don't use it. I just use bottled water and make sure my stuff is good to go. That's generally good because I always take apart my stuff quite often. Distilling water is collected in a condensation that's which removes all the mineral. Oh no! Isn't that reverse osmosis? Isn't reverse osmosis taking away all the minerals? That distilled water is technically you can just boil it and then you got clean water. No microbials, whatever it is in it. Bioorganisms. If you criticize AMD people, call you an Intel, yep, it's true. Sorry, I'm here for the facts, but I'm here for the facts. Don't care about your little feelings. No, it's filtering it down to 1 micron. Oh, thank you. I'm learning. Thank you. I like learning. Don't they know we are saying what AMD needs to fix to make their products not trash? Yeah. And that's kind of the same thing with Intel. And Nvidia. But Nvidia makes generally better stuff anyways, even though, yeah, some things are not good. Yeah, DDR5A die is good. DDR5A die is good, not for memory frequency, okay? Not good for memory frequency. It's good for timings. That's why these new kits for AMD CPUs are, I'm pretty sure the 32 gigabyte kits are 100% A die timings. Yeah, so secondary timings and primary timings. So you can't put the frequency very high on them, but you can put the timings down to very, very, very low timings. Hynix M die. Micron, no. Micron sucks. No, maybe some Micron, but all the Micron kits I've tested aren't good. Hynix M die though, which are generally 2x24 kits. Generally, they can somehow be Hynix A die, and you're gonna be very, very disappointed. Did you see my PC? Oh, my bad. Yeah, it's going to. How do I know what die it is? Well, you can use like Typhoon Burner for one to know what actual die it is. Like die it is. Typhoon Burner can show you. It won't do every single kit out there, but it will show you what die it is. But also just put on certain timings. There's certain timings that Hynix A die can achieve only. Here, I'll show you. That's pretty good for that. For a $180 PC, man, that's pretty good. It looks pretty good in my opinion. It doesn't look bad. It is. Side by side, is there side by side? No. I want side by side comparison, people. So it can be primary and secondary timings that can go down. like lower than Hynix MDI. I'm trying to find a couple of pictures I can put side by side. It doesn't matter if it's Intel or AMD either. It doesn't really matter. I learned all that work on coolant system for cars. Oh, gotcha. Might, but 410K new instead of used. What do I even do with this trash 5950X? You can sell it or you can just keep it and just use it for now. What RAM speed are you running on? You running 3600? And is your FCLK at 1800? Or yeah, 4000 and you're somehow able to do 2000 plus on your FCLK? Because then you can, oh, that's why it's not going to perform very good too though. You have it overclocked to 3600. So you can get 3600 megahertz out of it. Okay. Okay. Good. Just make sure you have the 1 1. What about your command rate? Is it at 1? Your command rate's at 1? Just to keep it 1 to 1 to 1. My camera's supposed to be 4K, but looks like someone had Checkmate ranked session on the lens. Brutal. 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 Okay, so I'm gonna do here is move my camera back down. I might lose it. No, he's still there. There we go. There we go. I need some coffee. Should I overclock my GTX 1060? I mean, it's up to you if you want to. Is it a 3 gigabyte or 6 gigabyte though? It's a 6 gigabyte. It's a decent, not half bad card, you know. 60 views, craziest, most viewed in shortest amount of time. Very nice. 6 gigabyte, good. It's better than the 3 gigabytes. Yeah, you can overclock it. I just do plus 50 on the core and then plus 200 or even plus 250 or 300 on the memory, and you'll get a little bit of performance gains with it. I'm going to go much farther just in case it's not very stable. You should be happy with a little bit more performance there. You don't need to go far though, and you can't really go too far with them, unfortunately. Depending on the model, but just plus 50 on the core, plus 250 or 300 on the memory, it's plenty. You sent the timings on Discord. Check that out. You cast latency, you should go down just to 15. And you should do 15, 18, 18, 20. TRAS, you can probably do 34. 83 is not bad for TRC. You read the write, not bad. Read the write DL. I mean, you read the read. TFA 48. TFA, you should be able to lower. I'm not sure what kit these are, though. Timings look pretty good. Could be lower. Your TRFC is really high. What the? Why is your TRFC so high? All your TRFC are really high. Really high on all your TRFC. Oh, this is completely. Is this completely Amazon? Like or XMP? Sorry, not Amazon. I don't care about Amazon. XMP, no timings. And these aren't terrible, but I mean, I don't know why your TRFC, like all your TRFC, is high. Oh, it is just all XMP. I mean, not terrible for XMP. Tmod seems to be a little high, but all your TRFC are really, really, really high. Cache write latency could be down to 14. You could even do 12, but 14 for sure for your cache write latency with just CWL. Your write to read could go down to 1 probably. Your read to read SD and read to read DD could go down probably to 1, but you could probably go down to 2 just to make sure it's stable. But your Tmod seems to be a little high. You can lower Tmod probably 24 for both. TRFI and TRFI, yeah, that's fine. It's not terrible. I usually just max them out just because it's not like it matters, but I mean that's me. I mean it's not bad. And you're maxing out your STAG, which is kind of odd. But your TRFI is not maxed out. They're not terrible. Oh. I'm gonna open stream on the phone, OC and test stability. It's the busy time of night. Is it? Is it busy right now? How's it going, everyone? If you have any PC questions, please let me know. And it's just me dying over overclocking the phone. Yeah, mine's overclocked. It's old. It needs to be overclocked. I even overclocked the camera on it so I can do 60 frames per second at 2K. You can only go for so long before it overheats, but I mean, it works. Not like mine. Mine is a Nvidia phone. I don't know what that. It's the worst though, apparently. We welcome you to come to the asylum. We're live, open panel. Click that StreamYard link if you dare. No thanks. The overclock is doing good so far. I'm loading BeamNG on Ultra Graphics to see if it's stable. Should. It's not much of an overclock, and it's just to give you more 5 to 10 frames more, maybe. What's that? Maybe. Might just get the 5 frames, unfortunately. But at 1060, you can generally do 125 on them, but just to make sure it's stable on all the games, I don't recommend it. That's all. But I won't have the CPU for a long time. Well, it's up to you. You could help your RAM a bit, though. Actually, I didn't even see your... And check something here. Command rate. Where's your command rate? Oh, 1. Okay, so you're good. 1800. FCLK is 1800, which it matches, and your command rate 1, so it matches. OCPC, have a great stream, and I'll see you soon. All right, man, take her easy. Thanks for stopping by. I'm not tuning times because I'm not going to use the P. Gotcha. Peace. I hear you. I mean, if you don't want it, you don't want it. Can get something better nowadays. You can even stay on the same platform technically, right? I mean, you can't. You'd have to upgrade your platform. I wouldn't go with the 7000 series because you just can't. You can't make it snappy on the 7000 series AMDs. It's not snappy. That's what a lot of people complained about. It's not snappy. Let's do the fact you're decoupling everything. Have the top of the line aim for CPU. So, somebody was downgrading. Yeah, I'm not doing that here either. I mean, if you game, you could get the 5800X3D. It still is better for gaming. Yeah, 7700X is still a really good CPU. Can't say it's a bad CPU, no, but it's not snappy. Takes forever to load up games, apparently. It's just not snappy either. Too expensive, just get an Intel instead. I mean, for the prices now for Intel stuff, you can probably save some money in some ways, right? Some ways. Not saying every way, but some ways. Move this down more. And sit back up the way I want it. Oof. There we go. There we go. And then we're going to do a little bit of a wing. Go. Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people get stuck on the X3D technology, even though they end up with a different AMD CPU. Once you get something in your head, it's kind of hard to switch lanes. Yeah. This again, I've seen the test on the 5800 X3D versus the 7000 X3D versus the 9000 X3D and the other CPUs. The 5800 X3D is like matches the 7000 X3D. So why would people be buying the 7000 X3D or going to that lineup if they're already on AM4 but not using the 5800 X3D and they're just gaming? Why would you not be using that CPU? That's my opinion. 7700X is the same price, 1470K, 17K is way better. Agreed. No problemo, man. No problemo. Hopefully you got at least a few frames and you should be stable in whatever game you play, man. I mean, it worked on me, and once I hear about the Intel, and it's not like you didn't have to raise the power limit either. You don't need to raise temperatures at all. You just overclock a bit more. So not like your temperatures go up. I mean, it worked on me, and once I heard about the Intel chips burning up, I didn't even consider it until after that. But now that I know what I know, I would definitely consider it. Yeah, I hear you, buddy. I hear you. I hear you. That's why I'm trying to recommend certain things to certain people, ask questions for them. If they give me all the information off the bat, it's easier for me, of course, but I try to recommend for each person because not everyone's going to be strictly gaming. Not everyone's going to be strictly using it as a workstation or doing blenders or some sort of LLMs or something like that. Might make a custom PS4. That'd be pretty cool. Intel degradation, AMD equals propaganda. You won't have a problem with the Intel chips if you overclock them manually. You won't. You won't see the grading CPU chips like they would put on stock. Or if you have an ASUS board, guess what? Your CPU, if you have a 1300K or 1400K, it's gonna degrade fairly quick if you do not upgrade the motherboard BIOS to the latest one. It's not even for the microcode. It's for ASUS. Is problem, not the microcode. ASUS's problem is why you need to upgrade. ASUS is a little sus sometimes. That's why I call him ASUS. Let me jailbreak my old phone and add SSD. Well, as it works, right? You have an ASUS motherboard, and you're generally fine if you're not using the higher end CPUs, but it generally does put more voltage into them. Generally, they've been doing it for years. It's just the CPUs for 13900K, 1400K that they're using a little extensive, a little too much. I thought thermal velocity boost was causing it. Oh no. I mean, it's a little bit, but no. Nope. Because it's having too much voltage, it's making, because not everyone was using custom water loops. And they, even with some decent AIOs, like it's still hot. And with that extra voltage on stock settings, brutal. Honestly, most of the problem is the big tech YouTubers that take a story and run with it, get hype. Yeah, I mean they ripped apart Zeus over a couple RMAs. What boards? I haven't heard that. What boards? Again, I don't keep update with everything that goes on for the YouTubers and that. I try to do just my own thing. Again, I'm trying to be a little bit different. Yes, I don't have the greatest content in that, but I try to be a little bit different. Sorry for the light. I didn't even realize how fuzzy it was there until I looked. I updated the BIOS right after yesterday's stream. Good man. Is TVB like AMD's meant to run at 95C? No. No. So let's show you what it does. There's AMD here. It is their ABT. ABT for AMD. I guess it would be. I don't recommend anybody. I've never recommended people use it. I don't even use TVB. Never. There's no need for it. You're just gonna increase as temperature goes up. Voltages generally go up on stock settings, anyways, which causes more and more issues, especially when you're already at a high voltage. Yeah. I'm sorry. I guess you are correct there, buddy. You are correct, mine. That is like AMD's meant to run at 95 degrees Celsius. I guess that is true. The guy with the real long, dark hair is heavy set. He's a real big YouTuber. Forgot exactly what his whole issue not too long ago. Heavy set? I only know one that's a little bit heavier set. And he's lost a lot of weight over the years too. That's a level 1 tech. I like him. He's smart, but he's starting to get a lot of sponsors over the past 2 years now. His channel's grown quite a bit. He's getting a lot of sponsors, so he's got to watch what he says. So it's like TVB is i9 only? No, I don't believe it's just i9. Yeah, you can even i5. It's thermal velocity boost. So it just allows Intel CPUs to boost up if it's below like a certain temperature. I think it's around 70 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I do believe that is correct. I believe it's all Intel newer CPUs, thermal velocity boost to allow it to overclock higher. At lower temperature. That's all. Sorry, my phone's going off. I spent 3 hours on cable management in total on this PC. I sent a pic in. Oh, I was wondering why it was going off. I didn't even see that. My bad, man. I was like, man, why is my phone going off? That looks pretty good, man. Looks pretty good. What case is that? Looks like one of the EVJ cases I kind of want. Not a cheap case though. No, wait, I don't think so. The 12th, 13th Gen Core i9, i7, i5 models. Yeah. And probably even the 14th gen, doesn't it? Okay, so not all CPUs have it, but all the way down to i5 models have TVB because I use it for my 12600K. I disable it on my 12600K to make sure it's not running, but I mean, I have to go in the BIOS, turn it off, because it automatically turns on for some reason. However, CPUs with Intel thermal volatiles have 2 additional boost speeds, also known as Intel TVB features available on Intel 10th Gen. Oh, so even the Intel 10th generation i9 chips. So 10th Gen i9, i7, i5 mobile as well. And the Intel ZNW 1200 lineup. It's a lot. It's on a lot of Intel CPUs. Let's just say that. Every single AMD CPU from 1700 all the way up to my current 950 never had an issue, and you're very lucky for not having an issue, and I hope you never have an issue on your AMD products. I hope no one has issues on Intel, Nvidia, or AMD. I really don't. But things happen, or, there could be some liars out there, right? You never know. But yeah, not i3 though, mine, not i3, all the way down to i5. But some Xeons, I didn't even know some Xeons you can enable TVB, which is kind of odd. Fractal Meshify, nice. Okay, I was wondering what that would look like. Nice. I was gonna say, probably the most expensive part. No, it's not just KSKUs. It's through a whole bunch of. And I really do. Xeon it is so confusing. It really is. But that's fine. I mean, for data centers, not really for us consumers, right? I still would love to try the all P-core Xeon that they have. All P-core. Oof. Oof. It would be fun to overclock. Oh my god, would it ever be fun to overclock? All P-core. I wonder how much wattage you'd be able to get it up to. Probably 2,000 plus watts, no problem. Oh, how is the quality of the fans and the cables for the front panel on the fractal case? Oh, I don't. Squeeze, he's asking you, Squeeze. How is the quality of the fans and the cables for the front panel on the fractal case? I haven't owned a fractal case. I would like a fractal, whatever one has that walnut, the walnut finished wood on it, or finished or walnut wood. I would like that. I don't think those look sick. I think they look so good. But I also want a new EV, well, not new, newer than what I have. I have a DG67. Love wood. I bet you love wood. But I mean, like, I would like an EVGA, DG, I think it's 7.7 or 7.8. They're not cheap though, man. They're so expensive. At least here, they're so expensive, and it's really sad. It's really sad. It's like an updated with tempered glass version of what I have. Mine now has a acrylic side panel. Mine has a DeWalt sticker on it too, which is why I really like my PC case and haven't switched over. Plus, it was only $45 back in the day. Yeah, it fits everything I need. If I do make streams, what is a good CPU for a stream PC? I mean, it depends. Are you gaming and stream at the same time? I gotta recommend more cores. You can make it really cheap. I can literally use my Xeon system that I just built there. I can literally just use that for streaming. It works. No lag, no nothing. Had no issues with it. The room kind of has a pirate theme to it. It's all really dark cherry. Ooh, that's nice. What's a good CPU? Oh, I bet it smells so good in your room. I bet it smells so good. Well, the cables are great and the fans are massive. Open the PC case. I feel like a cold breeze of air. Would be great for gaming in the summer, no doubt. Like streaming, but on a second PC and a good GPU as well. You don't need a top line GPUs. More or less, you just need to make sure you have a decent encoder if you're doing 4K. But you can use like an older graphics card, like a GTX 1080 or 1080 Ti for the encoder. It works. Or you can just use X264 CPU off a CPU. As long as you're not doing 4K. Yeah, 2080 Ti would be perfect. I mean, that'd be great. 30 series cards are better, of course, like way better. than the 20 series, but 2080 Ti would be no problem. You don't need two PCs. You can use your system graphics and the encoder. Yep. That's how I do it. But when I'm showing overclocking on my daily system, I got to build another system. What I use is my old Xeon, like 15-year-old CPU, and a GPU for the encoder generally. Well, use system graphics to encode 1080p 120 hertz video. You can't even do 120 hertz video. You can only do 60 hertz through YouTube. Good luck doing 120 hertz. For what reason? Like, there's no point. What is the quickest, most effective way to wipe my hard drives clean in under 2 minutes or less? Put a drill bit through it. No, you'll have to use a software that rewrites it like over 1,000 times. Well, probably not 1,000, but close to 1,000 times. I'll rewrite over it so to make way that way there's zero information left on it from previous times. Yeah, and the movies use a microwave. I mean, I wouldn't do that. Poor microwave. What about CPU? What do you mean? Like I said, I use an old CPU when I do it, which is like 15-year-old CPU, an X5650 generally. But I just make sure I put at least 12. Sorry, the one motherboard, 12 gigabyte of RAM in it, minimum 12 gigabyte. I wouldn't use 8. When I did 8, it seemed to give me issues, so I did 12. And I just used Windows 10 Pro. I didn't use Windows 11. I used the 1200, 700K. Plenty for a secondary system for it. 12700K. I mean, you can even use like you can find some really cheap used AMD stuff where you can just utilize 4-core 8 thread. That's all you need. 4-core 8 thread for streaming on a secondary PC. You don't need a top of the line streaming PC. If you're doing it all on one PC, you're gonna have to and you're gaming top of the line. Yeah, really strong vat of acid with a trapdoor mechanism. I don't want AMD because I hear you. Then I would definitely do, the 12700K would be plenty. And you can find some cheap motherboards too. Like you can do cheap motherboard. It's not like you're gonna be overclocked or anything like that, or even need a crazy amount of RAM speed. I would suggest 32 gigabytes RAM, and since I wouldn't go after DDR4. I'd definitely use DDR5 for 32 gigabytes of RAM. Just to make sure. Just to make sure. In case you want to do 4K, you can even do 4K. I might get the i7 11700K if I find one for cheap. I saw one for 45, but looked like a scam. 45? That definitely a scam. It don't work no more. They're gonna sell it to you and be like, yeah, you broke it. Yeah, I don't want it back no more. Thanks for the $45. Oh, my hardline fitting. I gotta put these away. I gotta put them with my other ones. And then I can build a hardline system at some point whenever I have time and a little bit more money. Yeah, the 12600K is better than 11700K. Yeah, it is. They must have did some hydrogen cooling on that thing and broke it. Yeah, they must have did something. Hydrogen cooling? Liquid helium? I don't want to give AMD my money. AMD, you can't take my money. Yeah, it's up to you. Up to you on that. I just know the 7000 series aren't the snappiest. They ain't the snappiest systems. Still want to overclock them. I still would like to overclock them. Maybe two. Maybe two. Doesn't use much. Depends on how many. Okay, I'm sorry. For me, it doesn't use much. If you use a lot of overlays and or other things, it can use a lot more. It depends on how many overlays you have, how many things you have set up on it. When I start selling my PC parts, I have 80 pounds worth of M.2 SSDs, 120 pounds of CPUs that were in my. Holy moly, man. It's a lot of SSDs and CPUs, man. Yeah, a lot of CPUs, but not that much. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. If it's 8 pounds, then it's not terrible, but I mean, pretty crazy. If it is pounds, like actual pounds, that'd be pretty insane. Probably British, man. It's gotta be. His old gaming Dell Optiplex i5 900, i5 8500. Yeah, probably. I would sell those 5 sticks of RAM, but I'm gonna donate to my computer science teacher. He has game PCs, but about the same spec as mine, but it's on 8 GB of RAM, so I'm gonna give him 16. Nice. I want 1270K instead of 12600K because I don't want OBS to start using 8 cores if 6 cores is enough. Having more cores is better, and yeah, you're gonna have 8 performance cores, right? Instead of 6. I'm Brish. He's a Brish. He's a Brish, guys. Watch out. He's a Brish. He's a Brish, guys. He's a Brish. It's okay, Squeeze. We've all had things we've had to overcome. Don't take that. Don't take that, Squish. Squeeze. Don't take that, Squeeze. All right. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt, squeeze. I tried it. I'm gonna try it. You lied. Oh, I should have told you I could barely fit. Oh, how can that be why? You know, it has to be long enough to be able to reach it, right? And then yeah, tomorrow I'll set up an overclocking stream for competition. Could you imagine getting your hair? Although I used to have long hair. If you go back in some older videos, I used to have pretty long hair. Right after asking about wiping my hard drives, I got logged down my email on YouTube. Brutal. Because you had settings off or didn't have them saved or something? Brutal. Bro, you gotta stop. They're going to get you, man. That guy got ya. Do you have a HD 705? It's yes. What was the overclock? No, I don't. 5450 is the highest HD graphics card that I have. 5450. No, I don't. I wish. I wish. I don't know. Just a 5450. Probably actually pressed something, right? Yeah, you probably did save some, like put the saved stuff into it, so it logged you out. HD 7850 is a good card for one made. Yeah, it is actually. It is. What up, Jimmy? You missed it. I just did the custom water loop setup for the competition, and I will be doing live streaming the overclocking done on it for and going through CPUs and RAM kits. It's kind of boring. People don't really care to watch it. That's why I try not to not do it, but I'll do it. I'll do a live stream of it. Yeah, it's all nice tubing in that too. I just put it away. Hold on. Oh God, there's the light I use. But there it is. There it is. Sorry for that. I know I'm moving around quickly. My apologies. Yep, got all set up nice. Not filled up with water, so I'll do that too. You know, get a bottle of water, nice fresh bottle of water, and fill it up. It's all ready to go though. But Televish, how's it going, man? I remember you. I remember you. Definitely love watching Overclock. I'm here for it. Yeah, I will be. I'll be sending that up tomorrow. It's just I gotta set it up, and again, I don't have another mouse, so I have to set up a certain way. So I literally use OBS. So I literally use OBS screen. I only have one monitor too, like only one monitor, unfortunately. My brother's using a PC and my other monitor that I generally use. He's been using it for a while now, so I don't have another monitor. So I set it up so I can just use OBS to see the other screen and do it that way. Yeah, welcome back, Televish. If you have any questions at all, let me know. We're just going over some things. I just, again, just got set up a custom water loop. Did take my time doing it, but it can only take so much time doing it. I can literally only take so much time. It's quite simple to do. I'm not sure how these other guys can make a whole 5-6 hour stream out of it. I can't, unfortunately. I seriously can't. I wish I can. I wish I could. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna use the GT 610 for the GPU. That way I don't have to hook up anything else. Simple. Yeah, at Jay's 2 cents. Yeah, you can make such a long stream or video out of it. I can't even like even making a video. My first video doing the budget overclocking guide, budget water cooled guide. It was like maybe 15. I think it's 15, maybe 20 minutes, and that's taking my sweet time. My sweet time. And that's cutting all new tubing. That's cutting all new tubing. I was completely draining the whole loop, taking off the CPU block, redoing all of it. Like that was, wow, what was I, maybe 20 minutes there, maybe 30 minutes, taking my sweet time there. I think it's boring. I don't think people care to watch it, in my opinion. Saw a guy install a GPU, turned it into a 3-part series with 12 hours of footage. How? How is that possible? I can set up a custom water loop with the GPU too in like no time at all. If I wasn't streaming, I'd set it up in about 7 minutes. That's crazy, man. That's actually crazy. How would you watch all of it? How would you watch all of it? I don't know. It's a cool guy, then yeah, I guess. I just don't know how to make it fun. I was even talking to stream too, trying to show some stuff. That was the guy I found with his AMD PC. Oh, damn. You can even do another, like, if you guys don't want to see me doing the overclock on the old piece, like old PC hardware, I can set up another PC for overclocking DDR5 and 1300K if you'd like. Go through steps, because I can talk about overclocking DDR5 and that for a very long time. What to set, what not to set, what timings are really good for certain kits. Hynix A die, M die. I don't have Hynix A die. I just know a lot about it. Again, I've tried to get kits that were supposed to be guaranteed. They're supposed to be guaranteed, but they were not Hynix A die. They were Micron. Oh. Corsair Dominator Titanium 2x24 Hynix M die. Fastest frequency I got on a 4DIMM board is 8,200 megatransfers per second. CLT2, I think it was. On a 12600K. Lag. Oops. It's not me. It's not me. I swear it's the server or something with something going on with it. Not me. I have less things running than I did yesterday. So it's probably just the server. Hardware bot here. It's a sec. Set this up. And what we'll do is do this, grab this, boom. Go. Can we do a gaming stream on a game called Dorset County? I've never heard of it. Is it free? Is it free? So benchmarks. Oh, that's reference frequency. Whoops. Benchmarks. Scroll down. Oh, wait. Memory. Frequency. Where is it? There it is. So DDR5. Here we go. So 4,100 megahertz or 8,200 megatransfers per second. Of course, they're dollar titanium on a 12600K. There we go. All validated. Oh, I did on CL42. My apologies. I did at CL42. So not too bad. CL 42, 54, 54, 130, 184. Command F2, of course. Yep. There's the system. Looks like my 1300K system at the time too, because it's literally the exact same system to switch out CPU. What is a PC in a shoebox video? I mean, I could do that too. It's on Roblox. That's on Xbox. That's an Xbox. Type 1 in the chat if you want to keep discussing PC hardware. Type 2 chat if you want to see a gaming stream. What do you want me to game? I mean, this is back in December 2023. This is my best speed so far. 10 on 12600K. I mean, this is not the temperature in that was going on. Just from a different save when I did a Y cruncher. Three 12 I. IDA 64. And I want to use IDA 64 for testing. My best is 110,000. 12600K. 5.4 and 4.3 on the P cores. 5.4, E cores 4.3. I did 110,000. Only at 6,800 megatransfers per second. I can beat this now probably. What's my latency though? 56.1. Not terrible, but not great. But 110 gigabits per second is pretty good for read. Latency 56.1. It's eh. It's eh. Not a gaming channel. Let's be a support of a variety show. It's a variety show. Memory multi. Oh yeah. I don't think I have any saved in this one. No, I don't have anything saved in the memory multi. 14,000 though. So if anyone does Geekbench 3, so Geekbench 3 can show you, like, I'd be top 10. I'd take away 8th place. I might even be able to take 7th place away. But I can do over 14,000 on memory multi. And if you do Geekbench 3, you just run it and then scroll all the way down. You can see your memory single core and multi-core. Didn't even know they made a placement for it now. That's pretty cool. I like that. That's new. That's new. Sweet. It's a Star Wars fun time hour, baby. I don't know. I mean, we can go over some of my best scores, I guess. But I mean, 7-zip, you got through all the cores. Remember, it's core versus core, then CPU versus CPU. And 24 cores with my 13900K, 237,483, which is alright. What does that place me at? 29th out of 129, and I have 24 core CPU, it's 126. Then we can go to my 12600K, 10 core, 110,000, which is my team's best. And oh no, it's not my team's best. And team's best, I got a couple of my team's best for that, but 6 core, again 12600K, 87,000. And then we go to 8 core, which is 13900K, 128,000. Third and fourth air code, let's go. Everybody list their favorite CPU of all time. Yeah, you can list it. I can go check out scores. If you are a true overclocker, you gotta know who Kingpin is. Maybe. Yeah. Well, no, I haven't worked with any of the Kingpin stuff, unfortunately. Wanted to buy a Z490 Kingpin edition. Should have, because the person bought it for the $350. About, yeah, I think it was $350. Then he put it back up for sale for $1,000. Yeah, Kingpin Vince. He does more like bike stuff now. He was good to work for PNY. I don't think he's doing anything for PNY. They're so sick. They are. They're the sickest boards, man. The Z. Have you seen the Z490? The sickest thing in the world. I mean, so nice. So nice. Coolest looking board. Why is it so blurry? And why do they not have good pictures of it? That works. Oh, you know, look at that. Look at it. So nice. Big, massive yellow capacitors with its nice gold trim around the board and around. Oh, it's so nice. Perfectly ready to go for overclocking, 2 DIMM only. Set out so that way it has the best travel for the RAM. So good. Nah, he's not. He might be in Taiwan right now. Jimmy's. He might be in Taiwan right now. But yeah, Kingpin is US. But yeah, he might be in Taiwan right now. Yeah, it's the shortest travel. Yep. It just they did and that's not necessarily Kingpin himself. Tin's the goat. Tin. He's the goat. He did so much for him too. He didn't get enough recognition in my opinion. I love Tin. Yeah. Yeah, that's him. Taiwan. He's been more or less reviewing his bikes and that right now. He's not doing a whole lot. I tried to do his giveaway because it was his what the board says at the bottom of one of his board his we won't call it motherboard stand is about the old team that helped him out, everyone that helped him out. So I commented. I didn't win though. It was the right answer, but I didn't win it, unfortunately. There's a handful of guys like that, as far as I know. I know that's what I'm thinking you should be doing. Yeah, I mean, I would love. I've talked to the top guys that do design and stuff like that. I talked to Exaberis who made his own power board for GPUs. So you solder on the power board, so that way it's all custom, but it's a niche thing. I would like to be able to buy one, but I think he's selling for a hundred and some dollars, which is really cheap in my opinion. But he was in talks with PM. Yep, yes, he was in talks. He had some sort of contract too, but then all of a sudden, he's not. He's not. He didn't. I don't know. I don't know. I actually don't know. I wish I knew more what happened there. Yeah, yeah. He talked to him and all that, and they set something up, and nothing went on about it. Unfortunately, I think PNY is based in the U.S., but ships from Vietnam or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Nope. And then the Z590 Kingpin, Thick as well with the copper. Buddy. Another sexy board. Sexy. An awesome level of the Spire 2. Yep, Kingpin level. Well, what a go. I know, I used to watch him way back in like 2012. 2011, 2012. He's super chill, really cool guy. Yeah, he is. Yeah, super chill. Laid back, relax. Just there for a good time. I used to watch him way back, man. Way back. I guess that's not too far back, but still. Yep. Trying to get the best of the best. He looked to get, he took, even though he wasn't the one necessarily like designing the boards and all that, that was more tin. He was the one that was overclocking on liquid nitrogen day and almost all night. He was spending all of his time liquid nitrogen and trial and error on stuff. He was literally, that's it. That's all he did was liquid nitrogen all day, all night. And I wish I could do that. Soon, man. Soon, I hope, because it's awesome. I would be spend so much time liquid nitrogen, just constantly doing it. Yeah, and get paid to do it too. Yep, that would be nice. And it's basically is if you can do it, you can basically get sponsors too, especially if you can stay up to date with the newest hardware, and you can get a record like right off the bat with the newest hardware, which isn't hard to do, to get records off the newest hardware, but they cost a lot. You can pretty much guarantee to get sponsors. They're trying to help me get sponsors as is right now, but I mean, I got a small channel and I don't have liquid nitrogen to get like, and the newest hardware to get records on the newest hardware. I got records in that, but it's on older hardware now. Nah, you can't do that. Can't do that. And plus, if you want to do a phase change, if that's basically what you're talking there. If you want to do a phase change, you want to use different kind of fluid mineral. It's a mineral, compressible mineral for it, so that way you can go to a lower temperature. Then I would do not a single stage. I'd probably do a dual or triple stage phase change, so that way I can go colder. Very. It's literally down the road. Super cheap. It's just the setup. CPU pots, ones I'm looking at are like around $400 or $500, depending on what one I want to get. $400 to $500 for a CPU pot. RAM pots are not too expensive, about $200, but you also gotta get the heat sinks for them that attach to it. Those also cost money. So it's about $400, $500 for RAM pot, and then the GPU pot, which is around $500, $600 for a GPU pot. But liquid nitrogen, cheap. Dry ice is even cheaper though. Like, holy, you get 50 pounds for like $10 basically. That'll last you for all weekend basically of overclocking, all weekend. PC part picker said my PC is worth 1.5K while it pays 180. Wow. Could just run a tube out the window into snow for about 20 feet and a small bump. Nah, I did better than that. Yep, that's how I do it. That's how I chill my loops down to -25, man. Canadian Air, buddy. Canadian Air. Yeah, I got my 13900K overclocked to I'm gonna say all core. I got to 6.2 gigahertz all core, down to -20 degrees, almost -20 degrees Celsius in the wintertime at idle. And then doing like a Y cruncher, and that temperatures go up to like 80, 85 degrees Celsius still. Unfortunately. But I also haven't lapped my CPU yet. As soon as I lap it and match it to my actual CPU block, it'll be so much better. Yeah, so idle, it was hitting negative, down to -20. And then once I was doing Y cruncher, which was like about 500 watts on it, 500 watts on it. It was going up to 85 degrees Celsius. I had a validated 6.3, but I could do 6.5 on a single core, well, 2 core. But there's easier ways to do it. You just do a software to overclock it when you're on the operating system, and you can get more. I can get more on water. I can get more. But so far, because I try to make it so I don't go too far with the overclock, so that way I can beat it next year, my scores next year. And then same thing with my records that I have, even though, I do have records. I try not to go too far, so that way if someone beats it, I know for sure I can beat it again. So that way it's a guarantee that I can get points with it and guarantee I can keep my records. It's how I've kept my records for the past 3 years now. Yep, still hit a lot. Still toasty. It's a toasty CPU, but I need to lap it. Like I said, I still need to lap it. I lap it. I'll keep the temperatures down. I'll be able to overclock it more. And I did 6.2 gigahertz, all 8 performance cores, and 4.7 gigahertz, all E cores. I can do 4.8 gigahertz, all E cores right now, and 6.1 gigahertz P cores. But for certain tests, it's better to have all performance cores up higher, of course. So certain tests depends. A lot of trial and error, figuring out which configuration works better. Higher E cores or higher. There's so many E cores, right? So like it's trial and error on that. That's fun. And you put the E cores up to past 4.6 gigahertz. She gets toasty. She gets toasty. I was matching a 14900 KS that he also chilled the loop on last year. So I thought my 13900K did pretty good because it was matching a 14900 KS. Same clocks, and it was matching a 14900 KS. Just a really good, efficient CPU. How much performance do I gain from going from 5950X to 4900K? I don't know how much performance you gain. I could search it up on hardwarebot.org for some stock and overclocks, but not sure how much more performance you'd gain. You get quite a bit for games for sure. Quite a bit. Especially for CS2. You'd be getting crazy amount of frames. Just going from my 12600K to my 1300K, I gained 200 frames. Then do some RAM overclocking. Haha. Gain another 60 frames. I generally average on low settings on CS2, 13900K and 3070 Ti. I average around 500 frames, all the way up past 600 frames. We're just playing on Dell, putting i9 1400K in the SSF. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah. As a tiny blower fan. Yeah. I've seen that. I've seen it. And it probably does thermal throttle, but they did. When people say Intel has degradation, but for me, AMD has degradation. Yeah, it's both do. Every CPU has their issues. There's a lot of reports about 5950X degrading. Yeah, I wonder why. Are there a lot of reports on ASUS boards, or what boards are they actually on? Only 6 months? Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's why I like my old CPUs, because they're like 15 years old. And it's like they still work like they're out of the box. Plus, I can overclock them twice the frequency. It's fun. I had a slightly older one. It was barely cool. The 10th gen i5, the exact same cooler. Brutal. Are you sure the same? Maybe they had a different. Um, it was actually different. It just looks the same. No vapor chamber in it. One didn't have vapor chamber. The other one has a vapor chamber. Vapor chamber does help. One says CPU Ryzen 9, 5950X, 16 core, 32 thread, stepping 0. Ooh, nice. Motherboard Gigabyte X570 Oris Elite version 1.1. Stepping 0 is good to have though for overclocking. The one in the newer one has a slightly lower CFM fan too. Yeah, maybe it does have a vapor chamber. It might look the exact same as a cooler, but it's a vapor chamber style. That could be a thing too, though, right? In my opinion, that could be a thing. If anyone's new to the channel, welcome. If you have any PC questions, just let me know. It also does not hurt to like the video. Subscribing also doesn't hurt, but it's up to you. I'll just check over a couple things here. Nice. Got 3 subscribers during this stream, so I'm not sure who subscribed, but thank you very much. Yeah, I do like this kit of RAM. 7200 CL36 2x24. They're nice, but they are pricey. Could even set up another PC so I can show how to overclock these cheap Amazon kit of DDR5. The 5600 CL46. Yeah, I know. So great of a kit, right? But no XMP enabled. You literally just throw them in your PC and they run at 5600 CL46. Like, seriously, that's all you got to do. They work great. They're only at 1.1 volts. And I got them up to 6,000 megatransfers per second. CL36 at 1.35 volts with better timings. They're not bad. I mean, they're not bad, but they're not great. They weren't the Hynix A die I was really hoping to have. And now I've had them so long, it's past the return date. Might go make myself a couple hot dogs. Might make a couple hot dogs. Yeah, random boards, some gigabytes, some MSI. One has rock. Which is worse because that means it's a AMD issue. Yeah, it would be if it's completely random boards. It would be an AMD issue. It's kind of like they had the issues with their 7000 series. What was it, the 7000 X3D? I'm not sure if it applied the SoC voltage on them, burning out CPUs and motherboards. I mean, that's crazy. Kind of sounds like what's happening right now with the 9000 series for some people. That's the thing. That's crazy though, man. It is. That's actually crazy. Just different, eh? Hmm. Yeah, man. Crazy. Just 1 second. It's gonna make a hot dog. Hot dogs. AM to cam. Do you think 85 degrees Celsius is okay for package temp, or do you think past 80 is too much? 80 to 85 is fine. I don't like seeing CPUs around 95, anywhere above that, but 80 to 85 is okay. Lower is better, of course, but 80 to 85 is not too bad. As if you game and your CPU is constantly at 80, 85 degrees, or your CPU, package temp is at 80, 85 degrees Celsius while you're gaming, that's too much. Your CPU should only be hitting about 65, maybe 70 degrees Celsius while gaming. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, if you're pushing it. Like all core low, like a wire cruncher, man. Sim bench, you should be around 80 to 85 degrees Celsius after a sim bench run. A wire cruncher, you might hit, 90, 95 degrees Celsius, depending. But after running a sim bench all core, sim bench, you shouldn't be past 85 degrees Celsius. Mm. Yep, that's not bad. I saw your temperature. Oh wait, no, it's that dap. Dap's temperature is really good. That's not bad. 7 degrees. Yeah, because it depends on each CPU too. My 12600K on my custom waterloop, I think hits 58 or 60. That's it. 13900K hits 80, 82 sometimes at 22 degrees Celsius in my room. Well, 22 degrees Celsius going into the radiator. Not today. It was quite warm today. Winter, yeah. That's why I would like to get a, CPU pot, GPU pot, and RAM pot, so that way I can do the dry ice in the summertime. Overclocking in the summertime in Canada is not great. Gets quite warm here still. Like, even though our winters get really cold, it still gets really warm in the summer. Unfortunate, you know what I'm saying? Unfortunate. Yeah, 3 stage can go really cold. 140, negative 140, I do believe, to 160, depending. That it depends on fluids you're using too. There's a lot. There's a lot to get like a 3-stage cooling system down really cold. But we'll say like a general like negative 140 basically. Liquid nitrogen could go down to negative 192 generally. Like 192 is what you generally get them down to. 192, 193 Celsius. So we get there's the phase change itself works good. It works really good, but it's uses a lot of electricity. Liquid nitrogen is just you pay some liquid nitrogen once you got all the hardware. So the 2, 3, maybe 4 dewars would cost you about $2,400 basically. CPU pot, like it'll cost about 10 grand basically for a full setup, good to go for liquid nitrogen for CPU, GPU, and memory with dewars. And then you got to set up your boards and all that still anyways, like liquid electrical tape. You can Vaseline it, but you gotta be careful with it. Take my GPU sag by using a 1-inch by 5-inch glass rectangle. Glass, I mean, be careful. Seems like that difference in temperature might not be such a waste of the advantage of being able to run tests faster with the 3-stage. No, not like it's any faster. It takes time to set up a phase change. It takes time. You can do longer runs on it because you don't have to worry about liquid nitrogen. Like you can run for as long as you want, as long as you can keep, make sure your motherboards are set up for whatever you're running on, set up for it. You can run really long tests, so you can just sit there but it uses a lot of hydro. We're talking thousands of watts just for the phase change. Now you have negative GPU sag. Well, be careful you don't go up too far. AMD fanboys bring up power consumption of a 9800 CFRs. Yeah, 48 super draws less power. I hear you. Yep. Because the 9800 X3D and the 14900K are fairly similar, especially if you know how to overclock the 1400K. Like I said, you just put the 8 performance cores. Overclock them to 5.8 or even up to 6 gigahertz all core with a decent, custom water loop. And then you overclock the RAM. You're getting frames, and the lows are really good. Like they don't go too low. Once it's set up though, you can probably do just about whatever you want very quickly and easily is what I was thinking. No, it's trial and error. It's still the same thing. Yeah, phase change, you gotta make sure you cool them down the CPU or GPU, but mostly CPU. So you gotta cool them down slowly, generally, until a certain point, and then you cool them down more. You still gotta turn on the phase change or switch over a lever so that way it cools the CPU as soon as you hit the run. So when it hits load, you want to make sure everything's running at that point, so that way it stays really cold. Liquid nitrogen would technically be better. Is better for some people. Some people, their hydro doesn't cost a whole lot too, so they use phase change, but they also have to constantly move back and forth with liquid nitrogen and do certain things with liquid nitrogen, or they can cool it down liquid nitrogen. You cool it down too fast. You cool it way down too fast. Maybe they didn't want to pay for all the hardware for it. Maybe they're not in an accessible area for liquid nitrogen. Me, I can just literally walk down to a welding supply company and get liquid nitrogen or have it driven to me. It's like just down the road. Now I can do 8,000 RAM. That depends. Depends on motherboard. You gotta make sure you have a 2-DIMM motherboard. Then actually you can do 6400 if you're lucky. You don't want to do 6400. You want to do 6,000. You don't want to decouple it. 3,000 FCLK, 6,000 RAM. I mean, maybe you can get FCLK up to 3,200, you can just 6,400. That's if you can get the FCLK up to 3,200. Generally, 3,000 is where you're at. I think my next PC upgrades in order will be CPU cooler, CPU, then PCU, and eventually GPU. If you need the cooler now and then you're thinking about upgrading later, yeah, cooler is a good idea. First, wonder if there's any commercial refrigeration system that's already do something similar, like that walk-in freezer or equipment similar to that for laboratories. Oh, sure. No, they do 3,000 SCLK on the 9,000. They do 3,000 FCLK. They do 2,000 on the 7,000 and the 5,000. They do 3,000 on the 9,000. That makes sense. I'm pretty sure. Could be wrong. That could be MCLK. Sorry, that's MCLK. Memory controller. Still puts it to a 1-to-1 ratio though. My apologies. My apologies. Yeah, no, my apologies. That's my bad. That's MCLK. Yeah, my bad. I don't think I ate enough today. My brain's not working that well. My apologies. Yeah, 2,000 FCLK, 6,000 for the RAM, right? Still puts it to a 1-to-1. And then MCLK is at 3,000, which keeps it 1-to-1. 1-to-1. Or if you can get 2,200 out of the FCLK, you technically do 6,600 RAM. And I wonder if what the actual memory controller could do. Right? I wonder if you can keep it 1-to-1. I don't know if they can. Probably not. They probably can't go much higher. They should be able to, I expect, right? Some chips, I mean, at least the 5,000 series can do some of them. The bin ones, Silicon Lottery ones did FCLK 2,200. Overclocking may be the only possible advances in computer technology if things keep going up the way they are. That's why overclockers get given the hardware in that, because it does help advance hardware as well, overclocking. They can take the data from that, see what the cores are being able to handle, see what they can change for the cores due to the fact that it's not handling certain things. There is a lot of advancement just for because of overclocking. How do you think we went from 1 gigahertz to 2 gigahertz within a year? Oh, I'm out of coffee. Literally, like, that's what we went. We went from 1 gigahertz CPUs to 2 gigahertz CPUs the very next year. Insane. Insane. And then we're already up to 6 gigahertz, man. We're up to 6 gigahertz. For daily type, you can do 6 gigahertz, right? 6 gigahertz single core. Yeah. But we're probably, like I said, we're probably getting so close to hardware limit that there'd have to be some sort of change, as in the manufacturing process has to change. Maybe just because we had smaller nanometers and all that, it's not that great. Maybe we should go back to a bigger nanometer, make bigger chips. Even though you're not gonna make, like, they'll be expensive, right? They'll be expensive, but do bigger chips so that way the heat dissipation is a lot larger area. Like a lot, instead of heat in a small package, you got a bigger package to be able to cool it easier. So that way you can be able to do like have higher clock rates on the cores. And I actually think we'll see on a daily air cooled. What, how long are you projecting? 10, 20 years? If the place is designed from the ground up to produce those, that might not necessarily cost anymore. The chips, never the chips. These wafers cost money to manufacture just a wafer, and then they got to use a machine that costs a lot of money for the power to be able to blast that tin. Blast it once, blast it again to put it onto the chip. And it costs a lot of money. And those wafers cost a lot of money. And if you're taking up this big of a CPU die out of a wafer that's only this big, you're not getting the 1,200 chips out of one wafer. You're only getting like maybe 300. The cost goes up. How long you think they're like 10, 20 years for the max daily air cooled? Zen 2 and Zen 3 was the biggest IPC jump, and it was the only one without a smaller node. So we should do what Intel did with 14nm, just try and reach the limits of that node. That's, yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then go back to the 4 nanometers. Redesign the actual architecture of the actual CPU. So that way you did, like, instead of the cores being in the cluster of some sort on the actual die, do it around the die and have pass through different ways for the, different layouts, like completely different layouts. Try them out. Maybe they have already, and it was a failure. Maybe they have, and it was a failure. I know there's a bunch of different designs out there, and some are better, but I mean, there's gotta be a way to keep the 4 nanometer or a bigger die and still be able to get a better frequency, because frequency does help. Frequency is a big play. You can't have a better CPU in most times without a high frequency, right? You need a higher frequency most times to be a better CPU too. But right, it's easier to produce a lower quality that they would need for something like that. I mean, the yield will be good, right? The yield will be good. I mean, it should be good. The yield should be good. It needs something like that. It can't perfect of a node if we kept changing. Yeah, exactly. I don't think they should have stuck to 10 nanometer. Like I was saying, about 4 nanometer. They're already down to 1.8 nanometer, which is insane. 4 nanometer, I'm saying. So that way you're still getting a lot of performance out of it. Also, just somehow make the die bigger. Even though you're still 4 nanometer, make the die bigger. Make whatever doesn't need to be close to the actual L1, L2, L3 cache and other portions of the CPU, depending on AMD and Intel, whatever, it don't matter. Change up that so that way you're spreading out the heat more too, so it can stay cooler. So we don't have to get these crazy cooling systems. Because remember, we're at a point where we need these crazy cooling systems for these CPUs. We have to be on water. Recommended from manufacturers to saying to use water. A lot of that is because they're competing with each other, yeah, and don't want to fall behind. That's why. Why do you think I've been talking about the Intel 18A and 18AP node and how TSMC already bought 20% of Intel's foundry stock there, and also AMD, Nvidia, Broadcom want to be a part of it because they don't want to be left behind. Intel's been working on this and is already in now risk production, which is mind blowing, to be honest. 1.8 nanometer. 1.8 nanometer. technically 2 nanometer node, but it's lower than 2 nanometers technically. No, 1.8 nanometer. Again, Samsung was having bad yields with their 3 nanometer and went to 2 nanometer, not a true 2 nanometer. It's a little bit more than 2 nanometer, but they're not at 1.8 nanometer. Intel's the only one so far at it. Why not just make the entire motherboard in one spot? Boom, problem solved, easily made because people want all their stuff the way they want it individualized. And you make it like a mobile, make it move like a mobile. Everything's already put on the motherboard. In a way, that would be good, but PCs are made to be user friendly, made to be interchangeable, made to be exactly upgraded. Upgrading for the market is good. Upgrading for the consumers is also good. What I think needs to be changed as well is the voltages. The way that everything's been set in place has been used for so long. Why have they not tried doing different voltages for everything? Yeah, we'd have to change up something, or even just for the CPU. Instead of it, these CPUs only needing like 1.2. I guess that the 18 AP nodes could be really good too, because it's only going to use less voltage. Yeah, make AM5 longevity worthless. And what's the point of making 100 different variations of CPUs on the AM5 platform or AM4 platform if you can't upgrade it? No one's gonna buy it. No one will buy it because there's no upgradability. It's like, oh, I'm stuck with this if I buy it. Well, I guess I have to buy the best. Oh, I can't afford it. I'm not gonna buy it. Upgradability was important when it could be upgraded, but when you've hit a wall, design the entire thing as one unit. Maybe the only way to upgrade it. Yeah, I hear you. And they've been talking about the Cam 2 RAM. They've been talking about the Cam 2 RAM and that it was shown back in 2024 CES, and it's garbage. I even talked about it the one time, explained how it works and this and that, and that they showed it off, and it was But even in the CES, they're having issues with the actual Cam 2 RAM at 8,000. I think it was 8,600. They're doing 8,400 mega transfers per second. And it's crashing at CES at not the frequencies that's very good. Why would people use it? Also, it's a super high density memory module, compression module. It's a memory module, still random access memory, but I mean, it's a compression module style. It's a flat, goes on the motherboard nice and flat. Looks really nice, really cool, really nice design for that. But the way they have it designed is absolute garbage. It's garbage. I even talked about it way back. It's garbage. And I was like, everyone kept telling me and this and that. Oh, it's gonna be really cool because it's gonna be fatter and all that. They got chips on the front, on the actual front side, and underneath it though too, where the actual pins are not touching the actual pin. Well, the BGA, I believe it is BGA on the no, it is pins. It's like LGA, and then on the board itself is pins. But it could be also other way around, BGA, and then it's just a land grid array on the motherboard, and it's compression down. They also have chips on the other side. How are you supposed to cool that? You can't. And what if the motherboard starts heating up and all that? It's gonna get warm. Plus high density sticks, like I mean, they were talking like 128 gigabyte right out the bat. You have to buy like 128 gigabyte one little stick though, 128 gigabyte stick, and that's it. No upgradability on that. You buy the 128, 64 gigabyte or 32 gigabyte, and that's it. Maybe DDR6 could save CPUs. That's why I was hoping CU DIMM would be good. But even I was talking to some top overclockers. They're trying to find out ways to take everything off the CU DIMMs, all the chips in that off the CU DIMMs, and put them onto the DDR5 DIMMs, like just the regular DDR5 SD DIMMs. SD RAM, just onto regular RAM, DDR5 RAM, instead of having me CU DIMM. They'll take the chip and put it over there because it's technically the older DDR5 is better for the actual sticks and how that works. But the CU DIMMs are better with all the hardware that's on it. And they've been talking about, well, what we do this and that. And the one guy pipes up, he goes, I think that actually can be done. And I think we might just start working on that. I wonder if they've made any progress with it, though. I hope they did. That'd be sick. Desolder everything, put it over to the older sticks that are better. And yeah, Bob's your uncle. My CPU cooler's heatsink is so big, I can move the CPU fan and it won't overheat. Turtle. That's a I guess the CPU is pretty low powered, so it makes sense. Main problem, IMO with Cam 2, it's expensive. Yep. And it's not giving you the advertised speeds. Again, they're showing it was crashing. And I've talked to people that have owned it, and they confirmed me on what I believe Cam 2 is going to be on the platform. They confirmed everything is garbage. And then I got these other people going, oh, it's better, it's good, it's not bad, and then again, these other people, no, it's garbage. I don't even know why they were thinking about doing it for the actual desktops. It's garbage the way they have it set out, like absolute garbage. For overclocking, good luck on that. And another 10 years, things will probably be manufactured like that. People really won't care about the aesthetic or PC anymore. It'll just be another utility. Yep. But there's a lot of people that like aesthetics, man. A lot of people like aesthetics on like they rather have aesthetics than actual performance. It's insane, man. It's insane. I mean, I'd rather have performance. I'd rather have the best of the best performance and just don't even care what my PC looks like. Again, I'm only here for the records. I'm only here for the golds. I'm here for the wins. I'm here for the dubs there, baby. I've only seen the Cam 2 on some expo on YouTube, but never seen any update on yeah. Because they were crashing during CES. Or the expo. Yes, it was CES 2023, but they were crashing. Why, man? Why would they implement it if they gave it to the people like us, me, the hard overclockers, to actually go over it to see how good it is, or if it's actually being worth it? And if they say it's garbage, guess what? Most times it's not going to be good. Like, it's just not going to be implemented, redesigned. Sorry, this sucks. Give me a better sample next year. Give me a better sample later on. I'll let you know how that works. If it works good, I'll let you know. Not to the people that are sponsored and all that, to people that want to help the company succeed. Overclockers do that. Zen 4 looked impressive, but a lot of the performance uplift was clocking the CPU higher and not DDR5. Yeah, not IPC. Agreed. I was actually kind of impressed with AMD's clock speeds, to be honest. Still, the all-core boost is not that good. On the 9950X 3D, only, 5.1 max that you can... That's the maximum that you generally see. Not even 5.1, I think it is. But 5.1, I like to say. It's not even 5.1. Kind of sucks. All-core not past that. I mean, that's kind of sad. And it's a toasty CPU to begin with, and it's only hitting 5.1 on all-core. That's kind of sad, in my opinion. It's kind of why I kind of like the P-core, E-core kind of design, because then you can disable the E-core if you don't want to use it. We're probably not really that far away from your phone being able to connect wirelessly and do it all without even needing the PC. Maybe. Maybe not in my lifetime. Don't know. We'll have to see. People think the only good way is IPC. You think so? If we get 5,000 megahertz higher clocks with same voltage and no IPC increase, then who cares? It's still better. Yeah, it would be technically still better. But if you can do more manually, then why would you not do more manually? Right? Remember, every marketing is mine is better than yours. Mine is better than yours. That's another key thing that people need to look at. Not just CPUs, GPUs, also motherboards, and also RAM. Also SSDs. How powerful do you think the computer was that they wore around their wrist in Fallout? Dang, man, so powerful. Did you not did they not like they're crazy, are they not? I'm pretty sure they'd be so powerful. They'll be like a little quantum computer on your wrist. That's how powerful I think they were. Or 500 megahertz clock, same power and voltage as last gen, 5% IPC increase. That'd be nice. Same power and voltage. That'd be nice, because that's an upgrade. That's an upgrade. Because we're already trying to get as efficient as we can. Well, again, we're at basically the limit of that. We are at a limit. Some kid at my school thought it was smart to pour paper clips into a PC's power supply. Yeah, no doubt it would cause no doubt. Yeah, silicon and just overall PC hardware. Yeah, remember, silicon is in a lot of PC hardware, but yeah, I like to say silicon is, we're at the limit. Silicon is in the memory chips too. It's in a lot of different parts. So yeah, I do believe we are at a limit. Again, if these university students over at Peking University were able to make a CPU that is 40% more powerful and I think it's 20% more efficient than these CPUs nowadays, it's not a performer technically. Out of bismuth, an active ingredient in Pepto-Bismol, then how can these billion-dollar companies, trillion-dollar companies now make something the same? Why are they continually using silicon? Basically, it's VMA, variable mineral aggregate, which is just a very pure silicon sand. Because it's cheap. It's cheap to manufacture. It's cheap to get the sand. It's cheap. It's all marketing. It's all money, money, money. Why go on to different kind of advancements? The people are doing different kind of advancements, but I mean, they're not putting all their time and effort into different advancements. They've been trying for years. Like I said, like if you know, they've been trying to make transistors out of carbon fiber nanotubes, and that's not to help with the actual like making it smaller or anything like that. It's for temperature, to help control the temperature. That's literally it. If I teleport to Windows 7 era, then the government would be at my door for having the world's fastest PC. Yeah. Hey, where'd you get this? I think that's how the cavemen fight fire. We should stay on a node and perfect it like over 5 generations. I mean, if they can. Even if it's 5% slower, but half the power, that's still good. Yeah, half the power. But I mean, everyone wants more power, more. The smaller the node, the more dense the heat. Yep, and heat density is what's slowing us down too, right? Screechy GCs not be able to work, and if we go back to it's gonna because drivers and support. Dang, really? Some kids did that with Pepto-Bismol. Yeah, not Pepto-Bismol, bismuth, an active ingredient in Pepto-Bismol. But yeah, over at Peking University, they did. Also, OCPC, for some reason, on a game when I got over 1,000 frames per second, my speakers make a high pitched buzzing noise, and at 2,000 frames per second, it hurt my ears. That's, I don't know, something else in your PC that's starting to go, not your CPU. I don't know what would be going on there. Can't believe it, to be honest. Sorry. Maybe you're just really sensitive to hertz, even though your monitor's not changing frequency. So in the past PC part they that don't exist should work. So in the past PC part that don't exist should not work. No, you could. Let's say you brought back a PC back in the old days. You just plug it into a wall. It's still the same voltage from the wall to the actual power supply, so it would technically work. No, I mean drivers to the actual. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Never mind. Scratch that. You're right. It wouldn't work. The thing is, lower the power now so that we can raise it later. But then you won't have the actual frame generating or multitasking CPUs that you have. And maybe get 5% PC and clock it higher. Yeah, I listened to Bore on that one just in case it is your drivers. You wouldn't be able to connect it to anything. And you wouldn't be able to connect it to anything. That's why. Yeah, you can bring back the PC and use it, but you can't connect it to anything. It's the only thing. But yeah, if you have Windows already installed, would be fine. Maybe using a old USB Wi-Fi adapter. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, but I mean, if you go back too far, like I said, there's no Wi-Fi. No Wi-Fi, man. Remember, there's a time before Wi-Fi. Ethernet, yeah, but a different kind of Ethernet. So yeah, maybe it wouldn't even work there. Then also there'd have to be some sort of server, data center or server set up so that way when you connect to the Ethernet, it would work with your PC, which would not happen. So it wouldn't work. You just be all alone with a super high-end PC. All alone, just like with 26 degrees now here, like me and Dave. Just all alone. You'd have to watch how far you went back. It's a $3,000 foot warmer. Yep. Yep. You got that right, man. You got that right. Bro, I remember my teacher wasn't teaching and just going on TikTok. I had a small phone, factory PC at the time, so I opened my bag and whipped out a whole game, set up, and started playing Minecraft at the back. Wow. Insane, man. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the membrane. Where's Hart? Where's Hart tonight? Is he all right? You think Hart's all right? I hope Hart's all right. I haven't seen him. One thing that could maybe help if we bring new tech in the past, maybe they could catch up fast by studying the parts. Yes, that's how AMD made their one CPU. They re-engineered Intel CPU, and that was the what 1080, not 1080, 880. I think they did. Eight zero, I think it is. That's and what you could do that. You could technically do that. You could give it back to them, and we could be more advanced now, due to the fact that that happened because you can re-engineer, reverse engineer it. Fans don't let fans build with mini ITX. Thank you for the intervention, Davidtron. You got that right. But they wouldn't have the experience of making all those parts to get there to make anything faster than we have now. Oh yeah, they would. Oh man, if you have someone more knowledge than what they already have, when they already have more knowledge generally than most people in the world, that's it's just a sign for success, and then they can pass that on to the next generation or next person, the younger person that has also a brain that's. You gotta remember, there's a lot of people who are way smarter than any of us. Unfortunately, I mean, I seem like a really smart guy sometimes, but I ain't that smart. Is that for real? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Those genius Nacton would have been amazed, but sure, yeah. Oh yeah, the reverse engineer it, man. Oh, okay, so that's how that works. Now, I wonder how they would design something that would work like that. Then you give that kind of idea and plan to someone that actually does engineering for making the transistors and stuff like that with the machine to blast the tin and okay, because the things have changed over time too, a whole bunch of things. Then they're like, okay, well, how did they make it this small? And it's like, okay, well, there's got to be only a few ways to make it this small. I wonder if you could do this, and then it'd be a huge leap for us, a huge leap. Will we be super far ahead? No, because technology would have to catch up so that way they could actually make those machines, right? Technology is a progressive thing, not just in CPUs and that, but for the technologies to make it. Are you wearing quick disconnect fittings as rings? No, these are hardline tube fittings. Just sticking them on the tips of my fingers, like yeah, it's not easy to do. My fingers are a lot bigger than these, but not easy to do. Why is a smaller node better? Because you put more on it. Smaller node's better because you can put more onto an actual wafer, make it cheaper, more efficient. You can, like I said, put more onto it. It's just smaller. It's also worse in a way because heat density and the other way things too. Unless you can redesign it to that way that it's not so hot. Maybe it's exactly what happened back then, and now we all have this. I don't know. Maybe we already from the future gave it to us in the past, and then that's why we're already here. Came from space. Yeah, that's right. Area 51, man. Area 51. We learned it from the aliens that came from space. We just reverse engineered some of their stuff. We had to advance some technology, so that's why we got more money into NASA, more money into the military, more money into Area 51, and yeah, boom, now we are here. Rather than actually have a build module, so you can probably just use AI to design. Yep, they've been using it for a while to help redesign things. It's not AI is not new. It's not new. 2012 they're using it, 2012, and trying to advance it from there. Well, before 2012, but 2012 is when it was really doing more and more. Can we get smaller than 1 nanometer? I don't know. I don't know, man. That's pretty like we're already 1.8 is pretty small. 2 nanometer is small. So I don't know. I mean, it'd be pretty brutal. It'd be great. It'd be great to see, but we're talking craziness. The first CPU came out right after this for jets. You know, you wonder how things are advanced so quick. Imagine a Xeon, but with multiple i9s. 14 instead of hundreds of slower. Instead of hundreds of slower cores. That would be good as a Xeon, but they have it already. Squeeze. It's a new Xeon. It's a new Xeon that came out, and it's all P cores. I've already talked about this. It's the Xeon 6000 lineup. You can either get all E cores or all P cores. You need all of the P cores. You can overclock them too. Yeah, AI has existed for a long time. It's just that it's blown up in the last. Yeah, it's blown up in the last. Well, it's blown up in the last 5 years more. But yeah, in the last 2 years, it's been pretty crazy about the amount of talk. But AI has been advancing quite a bit over the past 5 years. There gotta be a limit in this for sure. Yeah, 100%. And like I said, we're nearing it. We're nearing it, buddy. What's up, Rom? You get all done, or you done gaming, or what's up, bud? Is an E-core Xeon better because E-cores are quarter size of P-cores? I don't think they're a quarter. Are they a quarter size? I don't think they're a quarter size of P-cores. I don't think they're that much smaller. I know they're smaller, but they're not a quarter size, are they? Never mind. My house is the same price as 20 of those Xeons. You don't want one, buddy? I mean, all P-core can overclock them. Nanometer is 1,000 times smaller than a micron. No, isn't micron smaller than a nanometer? What exactly is AI though? I feel if you have to put something in to get a result, that is AI. That isn't AI. What is that AI though? I feel you have to. Yeah, you can put in instructions for it to do something, a task. You give it tasks, and it will do it. It will do it until it gets better at holding on to the information on what its task is to do, and then it'll literally do itself. It makes up its own coding. That's basically what it does. It makes up its own coding to do a task given to it. That's AI. I think 4 Xeon is not even the same of type of P cores. Yeah, it's the exact P cores that are in the 14900Ks and the 285Ks. It's the exact P cores, buddy. No, I looked it up. That's what it is. Yeah, actually. Oh, it is. Okay, well, that's pretty crazy. Nanometer is 1,000 times smaller than the micron. I thought micron was smaller, so I'm learning something new again. Thank you. The day I refuse to do the task, then I will say we have AI. Dude, set an instruction so that way it just only does one instruction. I hear you. You want iRobot to happen, though. You want iRobot to happen. I remember putting my laptop in the freezer, running HDMI to a monitor, and a keyboard and mouse doing the benchmark, trying to get the fastest Celeron N4000 CPU. It's pretty close. I mean, I guess if you have a low enough powered CPU, I guess that would be possible. It's impossible to do with the CPUs and GPUs that we have nowadays. Those CPUs suck. 2-core, 2-thread, no L3 cache, 2.8 gigahertz. Hey, man. Hey, leave it alone. Leave it alone. Nothing wrong with it. I would like to get a Celeron. I want a G6900. That's what I want. 69. Nice. I didn't know a green finger. I thought it was a green thumb. There's no way I'm getting it on my thumb, so. Green thumb. Yep. I would like some 2-core CPUs that I can overclock from LJ1700. It'd be fun. The Celeron bottlenecks the system graphics. Screw you. I'm an overclocker. I want it so I can overclock it. Okay? I don't care about your graphics. I'm overclocking my CPU for records. Edward plug fingers. I need to go find I need to go find one more. It's like it's like that. What is it? The uh, the demon from Hellboy. The eyes. Oh, looking at you, looking at me, looking at you, looking at me, looking at you. Yes. Hey, you move around your fingers enough, like really fast. It's like take workout. Yeah. What else you guys got? Come on, keep it going. I'm learning. I've learned a couple of things already this stream. Nanometers smaller than a micron by 1,000 times. That's how the professional gamers train with weights on the fingers. Yeah, I can click so much faster. Ultra fast. And it's already 9:30. Man, I've only been streaming for 5.5 hours. It's already 9:30. Brutal, man. So much to do today. There's so much to do. Ooh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, guys. It's Sunday, buddy. Maybe you can just take it easy tonight and rest up a bit. I am resting. Not a decent sleep, although my head's pounding. Not sure why. I don't get headaches, so I'm not sure if it's my head or if I'm just overthinking things. Maybe I just need another coffee. That might be it. I've only had one coffee today. I would like to do some more soldering on stream though. I just need to get another soldering station. And the one I want has hot air on it. People like those videos. Been another pretty good stream though. I cannot complain. I get headaches when I wear hats too long. Really? My hat's super loose, so I mean it's not like I used to have long hair, so this hat's a little stretched out for my head. But I don't get headaches. First time I had a headache was like 2 years ago. First time I had a headache ever. Just a question: is YouTube paying you good to be able to run that long of streams every day, or do you work before? I used to work. I haven't been able to find a job. No, it's my donators, man. My donators are helping me more than anything. I've made a total of $10 off my YouTube videos so far. Donators are over 10 times that. We need people asking, yeah, first questions. Want to some blacksmithing again, but it costs a lot for the stuff. Yeah, it does. It does. Mucho agrio. It's not like my streaming setup costs, like, it's not like my streaming setup costs a lot to run. It's not like it's a lot of hydro, so it's not bad there. Oh, Dave's here. 26.5 degrees Celsius now. Go boom. Dave, he's so unhappy. Poor Dave. He's always unhappy when it's too warm. Yeah, bring out the good times. Yep, he's been here since the beginning of my YouTube channel. It's like old man Hart. I don't know where old man Hart is. I hope he's doing good though. I really do. PMNG max traffic makes my CPU cry every part of my PC 100% usage and RAM 40 gigabyte F64. Brutal. I want to talk about this BeamNG. I don't care about your beam game. It seems like an odd game to play, to be honest. Like, why? You just drive them around cars. Why don't you go drive a car if you want to drive cars? It's a little bit more fun, isn't it? Or no? Is that fun? I don't know. You ever overclocked the cell processor? No. Well, yeah. You can use dev tools to technically give it a little bit of an overclock, but is it really much of performance gains? Not really. Yeah. I don't care about laptops or phones. I don't care about laptops or phones. You I mean I could maybe one day, but right now I don't care about laptops or phone overclocking. Or even those pies. Dude, it's awesome. I love knives and making it's my favorite thing in art and gaming. Nice. This looks boring, but if you add the multiplayer mod, it's fun to race around the map and see who can make it. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. My dream home would be half log cabin, half cave. You got it, man. Mostly man cave. Now that would be the way to do it. Mine is at max, he says. Mine is at max. Yours isn't? Yours isn't at max? What are you doing, man? How come yours isn't at max? A graphic card can't go higher unless I add more shader mods. Oh, wow. Max headroom? Max headroom? I'm short, so I always got max headroom. Speaking of shader mods, I'm gonna add them right now. Oh, I can play a beam. Oh, maximum power. Yeah, Google it. I can't really just describe it. Okay. Max headroom. Oh my God, that's max headroom. A TV series. Crazy. 1987, 1988. Top TV reporter Max Edison discovers Network 23 is experimenting with advertising that is lethal to some viewers. Oh, man, that's brutal. Brutal. Yeah, brutal. Maybe overclocking stream tomorrow. Let's do it. What was the biggest thing around back then? Pretty crazy. Yeah, pretty crazy. It was only around for a year. Yeah, yeah. Did you ever watch Super Dave? I like Super Dave. Super Dave was pretty funny. I enjoyed Super Dave. Nice. Remember when GPU memory could be upgraded via slots? Dang, you old. That's Coast. He's from the West Coast. Via slots, eh? How well that worked. Probably wouldn't work. It probably wouldn't work that well. It's probably kind of slow. Probably why they changed it. Too far away from the actual core. So that would probably be it. Probably just why they don't have it anymore on those slots. It's too damn slow, dog. Like West Coast, Utah. He's from the West Coast. Yeah, quite well actually, but that was circa 1988. Yeah, worked well for back then when things were not at the speeds that we have now with RAM slots, like RAM slots for the GPUs. Probably more or less, they'd be pretty sure the big black honking things that had like little spider looking legs that you could change out. Play official beam into server West Coast. If you had a computer in 1988, you were rich. He was rich back then. Now he's retired, so now he's not so rich. Yeah, the memory was like 32 megabyte modules. Yeah. Pretty sure I know which ones you're talking about too. Give me 1 sec here. Yeah, memory expansion cards. That's for not the right one. GPU. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I remember. They're on like the old 3D FX cards. And then yeah, it's the black modules that you can take out and put back in. Upgrade. I guess they would work all right, but since they're not well good array, they weren't probably all that fast, but the layout looks all right. So it probably was all right for the time. Thank you very much. Probably remember since my card is empty. The old AMD Phenom tubes. The name in the game is Mo.34. I was about to ask that. Gonna drag race you for sure. And why is Cool Kid FRMBX here? Cool, because he's a cool kid. That's why he wants to race. He wants to kick some ass. And electronics was so much simpler back then to work on too. So much simpler. Do I even want to look at the prices of some of these right now? Let's see. Vintage ATI Rage Theater VGA, 8000 or 8500 LE with 128 megabytes of RAM. $110. Retro Atari, 2 megabytes, $30. That's not bad. Yeah, we have come a long way. I mean, so much simpler to work on those ones. Holy moly, just like 10 times the size for the SMTs, 10 times the size for the SMTs. And there's a lot of things we're passed through, but I mean, for the resistors on them, like so much easier. When grandfather bought me an electronic kit from Radio Shack where you can build your own radio and different devices. Yeah, I've heard about those. We didn't have those growing up really, but I heard about those. One piece video memory board, $400. Brutal. So who's selling a bunch of Corsair 32 gig, 16 gigabyte, 8 gigabyte, and 4 gigabyte, $12? $12. These are 3. I see this on eBay. What? $8 a stick? Most popular? Yeah, 4 gigabytes are the most popular. 8? Only 3 available though? And those are cheap. $12 a stick? What speed? 1600? I mean, that's, I still overclocked the snot out of them. And $12 a stick? Not bad. Desire spec to do, join the, right. Radio Shack was the best store back in the day. Remember getting the S-Video Toslink cable from them. I don't know if that's good or not. Remember the first one I put together, I had to go over the entire diagram like 3 times to get it to work, but it was very sad. Yeah. That's why I guess that's why the internet's so much easier now, because then I can just literally, if I want to do work on something like, do no power limit mod or do a voltage core mod or a memory mod for my GPUs, I just go online, get a full PCB breakdown and what components what, be like, okay, well, this is that, and all I have to do is follow some traces and boom, okay, well, guaranteed that's that. Okay, that's guaranteed to be that. Well, that's all I need to do. So it's just, let's solder some stuff together or take stuff off and resolder something on. It's not like it was too difficult. Really full down breakdowns and stuff. Nice. It's probably 8 years old. Sounds like it's a modern audio. Gotcha. Costlink. Never heard of it before. So I'm learning quite a bit on this stream here, You guys are making me learn some things. One that has a funky connector. Dude, the funk chicken. Knowledge is a two-way street, otherwise you probably don't have it. Yeah, very true. Very true. I like to learn, so thank you for the learning advice you guys are doing. Yeah, otherwise you probably don't have it. It's also like you can connect your modern PC to an auto receiver that was 20 years old. No way. So what kind of usefulness would that be for nowadays then? Like, would it be useful? Just doesn't seem like it'd be any kind of useful for anything that we do nowadays. That's all. That's could be different. There could actually be a use. There could actually be a use. .1 surround. But I had that. I don't think I'm that old. Okay, well, I am. I guess I am that old now. Jeez. I'm telling you from 20 years ago, I guess I am a lot older than 20 years old. Oh, that's what that is. Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't know why I've never heard of it. The Toshiba link. Consider like the Sony had a 25 sound stage. You can force 5.1 on any video source. Oh, wow. You're lucky if you get the decoding for 5.1, let alone 7.1. Audio quality is that. Yeah, no doubt. I get what that toss link is now. Now that makes sense. Now that makes sense. I've never been an audio nerd. If it sounded okay, that's good enough for me. If I can hear something, that's good enough for me. The quality was not the same across the board. Yeah, I've also heard that from a bunch of audio nerds. Listen to these speakers. These speakers only cost $25,000. What? What even a good Z70 you could still buy? The Apex, Unify X. It's either the Apex or the Unify X that you want. I had one good receiver for surround sound, was the Onkyo 6.1 channel. Everything else has always been crap compared. Wow. Onkyo. Encore, yep. You won't probably find any of the Apex because they're all bought out. Encore is there though, yep. Yep. Yeah, the Apex boards, Apex Encore, which is the Z790s are pretty cool. They come with a RAM cooler on them. There's a Z690 Asus on sale on Amazon right now, I think. It's probably not an Apex, man. Like, they're so expensive. Parts only, $400. Issue, read, $600. $1,000. $700. $1,000, $2,000, $2,500, thousand. Yep. That's the way it is. For those motherboards, they're the best. I have a Mirror 7.1 now, and it's okay. I don't think it was $1,000 was new. I did like 300. Nice. crazy price, man. Like, here's I want to overclock some RAM, get some decent RAM overclocking. Yeah, I can't complain about my RAM overclocking. People don't complain about my RAM overclocking. It's good, but I would like to be able to get, 9,000. Over 9,000 would be nice. Those prices, nope. No, thank you. Thank you. Come again. No thanks. Yeah, they've been expensive for quite some time. I don't think there's a board that I don't believe there is a board that actually supports it. They got RAM kits. The highest RAM kit that you can buy is 9200 XMP. You can only do it on the Apex boards. You can probably get it maybe working on the Unify X, but only on the Apex boards. It's basically guaranteed. But yeah, it's called CU DIM. You can only use them on the Core Ultras to like 285K, 245Ks, those CPUs. If you're still playing, I'm gonna join you, but my PC's acting up for no reason. That's brutal. AMD for you. You haven't done a Windows reinstall or, repair or some sort, you should do that too to see if it fixes anything. Just in case. Does the MSI have a CU DIMM board too? Yep. But they're still not as good as the 2 DIMM boards, right? I don't believe MSI has a 2 DIMM board out. And the only 2 DIMM boards that are good is either EVGA board, which isn't even still that good, the Apex board by Zeus, or MSI Unify X. Pretty sure that is the Unify X. Yeah, MSI is the Unify X. My apologies. Yeah, Unify X is the MSI board. That's what we want. Don't tell me AMD is good ever again. Damn, that's cold, bro. I'm gonna do DDU to all my drivers and install them. That's good to do. Yeah, the Unify is a decent board, but the Unify X is a 2 DIMM board. Allows you to achieve better RAM frequencies. The Apex boards, they figured out something on with the Apex boards that makes it so you're like guaranteed to get some good frequencies out of them. Like stable 8000 gaming. If you manually tune it, of course. But the CU DIMMs now, just put down the memory controller so that way it makes it so much more stable, so you can hit 10,000 mega transfers per second. The record right now is 12,733, I think, or something like that. All right, sounds good, board. The board has 3 wired PCIe slots with a minimum of 8 layers. 8 layers, pretty good. Can't complain about 8-layer PCB. Better than 8, or better than 6. I don't like the 6-layer. You don't want the 6-layer boards. They ain't worth it. They just ain't worth it. Asus E790 Apex Encore, yep. They're too expensive. Way too expensive. What fans do you think my current set's going to do in Fortnite Epic settings with the on? I don't know. Maybe 70 or 80. I mean, PCIe lanes. Oh, with a minimum of 8 lanes. Sorry, I falling asleep here. I'm sorry. What is a 3-wire PCIe with a minimum of 8 lanes? You should have one full slice, 16, and 2 of them will be 8 lanes. Yes, that's generally what they are nowadays. You wouldn't believe me, but Fortnite just gave me a message saying that my drivers are known to have stability issues. Haha. Yeah, the DDU, bud. 3 slots with 2 wired at 8 and 1 at 16. Yep. That's what they should be. We don't have SLI, or even with SLI, you didn't technically need full size slots. They should definitely all be like that. They shouldn't all have full 16 PCIe slots. If they do, it's pretty crazy, to be honest. They should be full PCIe slot, but only 8 lane. Yeah, I've already told you not to go. I told you this on the other stream, not to go to the latest Nvidia drivers. What are you doing, dog? What are you doing? I said you might have the DDU if you are on it. Don't go to the latest one. Go to the one below the latest one. Most X570 is 16 by 4 or 888. Oh. Ah. Gotcha. Okay. I didn't realize those boards didn't. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What CPU are you using? What CPU are you using there, Skates? He gone. He gone forever, guys. Say goodbye. Bye, Skates. Let's see. I have a 9900 X3, but that was a 5900X. It's now a mining machine. There it is. It's a mining machine. Yeah, if you know what you're mining, you still make money. So a lot of people just don't realize you gotta keep them up and running. You have to keep them up and running for as long as possible. Yeah, faster CPUs release, so boom. Why not? Why not switch if you can? Right? Why would you not? You can if you know what you are doing. There are modern miners that use every CPU core. Yep. You generally just want to do 90% of your cores, though. Miners, as in the actual software mining tool that you're using. You gotta keep it run. You gotta keep it running for. You gotta keep it running for years. Funnily enough, as Copilot. Do people actually use that Copilot thing? I still manually type stuff in Google search it. No one use it. My best one, or I have lots of CPUs for SimBench. You can talk about SimBench R23, SimBench R20, 11, 15 Extreme. My R23 is 44,000, over 44,000. Or PC. Stressing it out too much. 44,170 or something like that. So far. Nothing crazy. R23. Yeah, 44,166. I mean, it's a stress test on the game that you're using, so I guess it would be a good stress test now, wouldn't it? Hey, why not? If pasting's good. Good to do. Oh, you want to do SimBench 2024 GPU? $13,485. 3070 Ti, 13,475. 13,485, sorry. I was reading another score. Nice. Almost 420. At least I see 420. Nice. Let's see. What GPU did that score? Let's go my hardware, see what I did around that score. If I had anything. Let's do 1080. Personal record for that one. My 2080 Super, 8,199. Or my 1080 Ti did. 1080 Ti did, if I did it. Yep, 5,718. I was seriously thinking of getting a 3D printer. Yeah. Maybe it's pretty cool to, if you know anything about CAD design, that too would be pretty cool. Put it to good, that learning into good use. Make your own things. $3,816 points with my GTX 1070. I think that was good score. I think that's before. Yeah, it looks like that was before the mod. Yeah, it was before the mod. Unfortunately, that was before the mod. Probably why the score is not so low. Why the score so low? Before mod. If life was fair, we would all have 3D printers. You really want a 3D printer now, do you? If life was fair. Yeah, I told you the drivers were messing up things. I told you, dog. I said not to upgrade to the latest Nvidia drivers. Best not to. Messed mine up, unfortunately, so it's unfortunate. I hear you. I hear you. Uh, what's your score there? What was your score there, Squeeze? 3,000. No, I'm telling you my oh, you mean him. What was your score there, Squeeze? Oh, my GTX 1070 did 3,800. I found the closest one to yours. Not sure what GPU you have, but rolling them back might not fix your issue, bud. Just saying. Just saying. Does not necessarily fix them. Rolling them back. DDU is the best way to do it. Scores over 9,000. There he is. Ugh. The man of the hour. Hurt. How's it going, man? I'm wondering where you are. Bought some DI3 18 on eBay. Yeah, I've been looking at that. Too tired, but I'm trying to get height. Yeah, I got. I hear ya. 900 X3D Nova board, G Skill, 6,000 CL 26 kit, and a Gen 4 4TB drive. I'm still dragging. Really? What GPU? What GPU? Hey, I'm pretty sure I saw this DDR3s on eBay. There's some DDR3s on eBay. They're only 1,600, but they're $12 a stick, and they're the Corsair Platinum that I was looking at or would like, and with a 4090. Wow. Now it doesn't matter. You could have saved files. Do apologize. I should have made a coffee a while ago. I haven't had a coffee. I only have one coffee today, so brutal. I know it's easier. Yeah, it is. What is this? What is this monstrosity? That's a CP. That's a CPU block. Wait, what is that? That's not a CPU block. Is that a CPU? Well, that's an AMD CPU block. Is that an AMD CPU block? That looks pretty cool. It's a jetpack. Yeah, I thought it was AMD CPU block. To say, I know an AMD CPU block when I see one, whether it's old or new. What gave it away was that metal plate in the center of it. That's sick. That's actually really cool. I mean, that you can see how big the actual like cooling fins are. It's definitely a cast. It's definitely a cast of some sort that they just. I mean, that's sick looking. I think that looks awesome. That looks so cool. I mean, the cooling would be absolutely terrible. Terrible. Trying to find all the fittings. Wait, that's actually yours? With the CPU? Probably the 8150 because I blew up a motherboard with it. Melted the traces through the back of it. This one right here. This one right here. The FX Bulldozer 8150 because I had a cheap motherboard and I overclocked the CPU. I know it's past 5.6 gigahertz. Probably getting close to 6 gigahertz on it, but it melted through the traces. The traces through the board. So it goes to that alien radiator. That's sweet. Now, it doesn't look like it'll perform too good, but I'm not going to say it's going to perform good at all, but I mean, that is so cool. Seriously, that is so cool. Oh, OCPC, did you do the test, 10-minute test or 30-minute test? Oh, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it all wrong, Squeeze. Squeeze, you're doing it all wrong, buddy. You're doing a stress test. You don't need to do a stress test. You just need to run it once to see your score. How much voltage were you pushing through that? 1.585 or 1.6 volts. On air. I melted the VRM traces to the back of the board. It was a cheap board. The VRMs did not like it. Did not like it. It's so fun. This CPU is so fun to overclock. It loves frequency. As long as your board can handle it. But yeah, it's like probably 1.6 volts. Yeah. I was using it for a Phenom for a while. Yeah, you'd have to use it for like something like that. But that's so cool, man. That's actually one of the coolest CPU blocks I've ever seen. I knew it was AMD. It's definitely a cast. It's cool. That's cool, man. Yeah, it does look like it's nickel plated. Oh yeah, you can overclock them more than that. You can put more volts through them. Yeah, you can put more volts through them than 1.4 volts. Yup. The 9590 was the first CPU that hit 5 gigahertz on a single core. Yeah, I should show the motherboard. It's all discolored, melted traces through it. The boxes are out. Going through all the boxes. I'm not going through all the boxes tonight. I forgot I put in one of the totes. The 9590X is a beast, he says. Yeah, it probably is decent. We can't complain about it. Oh, slowly upgrading Athlon to faster version before we get to the Phenom. Yeah. Was it the original Phenom? Like the original 2 gigahertz one? Yeah, 3 cores are just crazy. I myself love the 12 core CPUs. You get the same L3 cache. Boom. Yep, and then you got the 3 core CPUs. You can unlock the 4th core. And then you got, instead of a 3 core CPU, you got 4 core. Even more crazy. My God, we're not just unlocking frequency, we can unlock a core. Yeah, I don't want to go through all my boxes right now that are put away. I can show it tomorrow, maybe. Yeah, the 2 was my jumping point. Yeah, little phenoms. They're fine. It's a motherboard. The VRMs. The CPU is fine. The CPU is fine, man. CPU is minty fresh. Minty fresh, buddy. Minty fresh. That's 8150. Minty fresh. Ah, 965B. Yeah, usually the cores are hit or miss. Yeah, but that was neat. A lot of people didn't even, yeah, a lot of people didn't even realize you could even do it for years. I think I'm a bit older than you guys. I was downloaded Matrix 1 in 1999 through AOL chat rooms, dog. Wow. I was born early 90s, so you probably are a bit older than me. Early 90s for me, man. I'm over 30. You're not old in the heart. He's old as dirt itself. Most of PC. I bet Windows 12 will require 64 gigs of. Man, it's brutal. It's brutal how it's going for Windows. Windows 11, like you're generally doing nothing, doing 4 GB with like a pretty bare Windows, like nothing on it really. It's crazy. It's crazy. Remember a compact? Think for yourself. Yeah. Piscario. Sorry, I had a gateway that came to the front door in cow boxes. Yep, even before the 386, 46 base CPU, I said my dad worked for the Nvidia laptops. Nice. I need to do some more 486 work. I haven't used any 386 though, unfortunately. Gateway. Oh my god, don't trigger my PTSD. And the first 1 GHz AMD CPU still have the box somewhere around here. No way. Yeah, buddy. It'd be Athlon. It'd be the Athlon from 2000. From the year 2000. I was born in 1984, but started building computers in the 90s. Bro, you don't even know how Matrix was when it came out. Yeah, it's true. That's why I like the one benchmark. It's an old benchmark that has the Matrix in it. Chair. Chair. Wrong. Chair. Alpha put AMD on the map big time. Yeah. And then the Phenom, Phenom 2 gig, absolutely destroyed the Athlon. That's too fast. You had to press the turbo button to slow it down for the games. Mac OS on PC. Yeah, I do believe there is a way. I do believe there is a way. I don't ask me how, but I'm pretty sure there is a way. Think for yourself. Born before you grew up in arcades too. Brutal. I didn't even have but I was born and raised out in the woods. We didn't even have arcades. Arcades was shooting guns, bows, dirt biking, bowling, and fishing, hunting, you know. Is it possible to install? Yeah, it is. I'm not sure how, though. I do know it's possible. It is possible. I remember buying a Yamaha CD version. Oh my god, cost a lot. It was only 2x speed. Yep. Yup. Yamaha. Jefferson, what is up there, man? Wizard of War. What is up, Jefferson? I have a problem with an Zeus Prime B650M. All that I bought today. I put in my Western Digital Green 240 GB SATA M.2 and it doesn't recognize it. Oh no. You have to plug it into the right spot. Did you plug it into the top slot of your motherboard, closest to the CPU? Like the closest NVMe drive to the closest, to the CPU? Instead of it being there, you should put down one more M.2 slot. And that will fix it. Or you can enable it in the BIOS. You can go to the BIOS and you might be able to enable it to work. But sometimes it doesn't work. Try both slots. M.2 SATA doesn't. M.2 SATA? M.2 NVMe? You would have to do a BIOS. You have to go into the BIOS. So I'll show you here. And then we go here, and we're gonna go. This here should look like this. Do you have CSM enabled though? Where's the picture to show you the BIOS for it? You have to go into the BIOS and enable CSM. No, it wouldn't solve it. Go into the BIOS, Control Delete when you turn on the PC. Control Delete, just press it really fast, and then you have to go into the settings to enable CSM. Okay. So enter BIOS setup, F2 or delete, more or less it's just delete. Navigate to advanced, verify M2's configuration, so we'll make sure you're checking M.2, and then you're gonna make sure that it is set to CSM. Also, make sure you just check to make sure it's in, like when you're in the BIOS, check to make sure it shows. So you gotta have to go check that. But yeah, just a note, note that CSM, enable it, and it should fix it. I wanted to show you a picture, but I can't seem to find a picture of the BIOS. They do. You have to enable CSM and make sure that all the whatever, and sometimes right off the bat with the BIOS you don't have it's not enabled, so sometimes won't even register it, but generally they are enabled. If they're not enabled, you will have to enable it, but you have to enable CSM. They are supported. They're supported. There's a compatibility issue, that's all. That's why CSM is there. Going in BIOS 1.1, new clock, mem, fabric, set to 2033. 64 CL36 RAM, let's go. No, yeah. Who cares? Okay, it says, I was reading that. PCIe 5.0. That's if he's in the top slot of the board. It'd be a PCIe 5.0, but it should also automatically downgrade to 4.0 or 3.0, depending on what it is. Yeah, you can. You can get them working. It should automatically switch it to the actual like correct gen. It should. It's cheaper than 9800X3D. Is it really? I got one of those old RAM coolers from Corsair Dominator. Yeah. Dual 60mm fan from my CL26 RAM. Yeah, nice. For my CL26 RAM, don't talk 1.5 volts too much, you think, for daily? Yeah, I recommend max 1.45 for daily. 1.5 is a little too much there, buddy. You can degrade them over time. If you don't mind degrading them over time, you'd be fine, but 1.5 is a little too much. He said either slot 4.1 is up to 12x faster than SATA. SATA M.2. He said he tried both slots though. It just means you won't utilize the full slot, that's all. You can enable it. You can get them working. It's like people are telling me you can't get Intel Optane working on past 12th gen or 12th gen and up. You can. There's ways around things. That's why I suggested the Intel Optane for just putting on your Windows boot device onto Intel Optane. Intel Optane is so fast. Like you want the fastest boot times. Boom, Intel Optane. You want some super fast speeds for loading up your games. Intel Optane, and you can get it working. Yep. Okay, is a better MEM controller. 900 XGD is way better for gaming. Yeah. It is, and it's the testing done is not correct. It's not correct. They went off of old testing for this other CPUs. Does it still work for the new AMD CPUs? Does it still? I don't know if Optane still works on new AMD though. I'm not saying Optane doesn't work on AMD. Does it work on the new AMD? Because there's always a way around something. Because the guys that do the overclocking, they even figured out a way to get the 7000s AMD working on Windows 7. Insane, right? Intel Optane. It's an SSD built on cache. 20K, yeah, 1490K. My 12600K does 7200 no problem. My 12600K. 14K MEM controller is even worse than 900 controllers. What I was trying to say? No, it's not. AMD has the worst memory controllers there is. That's why you have to get special RAM that makes sure you're 1:1:1 ratio. But you'd be 2:1. No, it'd be 2:1. He has to be at 6,000. His memory controller will only go 3,000. Sure, it ain't 0 to 0. Yeah, that's why they literally made kits of RAM specifically for the 9000 series, because that's what you have to be. 2:1 would be for 8. Yes, 2:1 would be for 8,000. Yes, it'd be 2:1:1, which would be 8,000 at 1:1. No, you'd have to have a memory control at 4,000. 6,400 to do 1:1:1 could be doable, but you'd have to have a pretty good CPU. What's up, Zardy? I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't talked to you in a while. I don't think you messaged me. You just said you had 8,000. Yeah, you can do 8,000. It's not like it's gonna act snappier than the 6,000 CL26 1:1:1. I divide by 0. Now my CPU is singularity. Dog disrespect PC has insane spec. He has a super gaming PC. I mean, if you had that kind of money, you would, right? You would definitely want top of the line PC, and his streaming PC is top of the line too. So not 1:1. Yes, correct. And the APUs have a great memory controller. They do. They have an insane. That's why I want it. That's why I want an 8600G and 8700G to overclock and get a really good, insane memory controller. And the APUs also scale with memory. Yes, they do. Yeah. They're insane performers. They really are insane performers, man. Oh, I see some 10 gigahertz 8-core CPUs. Wouldn't that be awesome? They're small cache CPUs. So, just because it has small, man, just because it's small does not mean it's not a performer, man. Okay, does not mean it does not perform. I would not know about having a small cache, but does not mean they don't perform. For what they are, they're insane, man. They're insane. You got small cache. Uh, you don't forget the GPU uses system memory. Yeah, you can even allocate up to 16 gigabyte. Yeah, that's why they're actually pretty good for 720p gaming, and you can do 1080p gaming, but you're not gonna be looking at, you know, AAA titles really and looking for a whole lot of frames. Is that it has a small amount of cache, so of course it scales with memory as well. Just because it has small cache doesn't mean it scales with memory. The X3D would scale better if it could handle, if the actual FCLK could actually go up more, so, and the memory controller. How dare I use my system memory? I need all of that for my Windows 11. The only issue is fast RAM is expensive. Yeah, yeah, it is. It is expensive, but also AMD can't use it properly. AMD can't use it properly. AMD is only good with a 1-to-1. Fast RAM, it can be. You can buy like 7200 OC to 8000. Some can. Yep. Like I said, I've got my 7200 CL36 kit up to 8200 on a 12600K. The other RAM kits I'm buying are $179.99 for 32 gigabyte. Very expensive. Yeah, it's not terrible. I mean, US, I mean, it's what, $240 for Canadian? That's not terrible, depending on the kit. My kit that's in my PC is like $400. If you know ASRock boards support 120 hertz on the DP and HDMI ports on the motherboard, wouldn't that just matter about what display port it is? If it's display port 1.4, it would be, well, I mean, the new one, what are the new ones? 2.1B or 2.1A or something like that? So even display port 1.4 can go up to 165 hertz, can it not? HDMI, you can only go up to 120. If I'm correct. I could be a little bit wrong. Can A700F's 8000 CL38 be 7700X? No. No. And what would the 7000 series matter about 6000? The 7000 series, you want an 8000 kit. You want to have the fastest kit around with the 7000 series. So, looks like my desk is about to be empty. Oh, 120 hertz means FreeSync premium support. Then probably. Sometimes when the frame rate isn't set right, my sound on the monitor doesn't play right. That's insane. How does that work? How does that work? I got offered 1900 for the whole set. Wow. Okay, well, it was nice knowing your PC hardware there, buddy. You had some good times, and all right. I tried buying a water chiller 3 times, but no one wanted to ship it to me. That's sad. That's just sad. Why? Why? I mean, is it because it's expensive? Are they too far away? FreeSync may be the greatest tech gaming in the last 20 years. FreeSync. Who's chasing the 8000 at CL34 though? Me? Duh. Me? Better timings, hopefully. I can do 8,000 CL38. I can't get 8,000 CL34. Even with a 1.65 volts, I couldn't get it. That's because I'm on a 4-DIMM board, so if I got a Apex board, guaranteed I could do that. But I'm on an Apex board, so I'm gonna build a new one. All right, 1900 can build a much better system, and I hope you do, because it has 500 milliliter liquid refrigerant. Oh, are they trying to ship that across borders or something? That's not allowed. Is it unsafe? 500 mil of liquid. Gotcha. Makes sense. It's like, yeah, sorry, we can't do that. All right, well, you're a little too far. We got to ship that across. And yeah, they say no. It's a BOMB. It's a ticking time bomb. So I bought a 1080 millimeter radiator. A 1080. Dang. You sound like Tony Hawk. He's going for a 1080. Hopefully it's good enough. For what? What are you trying to chill? Or keep cool? I mean, I use a 360 millimeter custom water loop for my 1300K. So you should be all right. I would hope so. If not, then I don't know. I don't know what to tell you there, Zardy. I want the GPU to be under 32C so it doesn't down clock. Oh, the GPU. Oh, you know it. I think you've been watching some of my videos. You know about a little bit about thermal boost. Gotcha. And Nvidia's way they do the boosting. If you can keep it under, if you can keep it under 32C, you know it's not gonna downclock. You're on that 30C is just fine. I'm fixing my phone right now. Mine doesn't even know anymore, and you're fixing your phone. What's wrong with your phone? I don't know. I don't care. Okay, maybe a little bit. Okay, a lot. Okay, I just can't sleep. It's affecting me. Look at that. I did the live stream about the 5060 Ti leaks and all that, and another person does it, and they get 50,000 views in a few hours. Nice. It's a sad, sad world. Nobody loves me. I'm joking. You guys do. I know you do. Maybe not hard, but you guys do. I mean, Dave here, he's sad at 20. It's almost 27 degrees in my room now. I'm adding more storage and trying to fix the SIM cards not being detected. Oh, I have that issue sometimes. You take it out and you lick it. You lick it and then you stick it back in. Don't do that though. 5050 Ti Super TX Titan Quad Twirl X3D leaks. Ooh, I wish. Not a sad world, it's a mad world. Donnie Darko. 27C, turn on the AC. That would do it. Well, maybe. Depends. Like, if you're going on full load trying to do benchmarking and that, I don't know if the AC is going to work. I usually have to get it pretty, a chilled loop with a 360 mil, pretty chilly to keep it under 30C. And I'm talking about 2080 Super there. And it's a really good water block on it, like really, really good. 10600 good? Not really. It's not nowadays. I mean, it's still decent, but it's not. Why do you need more performance at 32C? Is that not idle or just video playback? No, for overclocking, for boost. You gotta keep it at 32C or below to make it so it doesn't downclock while you're benchmarking. Also helps voltage as well. so you don't need as much voltage. You'll definitely be hitting the power limit before voltage limit, 100% at that temperature, which is nice. Not nice because you're hitting a limit, but yeah, 32C or below, and you generally want to be around 30C by the end of the benchmark, so that way the GPU does not downclock at all. Zero downclock. I've shown testing, showed it in competition, and yeah. 1070K is basically a 99K SS. I mean, I don't know about that. Ah, I see. You mean extreme benchmark. You got it there, buddy. Yep. I do that with my 3070 Ti in the wintertime. You just gotta be careful. You cannot do it in too cold a temperature, or if you do it in cold temperature, you only enable the fan speed when you go into the benchmark. And then once you're done the benchmark, you just stop the fan speed, because if you get it too cold, you can blow up the pipes, which is why I do it a certain way on air coolers. Then yeah, water block. 2080 Super there. I put it on my other custom water loop, and that's how I do that. So that way I get the best results. That's why I got a lot of 3rd and 4th place with that 2080 Super. Those are how I got a lot of 1st place with my 3070 Ti. Those are how I got a lot of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place with my GTX 1070. Yep. It's all right, cooler. Like I said, I want to get into liquid nitrogen, so gotta learn. That's why I learned about doing the power limit mods, voltage mods for the core and memory, and also BIOS mods for the GPUs. What's your handle on the 3D Mark? I don't have a hand on the 3D Mark. I just do a lot of research. Daily chili. I don't want to pay for the hydro. I don't want the hydro to get high. Benchmarking is not terrible, because it's not like you're benchmarking, like the benchmarks are super, like, hour long I mean, there are some benchmarks that are hour long, but only on really old systems. They don't draw that much hydro. But like, I don't do chillers and that because I don't want to have hydro. I mean, your name on the benchmarking list, the records. Oh, I have a lot of them on 3D Mark. The 3D Mark's not what I do. I'm a hardware bot. 3D Mark is easy. I've shown it. I've beaten or have top scores on 3D Mark from stock settings. So I don't use 3D Mark as an example. That's all. That's my point of view. Like I said, I'm in the best overclocking team there is. I do 3D Marks, but you're talking about which ones I have records on for 3D Mark? Right here. I'll show you. Well, we're going to go to Port Royal. And we're going to go to one core. And then we're going to go to my 1st place. I can beat this already. I already know that. So almost 2.3 gigahertz on my 3070 Ti. And I don't know, I think it's almost 12,000 on my memory, which isn't crazy. But 1st place. I thought you said the 1400K was the fastest. It is fast. Yeah, so 3070 Ti, 1st place in Port Royal. Solar Bay. 1st place. I can already beat it. I already have scores that I've already done testing after this. I already did testing after what I need to achieve to get a record this year with it. I'm not sure. Is it Solar Bay or Speedway that I did the record this year? We'll see. Is it this one? Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, January 9th, 2025. I already got a record this year. This is Speedway, and I already know I can beat it. I could do over 4,400. Again, I always do testing after doing a record, after beating a record, after beating my records. Still Nomad. First, Steel Nomad. I had to do 6.2 on my 1300K though. That's the only thing. I did have to do 6.2 gigahertz on it. Nice. You've been here for a while, man. I got 12 records, man. I got 12. It's not great. It's not great. But I have 12 records. I don't go after small, like super small records. If I had a 5090 or, yeah, basically if I had a 5090 or I don't know, if I had a 5090, I can get some easier records. I'm going for a 10 core world record. So the fastest 10 core CPU record this year. And that's with my 12600K. I'll be going after that. And I forgot what test it is, but I'll figure that out. So I got 12 records, 8 silvers, 15 third place, and 31 top 5. I got a Xeon record too. But a lot of my records on 3070 Ti, GTX 1070. And I think that's about it. I really have my records on. And a Xeon, of course, but it's a fairly easy record. I can go after easy records. I can already go after easy records off the CPUs that not a whole lot of people have done. I'm watching OCPC at 3 a.m. Is it 3 a.m.? Holy crap. I thought you said 40K was the fastest in gaming? No, I said 9800X 3D was. And not all games though, like compared to if we're adding, okay, let's say we 9800X 3D compared to 5090, most, if not 80% plus games, most games are going to be better on 9800X 3D. And then there's going to be some games that work better with the 14900K. You're confused because I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about because that's not what I said. I guess power mod in the 5080 is kind of cliche at this point, huh? They do overclock really well, but I heard the power mod isn't worth it because you haven't got cold yet. You get cold, it stabilizes the voltages more. It won't need as much voltage, and once you do use the voltage, you will be hitting the power limit. So, yes, yeah. If I had another 3070 Ti, I would power limit it. If I had a 3090 Ti, I would power limit it. If I had a 4090, I would power limit it and just use it for benchmarking. I wouldn't keep the records on the 4090 or, try to get records on it. But again, I would need liquid nitrogen as well to make sure it stays cool enough. So that way I can add more voltage in it, either soft or BIOS mod, or try to figure out a way to actually get a core mod on it, core voltage mod. Last year in the team, I was 30th country. I was 4th place overall in Canada, and Apprentice League in Canada, in Apprentice League, I was 1st in Canada. Worldwide, I was 104, placing 104th last year. And then country overall, since Hoverbot started in 2005, I was top 10 in Canada, and I stayed 30th in Team WEG. And Apprentice, I was I think I was top 20. No, oh, sorry, it's career. I was top 50, I think I was last year at this point. So someone's doing something in the Apprentice League right now, and I'm not sure who it is. I think it's I Am Amsterdam. I am Amsterdam. I don't know. He has a weird name. Yo, what's up, man? 9800X380 actually beats the 9950. Yep. 100% agree. They're born. That's what I've said. That's what I keep saying. The 900X3D outbeats the 9900X3D and outbeats the 9950X3D, which is insane. But as soon as that's just strictly gaming. Again, that's strictly gaming. Now, the 9950X3D is made for gaming and streaming / recording at the same time. To use process lasso, the 9950X3D will be faster. Yeah, exactly. That's why I recommend a more core CPU, like a 1400K, 1300K, 13700K would be okay, but and then or a 14700K. That's why I recommend those if you don't want to go with AMD. Again, non-biased. I'm just trying to give you options on what you would prefer. I heard you want heard once you overclock the 9950 X3, it could be to the 9800 X3 in games, but maybe it depends on yeah, it depend. I don't like these. I'm sorry, Heart. I'm trying to give you options. I'm sorry you just care about your 11900 KF. I'm sorry you don't want to change it. I'm sorry you don't want to overclock it because you have really old house wiring. I kind of I kind of agree with you on that one though. There are also games that really utilize the CPU, so there's a big difference in those. Yes, exactly. That's why I'm saying 9800 X3D with 5090s in 80% maybe in up games is going to outbeat the 14900K in the 5090. But then the 1400K in 5090 will outbeat the 9800 X3D, as in it's not going to bottleneck the 5090 during those games. Because they're more CPU intensive, want more cores and this and that. They don't care about the cache as much. Not me. Nope. Not my end. That's the server, man. It's the server. That's why some people say lag, some people don't say lag. Some people say lag, some people don't say lag. It's not me. I swear. I didn't even check. Zero frames drop. Everything's been smooth. Everything's smooth. I'm literally looking at everything right now. Yeah. Oh, I'm just finding it's not possible, a little bit slower. Then you'd get the same cache sizes, and then yep, but less money. Yep. Yeah, man. I'm sorry. At least, well, I'm just trying my best. Yeah, man. I'm hoping you're doing good, man. I haven't seen you all day, and I've been asked about you a few times now. Yeah. See, you're lagging, and I'm not lagging. There's no lag. How about I give you the bird? You want the best of the best. 950 XCD is better. For most things. I'm not, there's no lag. I'm watching it. I'm literally watching it right now. Zero lag, dog. Dab, go heart. And you, board joker. Love to play CPU intensive games like City Skylines, yeah. So you're going to need a beefy CPU, probably more beefier than something that has more Bcache, something that doesn't have a lot of cores. 14900K, the 285K, the 285K would probably even be better. Honestly, if I wanted to do more than just game it, I wouldn't just get a 9900X for 400. That seems kind of no brainer to me. I wouldn't. Why would you not get a 9950X 3D? Or 9950X? 9950X3 is faster if you make the game run on CCD1, everything else on CCD2. Maybe. God, bros are the worst. I hear you, I hear you. Absolute gooners. There you go. I think that was the word, right? It's the worst spending double the money for 10% gain, in my opinion. I guess you got a point there, too. X3D is so good for 1% lows, though. No, now they are. The 50, you guys, do you remember the 5800 X3D? Do you guys remember the 7800 X3D? Do you remember it? Please tell me you remember it. These new CPUs are good for the 1% lows. AMD is starting to fix their 1% lows. Starting to. Still not great. Just cup your frames a second, it'll solve kind of starting with 1% lows. The 1% lows still happen. You can't just cap it. You can't even sync it. Because if there's a drop point of that game at some point or whatever, it's just gonna do it. It's no matter what, you'll still get it. Yeah. 1 second AMD is bad, next second AMD is good. Yeah, mine. What are you talking about? You keep saying AMD's bad, then saying AMD's good. What are you doing, man? I don't think there was a 2900X. I'm not saying AMD's bad because their 1% low margin is not good. They still average a higher average. Oh my god, man! There's so many things you got to put in place here, and they're better. They're better. If you cap it, you get much more consistent frame rate. Consistent does not mean that helps the 1% lows. There are games where cap difference makes it worse. Exactly. Well, actually, I don't know if what games would that be though? I have to know about these games. The 900 X3D is much faster though, but a 7900 X3D destroys a 5800 X3D. The 7800 X3D does not destroy the 5800 X3D. No, it did not. It barely beats the 5800 X3D in most game tests. It crushed the 5800 X3D in some games, but the 5800 X3D demolished the 7900 X3D in a lot of games, which is kind of odd if you ask me. I don't know how that is even possible. He needs you to support Intel 100% all the time. I can't. I'm non-biased. I'm trying to. I literally would say what is true. I don't care. I don't care about Intel fanboys. I don't care about AMD fanboys. I don't care about Nvidia fanboys. You're all just a bunch of little gooners. Of course, it doesn't fix the problem every time. No. Ooh, ah! Yeah, you did scare me, man. What's up? When I play Minecraft, the lows get worse. 900 says he beats 5800X. Yes, the 9800 X3D beats the 5800 X3D. Yes. And not in all cases. And somehow the 5800 X3 actually demolished the 7800 X3. Man, do we have to go back and I have to show you guys old stuff that came out with the 7800 X3D and 7800 X3D versus the 5800 X3D? And they were going, dang, this 5800 X3D is still doing good for like all these tests. And then the 7800 X3D is actually being in a couple. That's it. 2900X just wasn't AM4. Why not there, Hart? Why not? We are all gooners. I don't care which one. I care which one gets more power. Who what? Yes. Because I've never heard about this. Yes. Good news. I'm packing the whole. Yeah, you already said that, man. Do what you got to do, man. I'm sorry, man. I don't care. I'm glad you sold it, but I hope you get a new PC soon, and I hope you get something that you can do some more benchmarking and testing on. Just give me one sec here. I'm putting my big boy pants on here again. So, older games, less CPU intensive games, the 5800X does beat the 7800X 3D. Specific game titles. There are specific game titles and examples of the games. Horizon Zero Dawn, Cyberpunk 2077, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and 3, Counter-Strike 2. Would you want more? Do you want more games where the 5800X 3D beats the 7000X 3D or what? Oh my god, man. Okay, well, let's see. I gotta try to find videos of it. My headset's pretty loud. Wonder how my PC would do on Cyberpunk. I don't know. That one's not good. What about City Sounds 2? It's saying that the 5800 X3 is more or less the older titles that it's beating it. So I'm not sure how old City Skylines is.
When it comes to getting the very best gaming performance from your system, you have
this guy
a
looks
very
like
clear
he's
choice between a high-end Intel.
Pretty good guy for trusting, so I'm gonna show this guy. And how do we have sound? Give me one sec. Capture audio. Boom. I don't know who this guy is, but
CPU like the i7 14700K.
I'm sorry, I don't care about your
i9
sponsor, buddy.
5800 X3D and 7800 X3D.
I don't care about that.
Around 9
I don't
months
care
ago,
actually what you're testing.
Processors at 1080p in favor of
Is that too loud for you guys?
X3D. This gets
Having two different types of cores could be bad for frame. Depends on whether or not Windows has fixed a lot of things with the different cores. But also the games have to be able to differentiate the cores so that way you're not getting downed. CP267 actually runs pretty easy. Yeah, pretty easy. And the 5800 X3 apparently performs better. Again, probably not in all scenarios as in 2K and 4K, but 1080p it's saying. I don't know. OCP, what's a good combo for 1440p? Okay, but would okay. My opinion, if you are building your PC, you're gonna spend more money on your CPU so you have a better end CPU. So that way down the line, whenever there's a new generation, they actually have a good price on it, you can buy that one and you can always sell a GPU more. You think everyone's gonna be playing 4K gaming with a new PC or something like that, or maybe their second PC build, but they don't have a high budget. So technically, a better CPU is better. Okay, so you just want to bottleneck whatever GPU throw into the system then with a budget CPU. You just want to bottleneck any new GPU out there. You want to throw in a 9070 that you can find for a good price, or a 9070 XT, and throw in a crappy like 7500F or something. That's probably going to bottleneck it. So that way you're still on AM5, so that way you can upgrade down the line. So that way you can save some money. And then spend how much more on a GPU, and then you spent how much on a GPU right off the bat due to the fact the prices of GPUs right off the bat are crazy, and then the next year they're half the price generally. The CPUs will retain the value at least. And if the CPUs are good that year, they retain the value and or go up. Usually GPU prices go down. Only if you don't have a choice. If you can spend the extra money, definitely get the better CPU in my opinion, but not at the expense of getting a better GPU. True, and most people are not going to be going 4K right off the bat, right? right? Most people will not be going 4K. They're gonna be able to. You gotta remember, you gotta put your money into the monitor. You gotta put your money into the keyboard. You gotta put your money into the mouse pad. You gotta put your money into all this other stuff other than your PC. Not unless somehow you already have that. 1440p is sweet spot. 1080p still 80% or 85% of gamers are still on 1080p though. A large sub was priced $17 on the app. Oh, $17 for a sub? It's a little high. Exactly. Exactly. And next year, that GPU is going to cost half the price generally. The CPUs will not lose that kind of value. You're trying to pick up a 9900K right now. A 9900K will cost you $400 to $500 for the CPU alone. GPU? No. Not unless you're going to spend top of the line, get the 5090, spend here in Canada, it's over $3,000. But where you can find it, it's like $3,500 to $7,500, depending on where you buy it. You gotta spend $3,500 for a top of the line GPU. You gotta throw in a CPU that's gonna bottleneck it, or even a 5080. You have to have a decent CPU so you don't bottleneck it, so you can actually utilize the GPU. Next step down, 4070 Ti. You can still bottleneck it, but at a less chance. Good for 1440p. Why isn't 2080 Ti? Because it was such a rare. That 2080 Super Canadian is $850 right now. $850 for that model of 2080 Super. It's a 2080 Super. $850? What is wrong with people? Yeah, now the GPU is like the 3090s and that. Like they were selling for what? Crazy amount of money. They weren't $1,500 when you're buying it, and now they're selling for what? $900. The CPUs at the time, they still sell for a lot. It was yeah, it is. It really is. Like the 1080 Ti, man. $500 Canadian right now because mine has the box, so I can sell mine for $500 if I want it. I ain't sell for $500 though. It's a legend card that I got for a really good price years ago. 20 super trash. 2040 XL for the win. Agreed. I almost got one on launch day and decided against it. That sucks. I'm going to support the price increase and the cards just kept. Yep. You should have got it because the prices of everything just absolutely insane. 2080 Super performs better than 4060 Ti. Performs probably like a 4070 in most cases, unless you're doing ray tracing. So yeah, there's so, again, everyone with their, but this is the way, this is the way, this is the way. I get it. I get how you should be spending some money here or spending more money here. But if you look at it in the long run, doesn't matter if the platform dies the next year, a higher end CPU with a good cooling, it's gonna last you a long time. Just that. The GPUs come and go. The way games are advancing, you're going to need a higher end GPU than next year. The CPU, you do not. That's why I'm saying the 5080X or 5800X 3D is still a baller CPU at AM4 and does beat 7000X 3D in some cases. Still, does it beat the 9000X 3D? Not even close now. 1080 Ti slapped too. 1080 Ti slapped too hard. There wasn't a need to get it anyway. I hear you. I had the RX 580, 4 gig and 8 gig model. Then I went to 6700 XT. I sold that and then got the GTX 1080 Ti. And then that's when I started buying a whole bunch of 3070 Ti's because I was making money. In the stocks. Mining stocks, because I kept up to date with it. So I bought and sold crypto a lot, made money off of it. I mean, I make quite a bit of money in 1 year off of it. Should have kept up with that, to be honest. I should have kept up with that. 20 is super good. Yep, it's good, but it's not, I'm not recommending it. I'm not recommending it to anybody. 20 Ti, I might recommend if you can find it for a good buy. If you can find it for like $200, but good luck. Mine is 900 XD with 47 Ti Super. That's what I did. I mean, that's the most of proof I can give you right there. Yeah, perfect, man. Perfect combo. 900 X3D is gonna last you years. Give you the performance with the next year, same model type of GPU basically next year, and the year after that. And you're probably now, unless somehow we make some crazy advancements, you're probably not gonna bottleneck them. Should have done that. Fumbled most of my profit. Yeah, see, I didn't. I did good. I was so good at keeping up to date on everything. I was part of the 50/51 too, which helped out and kept up to date with everything. I didn't mine, but I did do a lot of buy and sell. Like I said, I bought 3070 Ti's and binned mine. Like I bought a whole bunch of 3070 Ti's, binned mine, and modified all my 3070 Ti's and sold them to miners because they wanted them, and made $100 per card. And they were $1,400, $1,600 cards at the time. So good money on that. Depends how much you are into it. At the end of the day, it's still mass, so more GPU memory is good. But GPU core speed makes a difference, yeah. More memory is only good if you're into certain things too. There's not a lot of games will utilize 16 gigs. People overthink the VRAM. Yes, there's not a lot of games out there that utilize more than 12 gigs or even use 12 gigs. Now, unless you're doing 4K, everything enabled that. This thing and the sun and the blood and the water. Oh my God. I don't know. Like there's so much to put in place on that. So I always say, spend more money on the CPU itself and that platform. You don't even have to spend a whole lot of money on the RAM, and you're generally fine. But if you want to see more frames with that setup, better RAM, more RAM is better. Like faster RAM and more RAM, so higher density. 950 X3D is good. Price UST price that high. It is expensive. And again, AMD got a big head because Intel messed up. Not all Intel. Remember that. It's not all Intel. Intel messed up. Intel messed up big, as in like what they said was what messed them up the most. They're trying to be for the consumers, but instead it came and bite them right in the butt. It should be good till AM6 plat, no problem, was my thinking. Yeah, exactly. And I still think a 1300K or 1400K for some people, not everyone, for most people though, for comparing it to like a 9800 X3D or even the 9950 X3D is still good. Are you gonna see the frames that they have? No. Are you gonna be able to do everything while gaming, like content create or have multitasking after, you're not just gaming? Yes. It's not for everyone. There's so many different placements for CPUs and GPUs and all different RAM speeds and how much RAM you have for different variants of people. That's why I try to get very specific with people with what they're doing, because it can be very difficult. There's one for $4,700. Yeah, man. PC games I am talking about, and yes, I play at 4K. Yeah, there you go. Console games are now programmed to run on 16 gig RAM arrays. Really? Console? I think Monster Hunter Wilds is using something like 20 gigs of VRAM. Yep, if you watch my videos, yep. If you watch my videos, I do the benchmark and it uses up to 21 gigs. 21 gigs. 21 gigs. It's insane. Yeah. Marvel Rivals can use up to 20 gigs as well. Playing Marvel Rivals, they can use up to 20 gigs. Don't buy a GPU to run a game that you don't even play. Yeah. You wanna it's not easy making your first PC. If you do make your first PC kind of thing, right? Or if you're just trying to upgrade, it's still not even easy to upgrade, especially if you're on a platform from like the 4th gen or 6th gen. It's not easy to upgrade. You have the money, but you want to make sure you spend it wisely, right? PS5 and Xbox One are 16 gig, but that's it. They're only 16 gigs. But is it fully utilizing all 16 gigs? Probably not. Or is it? Or is it? Newer games are getting more demanding. Yep. So VRAM doesn't matter. 6700 XT is a great cut. And that's why I recommend it for some people, especially if they can find it used. You can find them for like 300 or less in some places. You can find 6700 XT for 300 or less. Try finding a card that plays 1440p games for less than $300. You can't. Something that has 12 gigs of RAM too. You can't. That thing is also really, really good for overclocking. They're really good. I'm lost. Because there's so much about the PC hardware, and I've used a lot of it, not all of it, and that's the sad part. I want to be able to get my grubby little hands on every little PC hardware I can. Nvidia buffer on consoles. Nvidia buffer on console is 16 gig. Really? It's actually pretty crazy in my opinion, since it's like 720p upscaled. Or is it full 1080p now? I thought it was 720p upscaled. I think the 7900 XTX for RAM is the best deal. 24 gigs. I mean, you can't find them for a good price right now, especially in Canada. Did you not see the prices? Like $2,400, man. Yeah, some people are using that just for Monster Hunter Wilds in 4K. I mean, yeah, if you put all the settings up in that, yeah, probably would utilize 20 gigs of VRAM or something like that. I don't think you'd use all 24. I think you'd be probably up to 20. Up to, I'm not saying you are. PS5 and Xbox One are 4K 60, but isn't that upscaled? I thought that was all upscaled. I thought it was all upscaled. I thought it was all upscaling on the PS5 and Xbox One. I'm pretty sure it's all upscaled. Yes, 1080p to 4K upscaled. 1080p 4K upscaled. That's what I thought. I thought it was like 720, but I don't think you can do 720 to 4K. Yeah, I think it's from 1080p. It might be 1440p, but no, it's 1080p. 1080p to 4K upscaled. Your 3060 can play Cyberpunk. You just can't do it 4K. Well, you can, but you only gotta get 45 frames, I think it is. Again, going off of memory. I mean, my memory's starting to come back. My head's starting to actually feel better. It's not hurting anymore. I think you guys are making me awake. I think I'm awake now. I mean, it's almost midnight. I'm awake now. The same guy had a Ryzen 3 laptop with 6 GB RAM and integrated graphics, and he's gonna talk crap that you. What? What's wrong with people? What's wrong with people? What is wrong with people? And you see me making fun of Hart here with his 11900 KF? That he doesn't overclock at all? No, you don't hear me making fun of him about that. I had a 13400F. Wrong, yes. I think even my E-cores were faster than his CPU. Probably. They do 4.1, don't they? On your E-cores? On those E-cores? I think they do 4.1, right? You're feeling awake and I'm falling asleep. Well, man, if you gotta go, man. Don't fall asleep wherever you are right now. You don't want to wake up all stiff like. I mean, maybe you would. Maybe that'd be a surprise for you. Still feels it still outputs in 4K and uses VRAM buffer most Nvidia users. I played about the first PC ports from console. Oh. What? Whoever's gotta go sleep, you should be sleeping, you guys. You should be sleeping. Yeah, remember, I gotta be doing this so I can hopefully get some more viewers, subscribers. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe, and help the channel too. 3.3 gigahertz. That's what your cores go to, 3.3? That's it? That doesn't seem right. Oh, I thought they were more, faster. My apologies. It's really slow. It's slower than my 12600K. I was gonna show this video though. So, there we go, 5800X. This is at 1080p. Remember this. I'm saying 1080p for 5800X 3D or 7000X 3D. So this is like Assassin's Creed, Baldur's Gate, and that's what good for. Look at this, 5800X 3D. Boom. Okay, well, this is not making sense from the other thing I was seeing. Or that. I guess the different settings will help. Yeah, I guess different settings. Apparently, it likes ultra. Hogwarts Space Marine I could go on. CPU could go up to a whopping 2.5 on his 3rd gen trash GPU. Why talk crap about PC when your laptop is trash? Yeah. It's not insane that GPUs are now 3+ gigahertz. Well, yeah, because, well, I mean, it's been around for a while. If you knew how to overclock, you can easily get 3 gigahertz anyways. I mean, coming from factory now, over 3 gigahertz is pretty insane, yeah? Hogwarts Legacy, 107 with 7800X3, 50 and 87. This is ultra though. This is Marvel Spider-Man. Why benchmark is even using Vega 64? What benchmark is he even using? Vega 64 with 1.6 gigahertz. A benchmark? What do you mean, his setup? And Qualcomm. We got a Qualcomm ad, guys.
Essentially the go-to recommended configurations for each CPU. For all of our testing, we used an Inno3D RTX 4090 iChill X3OC to alleviate any bottlenecks and the latest version of Windows 11 was used.
Well,
Though we are showing
1.6
resolutions in this head-to-head, our main focus really
boost,
is,
right?
as always, going to be on 1080p.
1.4
this is where
base.
CPU is at its highest level of utilization, and higher resolutions will see the CPU usage drop as the GPU takes over, as well as helping to support benchmarks. X3D, but this is a margin of error increase. Recommended configurations for each CS or OS master with 32 gig of Kingston Fury 3600 MHz CL16 memory. So both memory kits are essentially the go-to recommended configurations for each CPU. For all of our testing, we used an Inno3D RTX 4090 iChill X3OC to alleviate any bottlenecks, and the latest version of Windows 11 was used. Though we are showing all three resolutions in this head-to-head, our main focus really is, as always, going to be on 1080p, because
you're making me miss what GPU they're using.
And for the 5800X3D, we used the Gigabyte X570S Aorus Master with 32 gig of Kingston Fury 3600 MHz CL16 memory. So both memory kits are essentially the go-to recommended configuration for each CPU. For all of our testing, we used an Inno3D RTX 4090 iChill X.
4090, okay. I'm using a 4090. And GPU is on water, so 3.01 gigahertz is my max boost. That's pretty good, man. You can't complain about 3 gigahertz.
Automation and AI-powered tools in Greenhouse can not only help you drive efficiency, but also help you deliver a fair, transparent, and engaging
4090.
candidate experience that
4090.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla sees some
4090.
pretty high frame rates, and as a result, the difference isn't too big.
Alright,
Somewhat
Far
redundant.
Cry.
1440p sees the 5800X, and this is most likely because the newer CPU is doing a 4K is edge. This seems to, and now brings the CPU. Then at 1440 actually sits a margin of use, and sometimes it's just good old-fashioned level of CPU bottleneck. The 7000 series CPU seems to be a much better choice for gaming compared to its 5000 series older brother. Most of the games sit in with between
A lot of games there. Wow, that ad was so awesome. Bring it back. I guess maybe some things changed, but when it came out, the 5800X 3D was still top dog for some games, and 7000X 3D was doing good on some games. It was better for 4K though, for sure. So I don't know. Maybe some things got optimized for it since last time I saw it. But now the 9800X 3D is an absolute monster. It really is an absolute monster. Some 800X 3D or better. There's no point upgrading at the moment, to be honest. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, you want to be somewhere on the AM5 platform for sure. For gaming. Still to make, if you're only gaming, again, only gaming. You still need to make a transition big K on the little K. I know. I need to make a hotkey. You need to make a hotkey for it. I know, you don't need to tell me. No, nah, M4 all the way. Alt F4. No thanks. Oh, and 4 is fine with a good GPU. Yeah, but the platform's done. The platform's done. And if you're in today's society, you don't want to be on that. You want to be on a platform that's still got some life left. You don't need to have all the life left in it. Just need to have some life in it. It's just, I wish the Core Ultras actually performed better, because that would actually suggest it. But if people aren't gonna overclock or do anything like that, there's no point. Yeah, LGA 1700, yes, it's done for. Not unless they somehow come out with CPUs for it that are better than what was already there. But I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. Yeah, honestly, even AM4 is fine. Yeah, no. If I was on a budget, I would upgrade the GPU, and then when I can afford to upgrade the PC to I still feel like that's a good idea, because I feel like there would be too much stuttering, too much lows, and then what's the point? What's the point when you can't even play the game with that, because you're literally being bottlenecked? Hey, no life is fun. 5600 with RX 6600 XT. Nah, I'm still using old hardware. Yep, I know you would. Yep, I know we won't. I've seen that CPU cooler you have there. It looks like it's 20 years old, because it is like 20 years old. I'm still using the hardware. 5600, yeah, or 8600G. I mean, I'm pretty sure the 8600G would definitely be better than 5600 in some cases, but I don't know. I'd have to, I have to see some testing on that one to say anything. You're right there. No point in doing any of that till you buy a better monitor. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I enjoy playing at 30 frames per second. That's because your eyes and brain can only keep up with 30 frames per second. He's Ron beat me to it. I mean, would you go with the 5600 and 6600 XT or 5600 is not on AM5? Oh, yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, 8600G, probably. That way I'm on AM5. I mean, that's a tough choice still. I got a 144 hertz monitor and swapped it back to 60 hertz. Did it actually feel weird for you or what? You'd be like, God damn, my brain hurts from all these extra frames. Even being on LJ 1700 is better than being on AM4. Even being on LJ 1700 is better than being on AM4. Yeah, I would say that. I would. As much as it sucks that, yeah, because AM4, I mean, I don't want to use DDR4. LGA 1700, you can use DDR4 or DDR5 if you want. Like, there's so much extra choices, right? Choices is good. But now the platform is done for, what's the point in some people's minds? Because it's more recent, yeah. Watch AM5 gonna be the shortest lifespan. AM6 is gonna just show up. Imagine they already said 2027. You get until 2027, maybe until the end of 2028. They already confirmed it. Wait a minute, you guys still play games on monitors? No. You say I play games? I just stare at the window, watch the birds fly by, and that's it. A DDR6 isn't even close. Nah, we're not by DDR6 yet. Basically, the CU dim was basically DDR6 because you get more frequency, but now we aren't at DDR6 yet. They can't lie to me. I don't know, man. We'll see about that. They said 20 good till 2027 at least. They gonna drop DDR7? Oh, the GDDR7? You think they're gonna drop G? Nah. It's like when DDR5 came out. It's not optimized right now for games and a whole bunch of things right now. So I'm pretty sure it's the baby steps. So Nvidia's taking a leap there, kind of like how other companies do is that sometimes, but Nvidia's taking a leap there for the actual GPU market and hoping that things will take off, and it should. It's good to start off and be the tester, especially a company that big. Even if AM5 ended right now, AM5 would still destroy AM4 and beat LJ 1700. Yeah, unfortunately. For gaming, again, we're talking strictly gaming. Yeah. Even though GDR7 is not fully used yet. We didn't even fully use we didn't even use PCIe Gen 4. GDR7 is not even fully using PCIe Gen 4. Fully using. Like, we're maxing it out, but I mean, we're not fully using it. Like, there's more settings. I'll show you. Theoretical right there. God, challenge. TVs are 4K HDR. What's her next year? It'll probably be 240. Maybe crazy, right? And the prices of them. That would be kind of like buying Feather with a steak and then cooking it on the same old shitty grill. Agree. Yeah. DR6 will be like Zen 7. What? Depends if AMD takes the step and yeah, I think it's also like Samsung, Micron, and Hynix have to build it first, and then they have to talk to motherboard manufacturers to make it so the RAM slots can use it, right? Like it's not just boom, it's there. It's not boom, it's there. It's boom, it's there. There's a lot of testing that's got to be done for this kind of stuff. Like, I mean, a lot of testing, like a year prior before it comes out testing. So who knows? So if I get leaks of DDR6, of course I'll be trying to find it, but I think we are still 3-4 years away from that. I mean, a grill cook's more like cooking it the steak on a microwave. Oh, yeah, yeah. Who determines DDR specification? JEDEC. JEDEC standard. Right here. Right here. Oh, JEDEC. You go here. And you go to jdec.org. Here you go. These are all the specifications, standards and documents that you can go through. Mechanical standardization, governmental liaison, quality and reliability of solid-state products, thermal characteristics for the semiconductors. Depending on the CPU, that's probably a better analogy heart. Yeah, yeah. It's AM5 faster than AM4. Mine, yes, of course it is. Of course it is. Now, trying to find the setting for the theoretical limit. Theoretical limit for PCIe Gen 4 is 64 gigabits per second bandwidth. I'm just trying to find the documentation for it, for being able to get maybe close to theoretical limit, but that might be for another time. Can you solder RAM chips? I mean, if I took my time, yeah. If I had a better, I mean, if I had hot air workstation, yeah, I could. But it's not as hard as some people think. You gotta get the dies for it. You gotta just know the RAM chips, the ball grid array for them, clean up the pads, add a little bit of low melt soldering paste, make them into a ball. You know, you gotta spread the die, over the die, pull it up. You might have to do it a couple times, but it's not as hard as some people think. You gotta know the limits of the hardware. Knowing limits of hardware is not too difficult. Just don't go too nuts with the heat. Once you actually see the solder solidify, then you're good. 2 balls, 4 fingers, you're halfway there. 2 eyeballs, 4 fingers, yeah. Yeah, just, it's not as hard as some people think. I think the hardest thing to start learning is soldering small SMTs with a soldering iron, and that's how I started. That's why I guess I've showed. They showed how small they are if it focuses. It's literally like you just sharpen a pencil to a point, touch the paper, and that's how small of the SMT you're soldering. And you gotta be careful because you don't want to overheat them, because they won't last as long, or they'll just be burnt out by the time you're done soldering. Not too difficult. Taking stuff off is pretty easy because you don't have to worry about it dying on you. Putting stuff back on, that's the fun part. Was I the best at it at the beginning? No. No, I was not. You can go back to some of my older videos too of me showing me when I was a bit better, and I still wasn't that good. Yeah, I could end up with a microchip soup. You could just go poof. Oh, well, I guess I gotta redo that. And you can pick up chips very cheap too. You can pick up used chips that have been taken off that work just fine, have been gone through testing. You have to go through them though. The only thing is you have to go through the chips, or like RAM chips, like actual RAM chips, and or VRAM chips for your GPUs. You have to go through them to make sure that the pads are good on them. That's what you want to do, is make sure all the pads and all that look good. You have no good pads, you can't put the balls on them proper, then what's the point of using them? There's no point. There is no point. But yeah, I mean, I'm good at soldering. I'm good at a lot of things. It just takes time. Yeah, I want to set yourself up a nice little workstation. Nice bright light. Fun bright light. That's all you need. Nice bright light. Like I said, I learned all this stuff so that way I can, as soon as I get into liquid nitrogen, I'm set. I know what I gotta do. I don't have to spend months prior to the overclocking. I can just do it, do the mod, or do the LN2 first, see what I can do without the mod. If I'm not even close to being as happy without a mod, I'll always of course do a power limit mod on this stuff. It's not too difficult, but doing voltage core mods are a little bit more difficult. And I've seen some people where they're absolute wizards, where they make it look like it's art, literally art. It looks like they're artists. It's like, God, man, that's absolutely beautiful. Those lines, perfect. And then they use little epoxy to hold down the wires. The wire's very small, but I mean, hold down the wire, perfect, man. These guys are insane. It looks beautiful. And that's what I would like to do too. Make my stuff look art. Been here for 5 hours now. Well, thank you for the views there, man. How have the ads been? Hopefully they've been somewhat satisfying tonight. Hopefully they're not too bad. I had put it on moderate again. I did not put it on high, so hopefully it's not too bad. Yeah, I've seen that guy. Yeah, carvings out of a piece of rice. Yeah. Have you seen the? No, I don't want power mod. Okay. I have to go through the. I'll ask them. I'll ask the guys if I'm allowed to use their pictures first, though. I'll ask the overclockers if I'm allowed to use their pictures. Absolute art. An ad every 10 minutes? No way. Is it actually every 10? There's no way it's actually every 10 minutes. Is it every 10 minutes? I hope there's not an ad every 10 minutes. Now, you're joking, right? Sometimes, and it's always free Robux or free something. Free? Hey, at least my ads are giving you free stuff. Must know how cheap I am. Or how poor I am. You guys hear about The Last of Us Part 3? No more of us? What's happening? Ad every 10 to 15 minutes. Crazy. Well, let's try that. It should be about 1 every 5 minutes now. Shoot. It's too funny. Too funny. So much. To be honest, I'm pretty sure a lot of people should be going to bed, right? I've only been streaming for 8 hours. It's midnight. It kind of sucks. A lot of things I had to do today. From my days for good views and then missing out, basically. Overclockers never sleep. You got that right. It's like last year when I was doing the competition and that. Yeah. Stream until 1, 2 a.m. Using what looks like a GT210 or a GT730 as a placeholder is crazy. 610, GT610. Got no fans. Ready to go for. No, there's no lag. Oh, there is lag. There was lag. It's server. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. I've done every testing. I've redone everything too. Let's watch people of idiots building PCs and laugh at them. I mean, if you want to. You think people would care if I build a PC? Like, I don't think they care. I mean, the stuff I'm putting in my PC is it's not like I'm putting in crazy components of mine, so. Yeah, I'm not sure where that lag came from again. It's yeah, see, no lag for ROM. It lagged for me. It lagged for mine. It's odd. It's gotta be server. It's gotta be server of some sort. It's not me. It's not me, I swear. Well, I meant videos. What videos? I mean, the people building PCs and laugh at them. Mm-hmm. Well, maybe. I don't get how people don't. I don't know if they're like joking around about building PCs or not. So it's not too difficult to do. I mean, I can't even make a decent, just, a decent long video of how to build PC because it's too easy. It's too quick. Even explaining everything as you go, showing everything as you go. It's too easy. Build too many of them, taking so many apart. I heavily overclocked the GT 730 until it reached performance of it until UHD 630. Serious? Because that's about the performance of the GT 730, is it not? No, no, no. Guess you would have to overclock it a bit, eh? I mean, it's not too far off, but I mean, you would still have to overclock it a bit. That was around the same performance for some reason. Yeah, it's around that performance, but yeah, you would have to overclock it a bit. I would like to get a bunch of cheap graphics cards, do voltage mods on them. Chick in a bikini building a PC, that would be nice. Do you have a bikini? Not a hot chick though. I don't think you want to see these nipples. You don't want to see how white I am underneath this shirt. And I'm pretty sure you have seen a hot chick in a bikini building a PC before. You're just saying. What did you say? Well, lag. It's not me. Stop. I want to get like 1080s and OC them. Oh, me too. Me too. He's an AI. Did y'all see that? What do you mean I'm an AI? Oh, did it lag? It's not me. It's not me. It's the servers. It's gotta be. I can maybe set back up on a different server. I can set up on a different server if you want, and then see if that helps. Yeah, I'm literally watching it. It hasn't skipped at all. So this game is so bad. I mean, I got 1080. I can clock that, but I mean, I don't know. I've been asked about a few people, can you overclock the GTX 1080 to match the 1080 Ti? It's like, no. If I had liquid nitrogen or a chilled loop with a voltage mod and no power limit, probably. Nope. None of the above there, Squeeze. None of the above. None of the above. You know what a ProLiant is? You know who makes the ProLiant? It's not a Lenovo, it's not an IBM or a Dell. That is it. Is that an adult toy? HP ProLiant. It's an HP. It's a Hewlett Packard. I was gonna ask you guys, like, what does HP mean? But I mean, you guys are old enough. I'm pretty sure most of you are old as dirt and you probably know what it means. So I just said it. Hewlett Packard. HP. Hewlett Packard was a packing something. Yeah, it's HP ProLite ML350 G6. Like a G6. It's all set up. It's got 2 Xeons in it, but I don't have it set up to as my server with Unraid right now. So I knew what it meant since I was 9, like 50 years ago, 40 years ago. Not a lot of people do. Not a lot of people do. Like a G6. I just don't know. I don't know. I know tomorrow I'm probably going to do some overclocking. Show some people overclocking. Jimmy wants to see that, so show him some overclocking for the competition. Because I got, again, a bunch of random stickers I got to go over, but it's just boring. People, I'm pretty sure people just think it's boring and don't want to watch it. It's probably true that probably a lot of people don't want to watch it. That's why even people are using liquid nitrogen. Their views are, I think they got, Sense had how many views from 4 months ago? It wasn't much. We're just here to hang out with you and learn more, man. That's all I'll do, buddy. Well, thanks, man. And he has videos that are 3 years old, 450 views. I feel bad for him. I mean, he's rich anyways. He's actually rich and gets to play with all the hard stuff. So of course I don't feel too bad for him. Yeah, Buildzilla gets views, yeah. Night, Ron. Oh yeah, bet there, Squeeze. Beast. Gets to play the wrong way. I took that to, gets to play with all the hard. What? I never said hard stuff. Fun stuff, not hard stuff. Took that the wrong way. Never know, maybe he does play with the hard stuff. Just looking for a little mine now. He doesn't care about making money off that. That's why it hasn't gone anywhere. The only reason yours is growing at all is because you put so much time. Yeah, I do. I do put a lot more time than most people, to be honest, into this. I guess that does help. Yes, that is true, man. And yeah, I do. I want to help out people and stuff. I don't know everything there is about every CPU. That's why I want to overclock every CPU. I don't know every GPU. I do research on it, but some of the research I've been finding out is not 100% entirely correct either. So not the greatest, right? So being able to use every GPU, every CPU, every GPU, CPU, motherboard, and all that helps. Just because I know which ones are the best ones to use for overclock doesn't mean necessarily everyone's going to be using it. So my opinion on some things aren't exactly the greatest either. That's why I try to be more open-minded on trying to learn some newer stuff. Like newer stuff as in the lower end motherboards and all of those, but I guess it all depends. 6700K. Just because I missed my 6700 and I never got to play around with the 6700K, unfortunately. Yeah. And technically, you can overclock the i7-7700, but you can't overclock it far. It's just BCLK overclock. So overclocking your motherboard, which overclocking your motherboard overclocks every peripheral that's on it, including the CPU, RAM, and GPU. So you gotta be careful. It's at R7. Sorry, I have a split in my phone that's literally perfect spot. 7700, of course. It's better, and I want to get on to more AMD stuff because I haven't played around with AMD stuff in a while. I mean, it's been three years since I played around with AMD stuff. Is there any software stuff on Windows 11 I could do to make my PC faster? No. Get rid of all the bloatware. Get rid of anything you don't need. There's videos for the bloatware. Just go off of like known people that are good. Adding more stuff onto your PC does not. Yeah, those Windows optimizers. Yeah, no. And that's all you got. Windows 11 is brutal, man. Go back to Windows 10 or go to Windows 10 Pro. There you go. Get off of Windows 11. Even though they're going to be ending it here, what, October? I think it's this October they're ending it. Windows 10. That's Windows 11 for you. If you ain't on the newest hardware, guess what? Windows 11 is going to be slow. Unfortunately. I opened Task Manager like you told me and just went through one at a time and Google how to disable each one. It was actually pretty easy. And I'll tell you if you didn't go to yep. And if you go Task Manager and disable every single startup, that helps too. Disabling every single startup helps your boot up time and like makes things snappier right off the bat. And yeah, it's good. I disabled all startup apps and ground apps. Only one that run is drivers and stuff. I gotta use CMD to disable. Oh, command to disable. Yep, you can do that. I do. I make sure I get rid of well, I guess I get rid of the Explorer. Not disabling Windows. Yeah, I'll just go on to Linux. There you go. Solves your issue, man. Linux, done. Again, I haven't played around with Linux in so long that I'm not even sure how it works anymore. Because I never learned enough about Linux. Because I didn't care about it. Tried it. Don't care about it. Linux for the win. Links for the win. Gotta get some of those links for the win. Disable PC. Bye. Install Max? Okay, no, man. No, you said Max. So max power it is. You're right. I'll disable PC. I'll overclock it and boom. How to fix a Mac. Step 1, unplug from power. Step 2, throw in trash. Step 3, get a PC. There used to be a thing you could tell people to type in the run program and it would delete everything on the computer. Is that still a thing? I do believe so. Technically didn't delete everything on the PC. It would delete portion of Windows that made sure it's on TikTok. I'm pretty sure it deletes a portion of Windows that makes it so it like you can't. It literally ends your PC basically, the Windows operating system. It doesn't delete everything. You can't delete technically everything off of something. You have to rewrite over like 500 to 1,000 times to a rewrite tool. Mac is great. Mac is not great. The comments are mad at this one guy. No doubt. No doubt. Ah, I gotta see that, to be honest. It's crazy, like, if people do that kind of stuff, too. Bunch of trolls. Internet trolls. Internet trolls. Brutal. Should I get a 7700? No. Definitely not. You should definitely not get a 7700. T? No. It's even worse. Don't get any T variants. Unless you're, you know, build an ultra low powered system, then why not? Oh, why? Oh. Oh yeah, just don't. No need. Don't you already have something that's better? If you already have something that's better, why would you get a 7700? I mean, I would get a 7700 because I want to be able to use every CPU. 77K is a yes. You got that right. Overclocked ish? No, I did it. Why not? Again, I've overclocked i5 or i6 2500s or 2600s. I've overclocked, sorry, i7 2700s. I've overclocked 2400s, so i5 2400s, 6700. They're fun to overclock. They're just not easy. i6? No, i7 and i5. There's no ice. Here's the real one. i6? i7 700K. Oh, if your CPU comes open lid, should you be worried? Yes, I'd be worried. OCPC, wanna watch me max out with Dell Optifx on Discord? Kind of. Ooh, 8600K, because I want another 8600K. They're fun to overclock. They're such a low, like they don't use a whole lot of power. They're only 6 cores, 6 thread. They're so fun to overclock. Yes, I want a 69K. 69K. Which is fast for multi-core, 7700K. 8600K. Overclocking or not overclocking? So I'm pretty sure I could probably overclock to 8600K more. But I got mine to 5.1 gigahertz. Oh, stock. Probably 8600K. I would say the 8600K would be. You're not even in the voice chat. Okay, let's say. Install RAM, upgrade CPU, and add M2 storage with current GPU, maybe I guess server net. I thought you were overclocking the. Squeeze, I thought I'm right here waiting to go into this voice chat there to watch the overclock, but because A600K has 2 more cores, but 700K has 2 more threads. Exactly. Cores are better than threads, right? Threads, you only get 1/3 the power, more power. So like I said, I would assume my motherboard says it has AI optimization should do. I don't think you need it. You don't do anything for that. So why would you want it? Would you rather of 86K 6-core 6-thread or 4-core 8-thread? Nah, 6-core 6-thread. 6-core 6-thread. I know, I'm looking. I don't see you there. So should I install i5 8500 or i5 9500? Wait, what motherboard is this? Is it a Z2? Is it a Z270? Or a 270 board? I only want a i7 70 i7 and anyone wants an i7 97K with a Noctua D5 cooler, give you the MSI board and the RAM skip for free with it. I mean, that's pretty good. I would. I don't care about your Noctua cooler though. But yeah, I would. Sometimes I think mine wants to actually hurt. Yeah, I know. But Squeeze, what board are you on? 270 or something? So I'm pretty sure 270 works for the 8th and 9th gen, does it not? Or do you actually need a 390? No, you don't need a 390. You can use a 370, but I don't think 370 supports. Or would 370 support the i5 8th gen? Can't remember. Z170 6th gen, 7th gen works for 270. I think you can put 8th gen in. I could be wrong. Maybe it is a Z370 board or just Dell stock board for the main PC. But you just said, should I install i5 8500 or 9500? Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. Has anyone upgraded from 87K to 900K? No. I upgraded from 8700K to a 13900KF. Actually, no, 8700K to 12900K. Sorry. You had to dot the old air champ. Don't do D15 like that, bro. Oh, I know you're cool and overclock for real, but for someone who wants the daily, it's fine. I mean, I would literally use it as a daily. I would use it as a daily, as a secondary PC for streaming. So that way, if I want to do any kind of overclocking on my main PC, I don't have to worry about crashing. Or if I crash, big whoop, still streaming. That's why. I'm not sure if I'd still use the Noctua. I guess I would technically use the Noctua because I would want to use my custom water loop for overclocking everything else. My other custom water loop for overclocking everything else. Yeah, 9500 is better. 9500 is 1,000 more than 8500. It's better. For real. Yeah, but that's what I would do with the 9700K turned to a stream PC. 1400K. I got lucky. I got a really good 1300K that performs really good. I'm not sure if you would get one that performs really good. And I was keeping up with 1400KS and benchmarking. Same speeds. Getting basically the exact same scores. And then he had to go and chill it more than what I could, and I just couldn't keep up from there because he chilled it way more. Because he also delitted his and lopped his, which I didn't do my 1300K, so he was able to get more clock speeds. Unfortunately, but I was keeping up with the 1400K with my 1300K, so I was pretty happy about that. That was partially due to my RAM overclocking, though. My camera stop. Oh, you ever taken 4 Tylenol P? And I don't take pills. I don't do drugs. I don't take pills for pain or anything, and I don't drink. Pretty boring, buddy. I am pretty boring. Won't even take an Advil. I don't even take Advil. I don't take Advil, Tylenol, pain, nothing. I can have broken bones. I won't take anything. It's okay. And I've broken almost every bone in my body. No joke. You ever overclock? I don't do drugs. Overclocking is my drug. Yeah. I get high on overclocking. Overclocking fucks me up. It's been a long stream, so I could swear now, I guess. Language. My bad. I'm sorry, God. Is it better on weed, I think? I don't know. Maybe it would be. I don't know. I guess I'd be a chicken clocker, that's for sure. I'd definitely be a chicken clocker if I was. I would be a chicken clocker. I'd be too scared to do anything. How come it's taking you 6 hours for this one benchmark? Well, I'm afraid to go this far right now, so I'm just taking my time. Now, if you ever smoked, I recommend don't try it. If you never smoked, but you don't. I'm not saying I've never drank or done drugs and or done that stuff. I don't do it anymore for good reasons. The place with the bars is not a nice place. I mean, it's not the worst, but I mean, it's not great. I would literally raise it like 1 hertz at a time. Yeah. Click. Please work. Or like, click. Don't blow up. Oh, bad. You're so right. You're so right. On the money, man. Yep, I know I am. It's definitely not recommend. Please don't do it. Also, it also helps, I guess, my channel too a bit. Kids puts my videos around more if I don't talk about that kind of stuff and that. Since I'm not a big YouTuber, big YouTubers can talk about all that kind of stuff because it don't matter to them. It just puts them out anyways. Hey, it may take me 3 hours, but that lawn is so cut, so effing good. Oh, yep. How much did you have to cut? I don't know, 100 square feet. But look at it. Damn, man, that's some nice cut grass you got there. Wanna come look at my deck? Damn, man, that's a nice deck. Well, come look at my bush. Man, you sure know how to keep that bush tidy. Just stupidity, I know. Just stupidity. Yeah, you sure got a big deck. I built that deck in only 3 months. Is it just me, or do I slowly go out of sync with the stream? That's probably you. That's probably you. I'm at high bit rate, so if they're like on a phone or something, you could be like out of sync with the stream. Yeah. Audio lag? Yeah, it can't be me. I think that's you. Let me start it. I didn't even watch it. What do you mean watch it? Watch it. Yeah, it's perfect. It's actually perfect. Nope. I haven't seen any lag. Again, I think it's server and I only hit some people. So I don't know why. I don't know why. It hits some people at certain times. I really don't know why. Again, my PC is baller. My internet is baller compared to some people's, unfortunately. But it's good. And I'm not on Wi-Fi anymore again. I tried the Wi-Fi thing because I thought that was the issue. It's not. I'm connected again. I've done server testing to YouTube. I've done server testing for OBS. I've done it all. It's crisp, clean, good to go. The bit rate is higher than what it should be. Baller, as in I only pay $54 a month for 1 gig download, and it's 150 megabytes per second up, which is pretty good. No, you watch. He's talking about checking out his bush. Yeah, it does it to me, but also about 4 to 7 seconds. It does it to me, but also by about 47 seconds. Then it's the bitrate. What are you watching it on? What are you watching it on? Because I also put down my video quality on my phone to like really low video quality, so that way it's not 1080p, so the bitrate's different for it. If you're on 1080p, the bitrate could be too high for your phone. Yeah, I only have it at 480p. Maybe that's why there's no lag. Yeah. If you have it down to like 480p or lower, then you should be fine. Just because if you're 1080p, it's going to be giving you the high bit rate. Because I'm at 1080p right now. Well, technically my camera's 4K, but I downgrade to 1080p with high bit rate, so that way it looks fairly decent. Is he 6K modem? I don't know what it is. The modem's cheap. Yeah. It depends on what you're watching it on. If you're not watching it on a decent PC that's plugged into the actual internet there, then yeah, you could be slower. For science. Bill Nye, the science guy. Bill. Turn it up to 720p. I'll see if it's still stable. Okay. It might be only at 1080p, but 720p might still be a higher bit rate too. I keep mine at a low bit rate on my phone, so that way I can monitor it. And again, I've only seen lag on it a couple times, and it's not even times when you guys say there's lag. That's the thing. And when I say a couple times when there's lag, you guys say there's no lag. I'm like, okay, well, there's gotta be some sort of server issue. Plugged into actual internet? Nah. Yo, how are you watching this? Seems fine. Yeah, you might have to give it a bit. It's only once in a while there's lag. Which, like I said, could be a server thing. But again, it could be also a bitrate thing. My bitrate's good. 0 frames drop. Bitrate's good for the quality, and also, like, It's not like I have to raise my bit rate. I can lower my bit rate. Lower my bit rate does not help anything, though. I've tried lower bit rate, and it's actually worse. So I don't get that. I don't get it, man. I couldn't tell you. I've tried everything, every setting, and once in a while there's still the lag. So I couldn't tell you, dog. I couldn't tell you. Did you find out anything about the banners at the bottom of the screen? No. No, I didn't. But I don't even know what you're saying. Banner. What banner? Like my banner? You mean like my logo? All right, you have to give me a minute. Nice. You are live though. Remember that, so everyone can hear you. Oh, you don't have a mic on. Unmute yourself. I hear that sexy voice. I don't even mean by banner. I'm trying to figure out banner. YouTube banner or how to put YouTube banner button video live. This sounds bad. Yeah. House as pictures. How to manage channels. View events. Channel. No, I don't want to do that. Ooh, he's spreading it. Spread it real good now. I don't care about that. Spread it. Spread it. What is that? What? I didn't even see it. I can't even see it. That clean looking Dell you got there, bud. That clean looking Dell. Google YouTube banner ads and click images. like images. For computers only. Okay. I will see what I can do with that there, bud. I figured it. Thank you very much for telling me that. I didn't know until you meant. I have to go into my Google account and switch it from there and add in my YouTube URL for it. The stream is literally froze. Okay, it's good now. Haha. Bill, nah, the kinky guy. Bill. His favorite place to be is Uranus. Can we see Uranus? I don't know. It's pretty far away, man. Never know. I might bend over and show the dark side. I bend over and show you my dark side. Look at this sexy Dell. Sexy Dell. I don't have Discord on my PC, or else I'll be showing this. Oh man, you don't need to put a whole bunch on that CPU. I don't think. Wait, what CPU did you put in? You didn't tell me what you put in. You put in 85 or 95? Feeling the sense. And you're muted, by the way, so I can't hear you. I mean, you can hear me twice if you're still watching the stream. And what's up there, guys? Hello? I'll turn you down a little loud. Say hi to the stream. Ah, that's all I get. All I get is ah. Oh, you're lagging like mad. You lagging. You're lagging. You're lagging so hard. Quit lagging. You again. Keep lagging, buddy. Keep lagging. Sounds amazing. Build the fun can build. He's got the fan on it now. But you're lagging. You're lagging so bad. What is that then? Yellow card in your left. This one? Well, that's my Zotac GeForce 9600 GT 1 GB graphics card. Does not work. I got it on again, another electronic scrapyard. I fixed it up. And yeah. Another move made sure it did not work. I have to replace some of these. Right here. You see them, how they're missing? Right. I have to replace that. Those there. They fell off. Broke off. So I have to replace those, and then it should work again. Unless you can see all the stuff in place. No, and pop. Again, electronic scrapyard. So sometimes you find them in bins of graphics cards or other things. Yeah, good condition, eh? For being in a bin of graphics cards. Look at the condition of it. So shiny. But yeah, you guys see this one. Focus. It was missing this one. It was missing this big one. And there's resistors. This big one. See here. Here. I soldered it back on. My fault. I have motherboards and that are gone, and I searched up the diagram for them, and I replaced the ones that I know I could fix. So I fixed it, and I got it working. That's why I have validated files on harvardbot.org. But to remove this card, no good. My GTX 770 is done by looks of it. It's done. Pretty sure, because it smelled bad. This one didn't smell bad when I turned it on, just no image. It means memory, most likely. But yeah, that's what I have to replace. And it should work. It's a nice old graphics card. Put it back in the case and put it in the PC case, and the PC will probably be worth like $800 in market today. Yeah, right? These are like about almost $200. There you go. That sounds better. it was better. Maybe not. Oh, never mind. You can pick them up for it's the 1 gig, not the 512. So $90 now. I guess they went down in price. $90 here in Canada. But you gotta make sure you look at the 1 gig edition. Wow. 120-ish. About 120-ish. Still. They're not cheap. They're not cheap cards. Picked up for $2, so why not? I got the 8600 GTS working. It didn't work, but I got it working. It needed quite a bit done on it too. Again, I just stole parts off of motherboards. Switched up the diagram on it, got it working. So, and this one's nice because it has, and I put a water block on this one to cool it. But yeah, has different cooler on it, which is nice. As you can see, it has different spots for coolers, which is really nice. And then all the other cards I got were actually in really condition. Those are only 2 cards from the scrap here that didn't work. And yeah, I was quite happy. HD 5450 works. ATI X 1900X worked. The 1300X Pro works. The DT610 I got came with a motherboard, which is kind of nice. That's a great, like I said, I love the card. I would like to get the GT710 fish model. So this right here actually looks like the cooler. It looks like a fish. That's why it's called the fish model. I would like to grab one of them because they are kind of rare cards to find now. So I would like to find one of them. DMI though, so basically newer. Yeah. The 1300X Pro. It's nice. You just keep you just keep reconnecting. You can disconnect and reconnecting. I'm about to kick you out of the channel. How are you lagging so much? Mine. And you're wondering why lag issues. You just keep disconnecting. You're disconnecting and reconnecting like 100 times, or I'm pretty sure, and your sound's not working. So yeah. Okay. Okay, Eddie. Oh, you're still. Oh, well, get off the stream and then, because you're. I mean, your sound's better now, though. I want to see if they have a Zotac 7300 GT. They do? No. No, I don't think I'll be able to find a 7300 GT. User benchmarks. I have a lot of 9600 GT 512, but I don't really care about the 512 one. The 1 gig's the nice one. But you can pick up the 512s for like $30. The 1 gig ones are the more valuable ones. So I want to fix it up and get it working again. Then I can validate more runs on it. And they have a bunch of 7300s, but they don't have any Zotac ones. More like another 9800. I would like another 9800, to be honest. I like this one. Like I said, 1900X as well, XT, which is nice. Wow. It was nice, and then I sold it. And yeah, I shouldn't have sold it because I missed that card. I keep them all wrapped up in newspaper in a box. What? Yeah, I'm still streaming. Oh, because you're lagging. And aggravated. This is not good. Should be good. No, 50 megabytes is not good. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? On your phone, you should be doing at least 100 and well over 100. I'm not. I mean, the chat's not moving very quick. Art's making some weird faces. If anyone's new to the stream, welcome. Just watching someone on the actual Discord here put together a. Yeah, see? He's even showing my stream. Everything's just fine. You're the one that's lagging, mine. And you're saying my stream's lagging? Jeez, man. Jeez. I'm literally plugged in onto my PC. I'm literally like a foot away from my modem. So I can't be lagging on my phone either. I'm lagging? Probably. Close the app and it goes away. Booted it. What are you doing? Lagging?
Nothing beats
I
an
know.
ego.
You don't need to tell me. I know you're already lagging. I know you're lagging. You don't need to tell me. I know you're lagging. I think it's trying to load an ad. Probably. It's probably trying to load ads. That's probably why there's lag too, right? Because I also I wanted to try a test thing and put it to high ad rate. So there's probably like an ad every like 7 minutes, probably. So anyone that's joining and there's a lot of ads, and I apologize. Trying to make some money here. If you want to see any PC hardware or any PC questions, please ask away. Any PC leaks, I'll let you know about it. Think about making a coffee. Ad every 40 seconds. I wish. Make it where there's an ad for 4.5 minutes out of every 5 minutes. I'm not sure. I can't. Well, I think I can put ads in after the live stream. Like every time I click, it adds an ad in. So maybe I could do that after I publish the video, but it's only after I publish the video, not while I'm live. I can only change it like to conservative, low earning potential, balanced, medium earning potential, and aggressive. That's what it's on right now. Aggressive, higher earning potential. More interrupted viewer experience. I'm sorry, viewers. I can't. Unfortunately, I can only do it after the fact. I can add in ads. I don't want to make it too bad for my viewers. It's on aggressive. Yeah, it's on aggressive. I need to know what's outside my house. I need to know what's out there. I need to watch it. You can't hear me on the stream because I use a software to cut things out. So talk now. Or don't talk. Oh, there you go. Ah, shit. YouTube was already aggressive before you changed it anyway. And that was unbalanced. I got salesman knocking on my door. That's a little too aggressive, YouTube. That's a little too aggressive. Yeah. Choose how mid rolls. Insert mid rolls. Manual ad. Place ads during specific moments of your live stream. Determine a frequency. What's this one do? Estimated frequency. I can do every 6 minutes. And then I can do insert mid-roll ads manually. How do I do that? Now, how do I put the ads in? Okay, so I have to figure out how to do this. So the best I could do is every 6 minutes there's an ad. The best I could do it. The worst I could do. Show ads to viewers at different times. Hey? So it shows ads to different viewers at different times. Because I'm monetized by YouTube. I'm a YouTube partner. Hello there, little hamster. Hold on, keep showing it. Look at the little hamster. Look at the little guy. He's a chubby little guy. Look at my hamster. Look at the little guy. He's got lots of food. He don't need no more, man. He's good for the winter. Yes. Yes. Okay, you're just gonna keep reconnecting? Brutal. You need better internet, man. Just saying. I have 60 megabit internet. That's the best I've ever heard. I think you need a little bit better, to be honest. So I said, oh, yeah, did do a hamster. Ooh, hey, that looks close to like my motherboard. You're right. Except for you got the lower end one. Not saying anything's wrong with it. Just has 4 DIMMs and it probably doesn't have the same VRMs. The extreme VRMs like that one. The one I showed. Yep, 3.1. It's the P8 P67. I used to have that board. It stopped working and I didn't want to deal with it, so I just threw it out. I don't sell stuff that doesn't work. Again, that's why I have 100% rating on my eBay. Why did they give you 4 slots for RAM on a 2 DIMM? What? Why do they give you 4 slots for RAM on a 2 DIMM MOBO? That's not how it works. 4 RAM slots is... What? What do you mean? Four slots is for 4 DIMMs if you want for more capacity. The mother I showed you has i7 2600K. I would like to play around 2600K, to be honest. I play around 2600. I mean, my motherboard can handle 2 sticks of RAM at full speed, but if I put 4 sticks of RAM, it cuts the speed. It doesn't cut the speed in half. So why do I even put 4? No, it doesn't cut it in half. You generally lose 200 megahertz to maybe 400 megahertz for like the DDR5. It's a little different, but and DDR6. There is no DDR6. When it comes out, they'll have double the bandwidth. If I look, it's double like speed. No, not clock speed, bandwidth. Clock speed's not bandwidth. If I look up the specs, it says we're already at like 6400, so it would be technically seen up like 12,000 plus. DDR69, nice. This is my old PSU. Oh, sorry, man, I didn't even look, man. Oh, he's gone. Peace. If I look up the specs, it says 4 sticks is like 3,000 megahertz or something. Yeah. And at 2 sticks, you could do probably what, 3,600? It says maybe on it. Maybe 3,400 it says on it. Right? But in all reality, you should be able to do 4,000 at least minimum for most DDR4. No, I exited. So did Squeeze. 5,600 stock, but it's 6,000. Okay, thank you. That helped. Yeah, so you did overclock to 6,000, but you should be able to do 5,600 all 4 sticks, or you might even be able to do 6,000. That mother had 4 2 gigabyte. Nice. Those 2 gigabyte sticks are really good for overclocking, by the way. 2 gigabyte sticks for DDR3 is really good. 2666 is stock for is JEDEC speed for DDR3 or DDR4. Sorry, yeah, on DDR4. That's why it's that's JEDEC speed. No, to JEDEC type speed I'm talking about. The motherboard specs are very confusing then. Well, I don't get how you're saying, if I look up the specs, it says 4 sticks is like 3000 megahertz, or that doesn't make sense. You know, DDR5. Oh, 3000 megahertz. If it's 3000 megahertz, you gotta times that by 2 to make to the mega transfers per second. But I mean, I don't know why they're saying 3000 megahertz. They should say DDR5. Now, unless you're searching up the wrong board and you go into DDR4, you search up a DDR4 board. You're probably searching up a DDR4 board, to be honest. You're not searching up the right board. But I'll show you what I mean by all of that. And yeah, confusing, but it's not that bad. So display captures is gonna burn your eyeballs for a second here. Woo. We like open up CPU Z here. Memory. See how my DRAM frequency 3600 megahertz. I'm on DDR5. You times that by 2, right? Times that by 2 to get the mega transfer per second of 7200. Even though it says 3600 megahertz, it's not 3600 mega transfer per second. That motherboard has a corrupted BIOS, by the way. Oh, that sucks. You can reflash it. Just reflash it. You can fix it. Let's say you can do 7200 2 sticks. What can you do with 4 sticks of the same speed bin? So like same sticks, but you just have a kit of 7200, same everything, like same timing, same voltages and all that. You could probably do 6400. You might be able to get 6800, but you should be able to do 6400. Should. Depending on motherboard too. It depends on motherboards and how they're designed. Topology and another type of way that memory is put in place. And if you look up at a Tough X87, you can see what I'm saying. At 2 sticks, it's regular speed, but it cuts in half. God. But tough, because this one's saying 8,000 mega transfers per second. So 4 DIMMs, max of 256 gig. DDR5 supports up to 8,000 mega transfers per second OC. 9,000, 8,000, 7,000 series processors, ECC and non-ECC buffer, dual channel. What do you mean? What do you mean, man? Yeah, I got 4 sticks of RAM. So like, if I'm at 3200 perfect, then I'm at 12,800 megahertz easy. CPU memory controller, 2 sticks can do 30, 4 sticks can do. Okay, so wait, CPU memory controller. I mean, the same. If you say memory controller. $1,800 on memory controller? Sure. I saw it when I downloaded the PDF manual. 3600 by 7200. Yeah, I guess so. Rise and shine is back there sometime. I don't know what you're saying by the force it's cutting in half. Your RAM speed. Because I even searched up the Tough X870, by the way, and it's saying it can do 8,000. So how is that making sense? And then it says 8,000 on this page. Tough Gaming X870 plus Wi-Fi. Is that the board you talked about? Okay, I'll download the manual. Okay, yeah. Let me know what model it is. That's all I want to know is what model, so I can search up the correct model. My first PC has single channel 800 megabytes of DDR2 RAM. Ooh, those are fine because it's like high voltage on them. Like standard, like 1.8 volts, I think. It identified as 1 gigabyte. Probably was 1 gigabyte. I have some 2 gigabytes around DDR2. Okay, with 2x2 gigabyte DDR2. Yeah, that's what I have. I just got really cheap, so that way I can overclock on what is it? An i5 660, I believe it is. If I remember correctly. It's an i5 660. I can't find it. Yeah, LJ 775. Yep. I really want to upgrade the CPU, GPU, and PSU. And what? So you probably won't need much. Well, DDR5 4000 megahertz. Be faster than Ryzen. What? Doesn't work that way. I don't know if, can you even put down the RAM that far? I don't even know if you can put the RAM down that far. I haven't tried it. I don't think, I don't even know if that's possible. Oh, yeah, not necessarily. If you can get your CPU, like the older CPU, to overclock more, and or let's say the same CPU, but somehow they're able to do like 8,000 megatransfers per second on DDR5 versus 6,000 megatransfers per second DDR4, Or are you just saying DDR5 for... Oh, never mind. Sorry, my apologies. I'm reading that incorrectly there. Will DDR5 8000 be faster than Ryzen 6000? Yes and no. Depends on CPU, but I mean, timings, if the timings all the same, 8000 will win. And keep it to a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio, the 6000 might be able to win the 8000, but if you can tune the 8000 properly, it would beat the 6000. Yeah, so 1-to-1-to-1. Okay. 8000 FC. Okay. It doesn't matter if you keep, well, okay, well, it would be nice to keep them, 1-to-1-to-1. But yeah, no, it'd be fine. As long as the timings, let's say you got really good timings on the 6000, really good timings on the 8000 will win. Professor showed me his kit of RAM, his 6000, that he did on the 9950X 3D, which is technically better than 900 3D for the test. He showed me his timings in that on XMP, and the timings are good. The timings are made for the kit, right? So he's 1-to-1 ratio, and it's just really tight timings at 6000. I can beat that at 70 to 100 megatransfer per second with good timings. So, like, we're talking a lot faster. A lot faster. The only thing that the X3D has good for it is the cache for the gaming. It's not like it's better than anything else than gaming. It's for gaming. That's it. Unfortunately, right? Did you download that? Did we download that, man? Because I'm trying to... I didn't know it took that long to download some information on your board. Oh, strike heart. Yeah, I want to upgrade 3770K to 5930K. 121 6000 better or no? No. Wait, would it be 232? No. 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 323? 123? How's it 1-to-1? I'm not saying it's 1-to-1. You can't. It automatically 2-1. You're automatically splitting it, doing it that way. I'm trying to figure out what you're asking me here, because you got 6000 FCK 2000 MCLK 3000 and 8000 FCLK 2000 MCLK 2000. How many times did you have to times that to get 8000? I would hope you'd know. Remember, it's also 1-to-1-to-1. You also got to add in command rate 2 helps. Command rate of 1 helps AMD a lot. You can get command rate of 1 to work on Intel, but it's not as easy. Just not as easy, unfortunately. Remember controller 3000, make it a 1-to-1. And 2000 FCLK. 121 6000 better or no, it's not better. 1 1 to 1 is better. 1 1 1. Do I have to show people this again? Yeah, my notepad, or is it gone? Seems to be gone. Apparently I don't have a notepad. Why don't I have a notepad? Search. Notepad. It's gone. My notepad's gone. No. No. Bro, I have no idea where I saw it. I was gonna say, man, because it's not making sense. Wasn't making sense what you were saying. Sorry. Like you might have saw it. Just doesn't make sense of what you mean, like what you saw. So did you really see it? I seen that too in videos. Yeah, I know. Windows 12 Notepad will be available only if you sub to this service. Bro, the Core 2 QX 9650. I didn't have that, unfortunately. But yeah, it is. You'll have to pay for each program downloaded and installed. So yeah, this window capture can I on my notepad. There we go. Okay. That's where I go over some things here. All right, so for AMD Ryzen 9000 series processors, a 1-to-1 ratio where FCLK, Infinity Fabric Clock, UCLK, Unified Clock Memory Controller, and MCLK, Memory Clock, are all set to the same frequency. It is generally recommended for optimizing DDR5 memory performance, especially when overclocking. The ratio ensures that the memory controller and the memory itself are running at the same speed, maximizing performance. Now, how does that work, guys? Yeah, and how many times can you get that into the number, the same number? Okay, so we're at 6,000 megatransfers a second, right? Or what? What is this? What is 6,000 megatransfers per second? What is it? Okay, we'll switch. What is Infinity Fabric? FCLK, right? What the speed should that be at, guys? Make sure I'm not capitals here. No. No. Here's that. Memory clock. What is our memory clock going to be at? I said UCLK, Unified Clock Memory Controller. Oh, sorry, FCLK. Sorry. FCLK. Sorry. My apologies. Sorry. FCLK. What is FCLK? 3000? No. Unified Clock Memory Controller. Oh, maybe you're just a little slow on the thing here. Maybe it's a little slow on this thing. Sorry. UCLK is what? Windows 10 will not let you install any other browser. I'm not on Windows 10. Again. Okay, now it's gonna give me ads to this thing. Gives me ads to this thing. 2000. We're talking about AMD. Read AMD for AMD Ryzen 9000 series processor 1-to-1 ratio. How we make the 1-to-1 ratio? I'm trying to educate you. How do you make the 1-to-1 ratio? 1-to-1 ratio to make sure that AMD runs the way it should without having to split things up and mess things up for it. That's not exactly how it works. Again, what is FCLK for the 9000 series? I've had 8000 for FCLK for pretty insane. Yeah. It's still. What is the FCLK or the Infinity Fabric clock for the 9000 series and the 8000 series, or the 7000 and the 5000 series? What is generally what you run? 5000 series, you can do 1800. Oh my God, what did I just say? FCLK. Did I say anything besides FCLK, man? Did I say anything besides FCLK? No, I did not. What is the FCLK for the 9000 series? Thank you. FCLK. Now, again, that translator would be memory speed. Now, what is unified clock? UCLK. What is UCLK for the 9000 series and or to get 1-to-1 for that? We don't care about cast latency. What is memory clock? UCLK or MCLK is 3000. $30,000. 3000 for, you're saying for UCLK or memory clock? 3000 UCLK or 3000 memory clock? What generally do you have to do when you have 8000 memory speed on Intel? What is its memory clock? What is it for everything that has happened before it? What did you have to do for getting the memory clock? There you go. Yep. No, mem control would be 4000. Mem control is not 4000. right? How many times can FCLK go into 6,000 megatransfers per second? Three. Okay. Three. UCLK, how many times can it go into 6,000 megatransfers per second? One. How many times can MCLK 3,000 go into 6,000 megatransfers per second? One. Two. Oh, sorry, yeah, two. But sorry, I'm actually, my brain's going ahead of what I wanted to say there. My apologies. It's going a little ahead there. 3, 2, 2. All right. Now, so these are even, right? They're even, as in these numbers can go into 6,000 megatransfers per second evenly, right? So if they can go into evenly, that technically puts them 1-to-1 ratio. 2-3-2. No. You're technically making it a 1-to-1 ratio due to the fact this can go into that 3 times, this can go into that 2 times, and this can go into that 2 times. It's technically a 1 because it can split up to it. What happens if you put this to 6,400? What happens? What do you have to do with FCLK? What do you have to, which makes it 1-to-1. So everything's correctly, yes. What do you have to do to FCLK to make this work with 6,000 to keep that number evenly into that? Yes. Right? So how can you get your FCLK to 2133? If you have a good CPU, yes. Now, what about UCLK? Right? 3,200. MCLK, 3,200. Can you do that though? Can you get your can you even get your FCLK to 2133? Yes. Yeah, 21.333, but don't matter. 21.33 is good enough. It's more or less the FCLK that's the hard part. That's why it sucks to overclock on AMD. You're still technically doing the 1-to-1 because you're able to do even numbers into, like, you can evenly times this by 3 to get that, times this by 2 to get that, times this by 2 to get that. It doesn't, silicon ladder, 100%. Barely. The 5,000 series, there are people that can do 2,200 on the FCLK and are doing 6,600 meg, or 66, not 66, but 44, no, not 44. So they do 2,200, they can do 4,400 megahertz per second on the memory speed. Those are silicon lottery, and I know a few people that have it. And you want to see their scores? You want to? Oh man, I'm in not what I want to be in. That's definitely not Google. Give me 1 second here. You want to see some score? Awesome. I just exit that out, or did I? No, it's on a different page. It's awesome. So isn't mem controller supposed to be double every DDR gen? No. 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 Going to, I think it's 7-zip. I'm gonna say Benchmark would probably have one. Sorry, 3200. So I'm doing good on it. Like, I've worked like Intel 1600 to 2400. No. AMD's weird with the Infinity Fabric. Since they started with the Ryzen series CPUs, it's different. It's completely different how they have it set up. Who has it? A couple of Canadians are absolutely insane at it. Seems like it's roughly double the megahertz. Yeah. Okay. So that's why CPU Z. Why does it not show my CPU Z? Why is it not showing my CPU Z? That's annoying. It's not showing my CPU Z. So that's why in CPU Z on the memory tab, it splits in half. Right? Because of DDR5. Okay. And kind of find where they're using the up to 4400. Guess I'll have to go into DDR4 for benchmarks. So memory frequency, maybe, or 100X. So it was the X model. So I can't find it. They literally like were showing me. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, got a binge one. Kind of lucky. I only had to, set it back like 8 times to get this one, and I only use this one like once a year. It's like, what? Almost for the 3800 is on that one. Salty, does he have one? 2200, 4400, or yeah, 4400 right here. And this is why he's getting insane timings on it too. Times on this test. AMD needs a new yes, and we've been talking about this since Ryzen started with, right? Ryzen and then Infinity Fabric. Why is MCLK and UCK better but not FCLK? Because they can't figure out the Infinity Fabric, man. They can't figure it out. I mean, it's a little bit better, but it's not. And why did FCL get barely any faster? Because they can't figure out the Infinity Fabric. It's better. Like, as in, instead of having that binned one, you're basically getting a little bit better than previous gen. We already hitting, so since we're already hitting DDR5 on air 10,000, well, why would DDR6 12,000 be good? I mean, yeah, it's got double the bandwidth and all that, but why would that be good when we're already hitting 10,000 on air with CU DIMMs on Intel? So why would 12,000 be any better? It really wouldn't technically be much better. Would the timings be any good? Like, you'd have to have some really good timings. And right now we figured out DDR5 with some timings are absolutely crazy. Salty is the man though. I want to buy one of his Hynix bear die green sticks off of him. And AMD can only do 2400. 2400 what? Do they try reinstall the CPU and install Windows several times before they determine the quality of the CPU? No. Determine the quality of the CPU, it's fairly simple. It's voltages and memory controller that you really gotta look at. FCLK is purely luck if you can get above 2000 on Infinity Fabric. And they can only do 2400 FCLK. No, 2200. 2200 is like the best. So half of this. So this is what, so this is 2200 for the RAM speed. He probably has an FCLK of 2200 because of the timings and that. If not, his timings would be worse than this. Bad, like worse than this. No, is FCLK, never mind, 1600. Not even. Never mind. It's not the one I'm looking for then. And this is not the test then. You'd have to have really good. Really good. Well, 95% can prob do 20. I mean, nowadays, yes. Nowadays, we can hit those speeds, yes. Not before. Remember, they did something with the 9000 series where it helped them, and then they figured out, okay, well, RAM, if we keep it to the 111 and just keep it to 6000 so that we can keep the 111, then AMD's balling that way, and everyone will be happy because it'll perform properly. But then you can't do any messing around with RAM. That's all you can do, and then you can just tighten some timings. That's it. 6000. Woo, woohoo, aha. Big whoop. Don't you think there's any chance that it can be how the pins and set, perhaps? No, it's the way the actual, like, everything's laid out in the actual, like, architecture. And there's nothing on the SSD. It's saved into, like, the actual cache file onto the actual CPU. I think it's saved there. But it's also like sec. I was trying to find this before. SSD topology with 2x CCD. And it's not showing what I want. That's what sucks. Oh, man, I wasn't even showing when I was talking. I was showing the same freaking page. I thought the chiplet was causing AM dip. I don't know if the chiplet would cause the AM dip. It's saying they're more or less the FCLK, the Infinity Fabric itself, and how it talks to everything. But they don't know. They actually don't know. Good to know. That's why I'm asking. No problem. So let's see. Window properties. So I was talking about this, but now we're on this. It's Oops. So we go over here, up here. So See how the FCLK is like this over here? Can we see my mouse? Yeah, okay. Over here. Woo. Woo. FCLK. UCLK. Mem. That's right to DDR5 right here. Goes from mem, UCLK. Gotta pass over. Yeah, it's got to pass its way over. And the Infinity Fabric, FCLK. So it's got to go to from the CPU, FCLK. So it's got to do something. It's got to pass through this tunnel of some tunnel to the Infinity Fabric, to the UCLK, to the mem, and then or if it's talking this way, it's to is that starting to make sense there? But for this needs to be, so the CCD needs to be closer to over here. And whatever tunnel thing majiggy that they have, they need to figure this part out. And maybe the Infinity Fabric will be better. Because it needs to talk, the RAM needs to talk to the CCD faster. But yet, for some reason, it has to be at 1-to-1 to make sure it's good. Or else, for some reason, this part here gets broken up. I mean, this is nearly the part that's messing everything up. This part, not the talking from the mem to the UCLK. Unified Memory Controller, DRAM. Mem. So, say this is 6,000, 3,000, right? 6,000, 3,000. This right here is got to be 3,000. SCLK, we can't do 3,000, so 2,000. Technically, this is 6,000. So, times this by 2 to that. This from 3 to that. Puts it to a 1-to-1-to-1. And they're also at command rate 1, which really helps. Command rate 1 helps a lot. Why can AMD make good memory controllers on Ryzen 8000 without anything else? It's more than 9,000 they made the good memory controller. But they helped the FCLK a little bit on the 9,000. I mean, the 8,000 did pretty good, but the 9,000 seems to be a little bit better. It's just instead of let's say, like it's good. Like you can't say that the memory controller is good just because you can hit a good frequency. That doesn't mean that it's working properly to get good scores, and that doesn't mean you're getting good scores. Still messed up stuff. Is there a way to OC L3 cache on the Ryzen? No, not that I know of. I'm pretty sure no. Like you wouldn't be able to do that, unfortunately. A quantum computer is like the Doctor Strange of PCs. We need to need one of those. Yeah. Quantum computers don't use ones and zeros, right? Quantum computers is on its own thing. Why won't FCLK be out of sync with UCLK? No clue. Can't tell you. But to a 1-to-1. To 1. Which is odd. Yes, I know. Not like you're gonna be putting down the let's go back to page. It's not like you're gonna be putting the FCLK down to 1,500 to hit 3,000 for mem clock's 3,000, right? So mem clock's 3,000, DRAM 6,000, right? UCK, Unified Memory Controller. FCLK. It's not like you're gonna put this down to 1,500, 3,000 to 6,000. 3,000, 3,000, 6,000. So 3,000, 3,000, 1,500. FCLK runs at 2,000. I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it works, though. Won't that mean that sometimes UCK will talk to SOK while SOK will be talking to the cores? No, because it has to pass it has to pass into the Infinity Fabric for here, and pass through the tunnel from the Infinity Fabric, which is part of the Infinity Fabric, to a CCD that's talking to. Either CCD1 or CCD2. Or both. Oh, you should talk to FCO. Yeah. Wait. UCLK will talk to the FCK. Yes. Sorry. Yes. UCLK. It has. Look at the diagram. So I want to show the actual architecture of it to show the actual. This is simplified. This is really, really simplified. DRAM has to talk to your cores. To get to the cores, it's got to go into the unified memory controller. It's got to pass in, even though this is a really nice tight spot, like space, it's still got to pass through like a weird little sink here that goes to the Infinity Fabric, right? So it's got to go into here. Like it still has to go travel a little bit to the already to the Infinity Fabric. It's got to go from the tunnel, however they connected the Infinity Fabric to the CCD, which is I'm not sure how exactly they do it, but they call it a tunnel. And it goes from there to the core to talk to the cores. The cores relay it back to the memory, back and forth. It has to. This is the way that it talks. Everything goes back and forth, and it goes fast. It's very fast. And then memory, task latency, because memory number holds and stores a bunch of information. So there's the L1, L2, and L3 cache. L3 like a lot, right? It stores stuff as well. So let's say it's the RAM stores the information from the RAM, a whole bunch of it at a time. So that way it's faster. Because again, it's like this is happening so fast. Like so fast. So the RAM's holding on to a whole bunch of information. It's going into the unified memory, going through here, 328 cycles apparently like that. That's what it's saying on this. And then back it's saying like back and forth through here for the IO hub controller, 64. But whatever. It's going to go through here as well. Very fast to Infinity Fabric, which from the Infinity Fabric, because this right here is already such a tight space, and they've probably done something with the topology. Again, topology is part of how the RAM is going into that as well. That's part of topology. It's going so fast to the Infinity Fabric, and then from the Infinity Fabric, it seems to be a lot slower due to the fact this is a tunnel to the core. The cores are extremely fast. The cores are going to hold on to stuff with the L1, L2, and L3 cache, so that way it can have even faster access to stuff that's being used a lot of, and stored information. Yes, so you gotta go in. So cores, well, RAM, it's got it. Cores are going to be talking to everything. The RAM's going to be holding all the information. So the cores go quickly to that, and from RAM to the information. So from GPU, whatever could be else hooked up into your motherboard can store the information into the RAM, right? Back and through. But I thought it can only go as fast as the slowest link. Yes, and the slowest link is... What would the slowest link of this series be? That I couldn't tell you. That I couldn't tell you. But what is the slowest link? Out of the whole thing, what do you think is the slowest link for everything? So I can sometimes send information to that like 2 times per SLK cycle. Yeah, I said, like I said, I set it up so that way it's every 6 minutes, but every viewer does not view the view the ads at the same time. I want to see how bad it would be. So they can sometimes send information to the FCK 2 times per FCLK cycle. Well, the slowest link in the actual in the actual CPU, that is the slowest link. But the slowest link is literally the motherboard itself. Because you gotta remember that some traces are very long going to all of that to talk to that. So that's why the RAM has to hold all that information. And it's happening very, very quickly. And MCU has to fit that through 2 clock cycles. I don't believe so there. Making sense there. Apparently 2133 FCLK on the actual 9000 series is pretty common. It's pretty crazy. But it seems that, yeah. So yeah, they can't do any higher. Well, most people cannot find more than 3000 MCLK right now. And 2133 FCLK is actually extremely common. So running 6200 6400 megatransfer per second at 101 is what got bad IMC, or from that one, or yeah, you might have got bad IMC. Somebody else to do with memory at 5200 auto timings. I don't know why I did want to do that. That failed V0 3 times, went through the 1.05 VSOC. That's not 1.05 VSOC is not too bad. It's common for 2133 though, so it could do 1-to-1-to-1 timing for that. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it's working that way though. Seek the best latency. I'm trying to figure out that answer too here. For system matrix stay on FCOK. Yeah. The FCOK 2000. Perfect. They're saying 6400 is it's okay. They're saying they can do 2200 for a very good one as well. And you could do 6000 make transfer per second and keep the 1-to-1 ratio on that. Again, you're gonna need to raise up 50% more bandwidth. I don't think it'll be 50% more bandwidth though. I don't know what you mean by that. 6,000, 2,000, it worked. It boot, whatever I go to sleep and power up, I see people boosting arrow. So people have issues with it too. Trying to do 20. Huh? You cannot do 2130 or 20 and most possible latencies. Okay, some of these guys really are not. Oh, they're going off of a build always saying, and they're all having crashing issues. I don't care. I'm not sure, but question it. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. I figure out why this is why it has to be this way. SK 2000, USK of 31 or 3000. If these add 6200, then USK has to be at 3200. And the NC always has to be double the UCLK, which is 6200 megatransfer per second. Am I reading it wrong? No, he's not reading it wrong. It's no, but it doesn't make sense because even some people are not having the proper, like they're not getting the actual performance boost out of it, even though they're doing it. So I'm not sure why. It would have to, yeah, I guess you're right. It definitely would have to, but I'm not sure why that is the case. Can you reformat a micro32 FAT32 if it's already been used for something like a drone? I don't know if that would those one. You can reformat anything, yeah. So remember, you're erasing everything on it. You're erasing everything on it. NCLK 6,000, right? 6,000. We have to, FCLK has to be 2,000 and UCLK has to be 2,000. So you times it by 3 to get that there. Correct. It makes it 1-to-1-to-1 that way. But FCLK cannot, I mean, would have to do 50% more. I don't get that. I'm not getting that part. And I'm trying to figure out why. Yeah, I don't care half the 8. Then I don't play that. I don't take from the clear. Yeah, you can flash it. So SCLK of 2000, UCLK of 3000, and UCLK, wait, yeah, 3000, and MCLK at 6000. I'm not sure why you said it would be double. It would have to do double that. UCLK 1067. Those are old timings. 4. Oh, 50%. Oh, okay. Sorry, my apologies. I need a coffee. I haven't had a coffee. I've only had one coffee today. All right. It would have to transfer 50% more data. 50% more data. It would have to. Yeah. FCLK is typically set to 2000. NCLK, UCLK automatically adjusted to match the memory speed, which is generally 3000. And 2000. No, it'd be 3000, 3000, 2000. Because memory speed of 6000 makes MCLK automatically 3000, half the actual frequency of the RAM. UCLK, kind of the same thing, would it not? No, it would be 2000 because you have to times that by, it has to be this to keep the 1 and 1. So how would it? So that was, would that be the issue of actual, like, would that be the issue of why they can't do so much? Because it's already doing, like, you cannot raise it so much because it's already doing so much then? But that doesn't make sense too, because due to the fact of the actual tunnel, they call it, it's a farther distance and it's harder for things to transfer from that to the cores. So, like, where are you getting your information then? Yeah, you. Where would you be getting your information from on that? It would. So what you want is synchronized. Yeah, why can't they? Because even people are doing like literally trying to set it to the 1-to-1 ratio, and it's uncoupling itself. And then you got other people doing it, and it's working just fine as well. Like it's actually working just fine. But yeah, it technically does make it a 3-1-1. But it's like it syncs up. It's syncing up to a 1-to-1-to-1. They'd have to be in the gear mode 1. Makes sense. So Infinity Fabric. In Ryzen CPUs, Infinity Fabric is a bus that connects the CPU cores, RAM, and other components, blah, blah, blah. A ratio of 1-to-1-to-1 ratio means that the Infinity Fabric and RAM are running at the same speed, ideally than matching the CPU's clock speed, which can be determined in different ways, right? People will be like, okay, well, if it has to run at the RAM speed, then everything has to be at 6,000 then, right? Or the CPU's clock speed. So the CPU's clock speed's at 5,000, whatever. This doesn't work. So the memory divider or DRAM SSB ratio, frontside bus. This is the ratio between the RAM speed and CPU's frontside bus. Yeah, frontside bus. In Ryzen, FSB is effectively the Infinity Fabric, which is the Infinity Fabric. Setting up the ratio. The 1-to-1 ratio is typically set in the BIOS UEFI settings. Don't care. Memory divider, DRAM frequency, Infinity Fabric. Again, we've already gone through this. Matches speeds. The goal is to find a memory speed that allows both the Infinity Fabric and RAM to operate the same clock speed. So Infinity Fabric and RAM to operate the same clock speed. So to be able to do that, you need the Infinity Fabric, again, like I said, to be at 2,000 and your RAM speed at 6,000. That doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense, but it is. It does make sense. This may require some experimentation with different memory speeds and voltages. Achieving 1-to-1 ratio often involves overclocking the Infinity Fabric and/or RAM to achieve the desired speeds. We're just looking to do 6,000. Consult your motherboard's manufacturer detail. Don't care. Stability. Overclocking can be risky. Blah, blah. I don't care. Voltage. You might have to change voltages. But that's not helping. Yeah, finite. Yeah, more like finite fabric. Okay. If your CPU's base clock speed is resemble 4 gigahertz, you want a 1-1 ratio. You'd aim for the RAM Infinity factor run at 4 gigahertz. You would adjust the memory divider setting in your BIOS to achieve this. For example, if your RAM is running at a theoretical 2000 megahertz and you want 1-1 ratio with a 4 gigahertz CPU, you would adjust the divider to make the RAM run at 4 gigahertz, that's 2000 megahertz, and adjust the Infinity fabric accordingly. It's brutal. It's actually brutal. And then everyone else has different opinions on how it works too. That's why I told you how I interpreted it as well. And the way I'm interpreting it is that it can work 1-1-1 just fine, even though it doesn't seem like it's 1-1-1. It's like a 3-to-1-1. Because you just times in the UCLK and the FCLK, or the FCLK up and the UCLK up. That's what I'm saying. And you could still get the 1-to-1 ratio. But then like everyone else got a different, and then people are saying that they're using BuildZoids and it's not working. Oh, I just followed BuildZoids and it's not working. Well, I use BuildZoids too and it's not working. Well, I use BuildZoids and it's working, and then I went to bed and then all of a sudden it's not working. Did it decouple itself while you were sleeping? Like how is this making sense? It's not making sense. It's actually not making sense. I need to figure out, I need to talk to, I might talk to Benchmark, see if he can give me a little bit of a clearer detail on that. Saw something that rated my motherboard where it went to 7400 megatransfer. No, we're not talking about motherboard speeds. We're talking about syncing your RAM speed to the Infinity fabric and the UCLK. Decoupled while breathing. Yeah. Like, there's no actual, there's no actual page I can seem to find that gives an actual answer. Everyone just seems like they're just making something up. That's the thing. It literally seems like you can just use this here. It's you can do 2066 or 2033 to get this speed here for the RAM and this speed here for that. That's not how it works, though. You can't just use 2033 for 6400 to work. It does not work that way. You have the decoupled memory. You have to have things to it has to equal up. It has to equal up. That's the thing. Equaling up does not it automatically decouples it to begin with. Yeah, that's all I've seen as well. People just saying do trial and error. Why I just stick with 6000 CL30. And then they're even saying 6000 is not working. It's decoupling as well. It's all randomly decoupling. Oh, 100%. OCCT for sure. Definitely be doing an OCCT test for doing that to make sure it's working. But then also just after the test, stop, don't do anything. Make sure you do the test at night and then go to bed and see what happens by morning. Windows 11 or Wink. CPU's Infinity Fabric and RAM speeds operate the same rate. So Infinity Fabric at 2000, RAM at 6000 is technically the same rate. Yes, in theory, they do. Yes, theory. And the theory is not working for some people. That's the thing. So there's no actual way to make it perfect. So why would people want to use this if it's gonna just randomly not work or turn back on or crash randomly? Why would people want to do this? Like, this is why I wish I had AMD platform, newer AMD platforms. Again, I haven't worked on AMD since the older AMD and older AMD GPUs, but we're not talking about GPUs right now. I haven't worked on that, so that didn't apply. It didn't apply until the Ryzen, when the Infinity Fabric came out. To junkies. To achieve 1:1 ratio, you need to ensure the RAM speed measured in megahertz matches the CPU's. Yeah, measured in megahertz matches the CPU's Infinity Fabric speed. But then the RAM speed in megahertz would be from 6000 to be 3000. No, and then it's like they've been doing trial error on it for a while. It's been holding strong, as in it's been working, but I mean, not very well. This is why they put so much cash on the CPUs. But yeah, by the looks of it, put more cash on the CPU, the RAM doesn't have to work as hard, means the Infinity Fabric doesn't have to work as hard. Simple. Yeah, look at DRAM clock and look at the Northbridge clock. If these two are the same, then it runs at 1:1. It's not always reading ratios right, though. Seriously, like every single page is theoretically, yeah, this is it. It can decouple. It's not perfect. So why are we doing this? Just works barely. Yeah, it's basically, yeah, it just works barely. And at least you tried. So RAM's at 6000, UCLK's at 2000, and FCLK at 2000 makes it run. Okay, well, 3000, let's say RAM because in megahertz, 3000 for MCLK, 2000 for UCLK, and FCLK is 2000, which makes it a 1:1:1, but that doesn't technically mean it's 1:1:1. It's in theory. It's pure theory. And how I had it was, well, if you can times these numbers by a number to equal up to the actual RAM running speed, DDR5 RAM running speed, not to the actual, like, in megahertz RAM speed, because then you'd have to do 1500. You'd have to do 1500 to make it work, right? Because, yeah, 6000 in megahertz, technically 3000. I don't know. That's the thing. I was in the last year, I was talking to, I mean, that's all they did. They didn't care about any other platforms than the AM4 CPUs. They're like, nope, I'm never going to go up to AM5. I don't care about AM3. AM4 is my platform, and they did nothing but work on RAM on for the AM4 platform. And it's kind of the same thing. And then they talked to me about all the silicon lottery and what really is best of best and this and that. In ways of things that are making sense, but it also is like, Intel's easier. Intel's way easier technically, because then you don't have to worry about decoupling that, because you're just worrying about getting the best RAM frequencies to the best actual timings. I saw something that said you have to go all the way up to 8,000 megahertz to get it to the 1-to-1 ratio or some shit. I don't remember. So a true, yeah, that's kind of what I just read too. For a true 1-to-1 ratio. And damaged. And the thing is, AMD's timings. So AMD works really good at, a command rate of 1 automatically works really good. But AMD's command rate of 1, they have kits for them, because AMD just, it's easier to make AMD work on command rate of 1. And effective memory channel, basically. Is it the memory channel, or is it strictly just the Infinity Fabric? Because I've heard and saw some inspiring things about the actual Infinity Fabric and how they have it designed in the architecture there. And it does make sense. But would it hinder it so much that it's like that? Like, it really is, it is affecting me right now, because it's like, it's in theory works. For some people it works, other people's it just doesn't work. If they use like a CPU Z or something like that to check out everything, it just does not even show the correct timings. Enough timings, the correct actual frequencies, everything. It doesn't even show the correct frequencies. So what's happening there? Even though they manually set it, it's not showing the correct frequencies. Something that's effective of that, or is there something effective on the board for them? I don't know. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter 4 sticks or 2 sticks, bud. The kits are 2 sticks, I believe, anyways. So the kits that are designed for the Ryzen 9000 series are 6000 at 2 sticks. It's just not making sense no matter what page I'm getting the information from, who's saying what. Maybe I'll watch, because I haven't watched him in a while, maybe I'll watch Buildzoid, see what he's saying, and see if he's also kind of like, it's just messed up as well, because he will say if it's messed up or not, but he'll also say, well, this kind of does work. But also, I just read a whole bunch of people, like 20 different people, saying it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I guess so. This doesn't make sense the way AMD, why that works for AMD, and then all of a sudden decouples itself. And disposable memory, yeah. Again, that's, I guess, why Intel's easier, because you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, you try to get it to a 1-to-1, not 1-to-1, an actual, the timing is what you're trying to do is, if you want command rate of 1, if you can get command rate of 1, what frequencies can you get? Generally for Intel, you can't get good frequencies out of it. So what's the point of even using it? So you just go to command rate of 2. If you go to command rate of 2, you can get more frequencies out of it. and you just play around with the timings to make sure it works. Now, timings themselves, the secondary and primary timings, there is some math involved into to make sure it works properly, but it's also a plus or minus 4 type deal for some timings. So you don't have to be perfect, but sometimes it's got to be a plus or minus 4 to make sure it works proper. And it is in actual, like, this is like in set in stone kind of thing that it works. Now, again, it's plus or minus 4, but generally you want to go minus 4. Of course, you want tighter timings, right? You want tighter timings, so you want the minus 4 on that. Hello, see if the keynotes in the memory controller. I don't know. Yeah, that's why I made sure I bought from a company that would actually answer the phone if I needed warranty RAM. I call most of the Lexar with the best RAM as far as servers. Huh. Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. Professor even said Lexar is really good. Yeah, I've heard that. You're not the first one there. Definitely not the first one there. For the Lexar customer service being really good. He's not the first person I've heard Lexar customer service really good. Sure. It's not too difficult to know how the RAM holds on to the information and then passes it off to the CPU, and the CPU holding its own information onto it, so it makes it quicker so it doesn't have to pull it off to the RAM. Yeah, Sam does some RAM service. It's just odd. It's just odd how they're having it. It's working, it's not working. Skate Adventure has it all set up too. But I don't care how they have it laid out the way they have it laid out. It's not, and this is for a Raphael, which is 7,000, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Yes, SATA PC and chipset will be going to that. Yes. Infinity Fabric to FCLK PLL. Yes. Memory controller goes into, well, CPU goes to the FCLK or UMCCLK to the MCLK to the system memory. Also goes up to the UCLK as well to the memory controller. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in which and how it's working though. That's just showing us how the memory is going from there to there. What's going on from there to there that's causing it to decouple, even though it's set proper, let's say. There's no information that I can find on that. Decoupling would make it 2-to-1 or something odd, right? It's not a 1-to-1, that's decoupling. I can't find any information that's on that. So again, I don't know. Does BuildZoe actually have anything that's actually not just him rambling on and actually explains it? And everyone's saying they're getting tons of issues with their iGPUs with with build Zoid's timings and that. It's kind of odd. That's brutal, man. I can't take it. It's like no one has any answers. Okay, these people are saying this timings are complex, but timings are not the complex part. Timings are fairly simple compared to what's going on here. Timings, there's actually math involved that's actually making sense. This isn't making sense. Like it's literally not making sense to me. It's actually brutal. I'm actually trying to figure out what's going on, and it's actually just driving me nuts. Is it possible that it just adjusts the timing to make it work like when you run AMD Expo? Even when you run AMD Expo does not make it a 1-to-1. The make sure it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Expo does not technically do that. Having everything set properly makes it a 1-to-1 ratio. Your timings, everything could be set because you did 6,000, and then maybe the motherboard and or CPU, more or less it'll be the motherboard, made it to a 1-to-1 ratio. Does not mean it did. So go into CPU Z, see what your memory controller is at, and your DRAM frequencies at. Memory controller is always going to be generally half the speed of your RAM. Again, there could be a little bit of a variance there, but generally it's half the speed for your memory controller. Then see what your FCLK says. And we can see if it's true. Well, CPU Z and then go to the memory tab. My headache's actually starting to come back. That's not good. Timings don't come into play on this, okay? Oh, do you have Zen time? I don't know if Zen time would be better for this. How's it going, Radio? Do you know anything about the 1-to-1 ratio for AMD, or the 1-to-1 ratio for AMD? More or less the 1-to-1 ratio, so that way it doesn't decouple. So it stays synced, or no? So I'm trying to make sense of it, because everywhere I'm getting the information is kind of odd, and the way I had it set in my head before seems right, but also doesn't seem right at the same time. Just the way everything works. Timing is not the hard part again. Timing is not the hard part. Timings is all basically math and just trying to see if you can lower timing a bit lower. If the timings do not lower, some timings just raising the voltage, as in they scale with voltage, like cast latency, TCW scales with actual voltage as well. And then timings, you can use the math to actually work out timings, which makes things so much easier for timings. But the way that AMD has everything set in place for setting it so that it's a 1-to-1 ratio or 1-to-1-to-1 ratio just doesn't make sense. And people are having issues with it. It's decoupling on them, even though they had it set to a 1-to-1 ratio. It's crashing on them. They're getting some weird stuff. Or some people, it just works, apparently. It just automatically works. And then they got these new kits. G-Skill has these new kits, these 6000 kits that are in place for AMD's 9000 CPUs to do the 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. And it's actually breaking my mind how it's working, because it doesn't make sense how it's working. If that makes sense. Because it doesn't make sense. Oh, that's probably a lot since you just got here. Did you set up on CPUs either, bud? I said no memory controller, DRAM frequency, and your FCLK frequency to see what you're at. So again, the way I had it is you can just use a little bit of math, and I like math. Math is simple. Math, there's an answer. English, there's never a true, real good answer. That's why I always hated English. I can't find anywhere proper information on it. No proper information whatsoever. Oh, okay. I was wondering. It's like, did he leave? Did you say he has this like F this ammo? Speedo, please be here. I really need to know what yours is running at. Again, I like math. I like math. Math makes sense. The way I had it put in place in my head for this made sense. Now it's not making sense. It's not making sense how it's working. You can lie with math, though. NASA does it every day. You can't. You can't lie with math. You literally can't. It's DRAM. What? DRAM what? 130. No. That'd be your FSB, your front side bus. Your DRAM frequency. It should be 3000. And then your memory controller should be in the top right corner, and it should say, close enough. It's basically 3000. It might be a little here and there, but that's fine. Of course, you can lie with math. If the math works for the mechanics for Superman's flight, does that make Superman real? I guess not. Yes, but I don't care about his RAM on AM5. Does it explain the 1-to-1 ratio at all? That's it. I thank you for finding that. Okay. Does it make sense on it, though? On how it's working out? I don't care about RAM. I know RAM. RAM's easy. RAM's easy. Timings are once you know the time, like the timings and also the math involved. Timings are actually fairly easy, and also voltages and all that too for scaling stuff. It's not that bad. So it does explain the actual 1:1:1 ratio. The memory controller to FCLK to the FCLK. Yeah, you can use timings tables. Yep, it works. It works even from way back. 12 general Ryzen. No, I don't care about that one. People are having issues with it. People are having so much issues with that. I just read it. Buddy, you have no idea. I can read pages very quickly. I just went through 30 pages within that half hour there. Like 30 pages, and it's nothing but headache. No one's knowing about the information. The information they're getting from builds was not working with them, and it's decoupling on them on what he's giving. General Ryzen 7000, 9000 AMD CPU DDR5 Infinity Fabric OC information. Okay, maybe I will. I'll check it out. They got like nothing. I tried. It doesn't explain it properly. Because it's explaining it like a couple other people that's not making sense to how it's actually playing out. But yeah, what's your memory controller frequency? What's your FCLK? And what's your DRAM frequency? I don't care about your FSB DRAM. That's front side bus. Front side bus, I guess, technically is a bit of your Infinity Fabric for AMD, but it's not. You should actually have an FCLK spot. You get out what you put in order for the math to be adjusted. The input data would have to be entirely empirical. And that's the thing. It's very easy to put in bulk data to get desired results. No, you have to be able to get the information. Like, as long as you're getting true information, then you should be fine. But if you're just putting in stuff to get desired results, you're not going to get the actual end result to be correct. And then guess what? You can get somebody to check your math. And what you do is you start from the back side and you go backwards on it to check to make sure it adds up to what you actually put in place. And if there's an error along the way, guess what? The math won't work out to the next step. That's how math works. Always has, always will. Math will always be number one. You cannot just put in your own. You can do theoretical, as in you can try to figure out how something might work, as in you've never seen it or done it, and that you could try that, but that's theoretical. I'm talking real math, not theoretical. We're not theoretical physicists. We're not theoretical math expert here. We're doing real math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the answer's wrong regardless. Oh, I never thought of that too. I guess you're making sense there. Yeah, exactly. If it's based on false pretense, then the answer is wrong regardless. I guess you got a point there. There's a difference between theory and reality. We can only guess how it works. But AMD made it. AMD made it. They have to know how it works. They have to know how to make it so it works properly. And G-Skill made a kit of RAM that apparently works great for the 9000 series. So they must have an actual diagram or something, but I can't figure out where it is. And I can't. And everything that I've seen is absolute bull. Absolute bull. It just does not make sense. It doesn't add up. And then people are actually doing what they exact step by step of certain people. It's not working. It's not working for long periods of time, which doesn't make sense either. And just show the time as far as I can see. I don't care about your time. So I guess I should be able to show it, right? Oh, CPU Z. Window capped. Oh, wait, no bait. All right, so we got CPU Z here, right? You see, this is CPU Z. Boom. Okay, I put it there. I'll put that here. CPU Z. So you got, you got your CPU tab, you got the mainboard tab, you got the memory tab. Then you got memory controller frequency, which should be half of your DRAM frequency. And this DRAM frequency is half of your DDR5 RAM frequency. FSB is this front side bus, 136. This is your timings. This is primary timings. We don't care about primary timings and command rate. We don't care. We care about memory, DRAM, and yours might say FCLK. If not, it might be your FSB, but I don't think that's correct too. But if Build's always putting out the information, don't you think that he would try to make sure he's getting the correct information? And wouldn't somebody fact check him on that too? That's why I said thank you for showing me that, because I'm going to check that out, see if it actually makes more sense for me. So I've watched some of his videos, and yeah, it does make sense. But then like when he did the Intel and the voltages and all that, then that didn't make sense. So I did my own testing, and it didn't add up because my voltages weren't his voltages. And he was telling people to do this, and other people put a plus offset onto it, which would increase the voltages way past what it should be. And they're saying it's fine. It's a max voltage of 1.72. That's max voltage. That's not a recommended voltage, people. Like, why are you telling people to do this? True. It means it's not right. Always right. I agree with that. DRAM frequency is 9,000. Its frequency is 3,000. Doesn't show anything else. What? You don't have memory controller frequency? You don't have memory frequency? Maybe we'll need to do Zen timings. Or I'm not sure. Again, I haven't played around with AMD a lot of times, so I'm not sure exactly where things are for things. So as far as those, it's getting spicy, boys. No, I'll sub for that. He's a good overclocker. He's just he's slacking on the actual posting stuff up because of his sponsors and that. And his YouTube channel. He's been working on his YouTube channel. Like I said, last year I placed higher than him last year, which is kind of odd. Same thing with DeBauer. I placed higher than him last year too, which was sad to see. It's like, oh man, it's like they're just only caring about that. Here's, I don't care about your timings, man. I mean, 145 is okay. 120 would be better. 85 would be even better, but 120 is fine, just to keep it stable. 145 is fine. I think question anything and everything mainstream, but I'll chill out with the thinking for myself stuff and get back to PC hardware. Yeah. Brutal. Question anything and everything mainstream, but I'll chill out with the thinking for myself stuff and get back to PC hardware. Yeah, I should get back to it. Just brutal. It's just brutal. Again, the way I have stuff for certain things actually kind of makes sense. The way people are explaining it, say, okay, well, show me what you mean by this. Now, how long does this work for? Is that stable? Some people, it's not stable, apparently. Why is it not stable for them, but stable for everyone else? Is that due to motherboard? It's not like they're overclocked the FCLK past what is not normal, or even overclocked in the FCLK or more than what it's recommended. It's like I've been dealing with DDR5 on Intel a lot of Intel, like I said. I do talk to people about AMD stuff and have talked to people about AMD stuff because I want to get into all CPUs, all GPU, like everything I can get my hands on, seriously. So I try to learn everything. But then some things just don't make sense. Maybe if I asked some of the, I mean, these guys, that's all they do, like basically all day, basically. They just work on AM4 platform, overclocking on DDR4. So what if I asked them, it's like, okay, well, what about this? Does it make sense? And that, and they just say, no, do I just agree with it, or would they just work on trying to figure out why? Yeah, they love it, man. They love it. AM4. AM4, they didn't care about DDR5 because it was too hard. And they were like, how are you getting these timings? And I'm like, I did this and this and this and this. And they're like, how did you figure out that configuration? I'm like, I have about 10,000 hours on DDR5 overclocking. And they're like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. And you see, that's why I don't want to do DDR5. I'm like, I love it. I love just sitting. I literally sat in my room for like a month straight, overclocking DDR5, figuring out timings, because the math works, but it's like, again, it's a plus or minus. And then you got voltage, and then you got different voltages that could scale better for different timings and different frequencies. And my motherboard's actually pretty good. Then when will Intel discontinue 12th gen? What do you mean? Like, as in stop giving updates on it? Probably in 8 years. Or never. I don't know. I have like one of the first i7s on the laptop. i7 900. That's like one of the first i7s. When will they stop making them? 11th gen. 11th gen Intel was still being made up till. Was it actually being made? Was it actually still being manufactured till then? Because I'm not sure. I appreciate that. I can appreciate it for a gangster. Should I set my 6000 CL26 RAM from 1.5 volt right away and see if it'll hold 6400? No. You're already at such a low. Like, your RAM does not need any more. I'm pretty sure you could do 1.35 at 6000 CL26. I could do 7200 CL28 around 1.5. So you should be able, and I haven't tried to do CL26, so I could probably do 6400 CL26 at 1.4 volts, maybe lower, depending on what everything is. But and see if it'll hold 6400. I'm not sure because you have to change your SoC voltage too, because the Infinity Fabric. You have to change your SoC voltage. I'm not sure about the SoC voltage because some people are going 1.05 volts for the SoC voltage seems to be good. And other people are going, well, I had to put it up to like 1.2. It's like, that's a huge change for such a little bit of gain, buddy. It's a lot more voltage. That sounds right, but I really don't remember. It was nice though. It could be that, or even I think i7 800, but I'm pretty sure it's i7 900 might have been one of the first. Do you think Intel only made 11th gen because it looked bad for them if they had a 1 generation socket? Do you think Intel only made 11th gen because it... Oh, maybe. I mean, they almost only had a 1 generation ultra core series, right? They almost had a 1 generation 1851, but for some reason they came out with another. Because that's how badly they sold. That's literally how badly they sold. Yeah, I'll just start the VCOC at 1.2. Why not? No. No. No, man. It's literally you only get one pad. You get one little wire for that voltage. You get one little wire for that voltage. That's it. No. That's why boards were burning up, but they're putting way too much more voltage than that. But I would not recommend just putting too much voltage into it. Because it's not, I don't believe it's even something you can test the temperature. Can you even test the temperature for that? I don't think you can. Because I don't even think it would show. Yeah, I don't even think you can test the temperature on it. So yeah, no, definitely don't. Bought it used in 2010. Then maybe it might be 800 series. Oh, it is 900 series. I was right. And I remember it's still there for some things, I guess. Not sure about the temp and if it would even be accurate. Yeah, right, because there's too much going on around that. There'd be way too much going on around that. Plus, like, how would you monitor the temp? Yeah, I am lag. I saw that lag. I think that was from the ad. I think it is server. But I mean, it wasn't too bad. But yeah. I don't even know how you'd be able to monitor it, right? I'm not sure how you'd be able to monitor it. Man, the i7 900s came out in 2010. I thought they came out in 2011, 2012. Oh, 2008. Oh, because I haven't worked with them. That's why. That's why. Because I haven't actually worked with these ones. The ones that actually came out. SA voltage? What does it sound like? What does it sound like? What's it supposed to do? Where's SOC voltage? The voltage for your CPU and RAM. Your CPU to your RAM. Help stability for RAM. Can help stability for RAM. Generally RAM kits put them around 1.3. Some RAM kits put them up past 1.3, but 1.35 volts is what I've noticed on a lot of RAM kits for SA voltage. And I put it down to 1.2 or 1.25 volts generally. But 1.2 works generally just fine all the way up till 7,600 megatransfers per second. You might need 1.25 to 1.3 to get 8,000 fairly stable, but you shouldn't need more than that. And a lot of these, even like 7,200 megatransfer per second kits are using 1.3 to 1.35 volts, which is absolutely wild with crappy timing. So it's way overdone. Game Tech Review said 1.2 via 1.2 if it wasn't a huge deal, but don't go higher. You make 1.2 sound higher than I think it is. I think. Again, from everything I saw as well for the VCOs, from the VSOC voltage there, a lot of people are good at 1.05 or 1.1 volts. So why would you want to go to 1.2 volts right off the bat if you can get a lower voltage for it stable, right? Right? Why would you? My RAM stock is 1.4 volts. That's what the RAM cooler is for, I guess. I mean, just because you have a higher voltage doesn't technically mean you're going to get more. Well, I know I'm right. Well, I'm not right. I'm generally being very confused and going, okay, this does not make sense, even when I'm saying it. Then I'll restart and say, or I'm sorry. My RAM stock is 1.4 volt, but that is what the is a 1.4 volt idle or with load, because that's two different things. Because I would like to know what kind of actual droop load line you actually have on that. Is it good or bad? That could be affected too. Let's say you go into a load and all of a sudden you're still in 1.4. If somehow the voltages go up when you're on the full load, that wouldn't be good. What you'd want is the voltage to go down. And then when it's on idle, you want the voltage generally to go up. For me, I like to have a fixed voltage. So that way the voltage doesn't do anything until the load line calibration kicks in, which can lower the voltage slightly on full load. I like to use as little voltage as I can for everything and make sure it's stable. I don't care about stock settings at all. It's high as I. Lucky you. Lucky you. Dual rank, I believe. Dual rank is anything above 32 gigabytes. So yeah. So it will be dual rank. The famous Steel 26 6000 kit I keep bringing up. Yep. T-Skill actually changed the kit to be 1.4 volt stock now. Replaced the old kit. Crazy. You haven't finished build? Nice. That's still. You're nice that you got a high XA die. Automatically you get good timings. It just sucks that you can only do 6,000, right? To be good with the 9,000 series kind of sucks because Hynix A die you could put up to like 7,200 with some really good timings. Be really happy. I mean, these CL26, the cast latency does not really matter that much, especially when you can generally do CL32 and CL32, CL26. Not really that much of a notice, if you know what I'm saying. Now, unless you're a robot, if you're a robot, maybe. So, are you gonna be using or what do you have to do to finish your PC? It's crazy that they changed their kit from 1.4 to 1.45 volts. Why would they want to keep raising the voltage? My kit's like 3 years old. I have a 7,200 megatransfer per second kit. It's 1.4 volts. I don't run it at 1.4 volts. I run it lower with better timings. Except for cast latency. I leave the cast latency because, again, you're not really going to feel it. If I want to raise the cast latency, I raise the voltage back to normal. I can lower the cast latency to CL34. If I want CL32, I raise the cast latency, or cast latency to CL32, I raise the voltage a little more. If I raise the cast latency or lower the cast latency a little more, what I'm going to do is lower the TCWL or the cast write latency, and I can do cast write latency of 12 at 1.6 volts, 7,200 megatransfers per second, and CL28, which seems to be pretty good for performance. But again, that's not for daily though. That's not daily. That's not. I wouldn't daily. I wouldn't daily it. Well, I took out all the old stuff and cleaned this old fractal define R6 case. Then I'll put the new setup in. First time using the AO Arctic 360. Nice. Okay, it's like I should ask some people, like, if anyone's here in the chat that like wants to know anything about RAM or like, is dual rank or single rank? And you already know the answer to that there, man. Why do you ask me these stupid things? Yeah, mine has to be daily, so I'll settle for 6,200 minute check. Maybe if I can't hold 64 1-to-1. You probably won't. Just do the 6,000, leave it, make it easy. I appreciate the help, by the way. Okay. Okay, do you know why single rank is better than dual rank? It doesn't have to do this thing twice. It can just go one. Doesn't have to do another cycle. Cycles. Cycle. There's so many cycles. Why is there cycles? It's also like single-sided sticks used to be single-sided sticks, and then single rank, right? Single rank, single-sided. Now there's single-sided dual rank we have. Why? Because that's how DDR5 works. After 32 gigabyte kits or 16 gigabyte sticks. Why? I don't know why they changed it all. Thought my kit was single rank, but apparently it's not, which bums me out. But I still wanna. No, it won't have single rank. If it's single rank, it'll be like an 8 gigabyte kit DDR5. It'll be dual rank after the 8 gigabyte, which is automatically 16 gigabyte. But I still want to try to run 4 of these sticks anyways. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Doesn't matter if you run 2 or 4. I think you'll be fine. But there's a lot of things a lot of people worry about that doesn't make sense to me why they worry about it. That's all. If you can't run it, it's not exactly even your memory control. A lot of memory controllers nowadays can have. I've had, again, for a whole bunch of my CPUs, I had some pretty good timings and really good frequencies with 2 and 4 sticks. And I've been asked by some really good overclockers, like, man, did you bin those and that? Or did you just get really lucky? I'm like, oh yeah, because all my CPUs, I'm just getting very lucky. It's like, no, I took my time and I tried to figure out what would work for this. I took my time, figured out the voltages. Don't I didn't go crazy with the voltage. So like Alan 2 guys, like that, holy crap, the voltages are insane. So I just went basically with daily voltages plus 0.5 basically on them, and that's all I would go to. And then I just took my time to figure out everything. So I'm pretty sure you can be able to get 4 sticks running, no problem. At 6,000, no problem. 1-to-1 timing, no problem. Guaranteed. The only thing is, I would like to see what kind of timings your sticks has versus Professor sticks. His performed pretty good for 6,000 megatrends per second. It performed pretty good for XMP. Again, nowhere near what I can do with my sticks with Intel. Nowhere near for that kind of performance. But it's good performance at 6,000. Because everyone's hyped up about cache latency, these low cache latencies, cache latency. Does everyone know what cache latency does? It's the speed in which the actual CPU picks up the data and then passes it off. You can copy. I don't care. I don't care what you do. I don't think it's gonna do. I don't think he does two tertiary timings. He just does secondary timings, or trip latency timings, basically. I don't think he does trip latency timings. I think he does all of that. lets the motherboard handle all that. Not unless he does. If he does all that too, that's good. I mean, he did take his time to do it, but it's trial and error on that too. That's why it takes so long to make videos sometimes, right? It's also why some of his videos are really short, or his live streams are really short, because when he's showing it, he doesn't want to show him crashing. I just want to know what I would rather have higher frequency with decent timings, but I figured the kit I got is good to start with because even if I fail at tuning it stock, they're still good. Exactly. Yeah. That's why I want to know what you're doing at basically PY Prime 2B on XMP, because I want to see what yours is like kind of compared to Professor's, because I don't have those kits to try out and I don't have AMD to try them out with, right? So I would like to see what kind of they compare to. Again, they don't compare to my timings. They don't compare to what I can do with my kit. And my kit is just Hynix MDI. But that's fine. XMP is XMP. If the XMP is stable, that's awesome. It's awesome. It's seriously awesome. You can put in some timings to figure it out, to be honest. But Typhoon burner. But to figure out you should know. Do you not know do you know if your RAM's Micron Hynix? You probably don't. Like, Samsung's so rare in the actual global market. It's only for data centers. So no one has Samsung. That's why I don't ask it. There is a way to figure out the codes, yeah, but even sometimes they're mismatched. Okay, there's mismatched actual dies in the world too. That's why I don't go off. I go off of what the software says or your motherboard. When you turn on your PC, you go into the BIOS, you just look to the bottom right, and it will tell you whether or not it's Micron or Hynix. If it's Hynix, awesome. If it's Micron, that sucks. I'll certainly help, but if there's a way I can, I'll let you know when I get it running. Not that I need any help, obviously, but not they need any help. But you are curious. Yeah, of course I want to try it. Oh yeah, no, try it just to know what it is, so I can figure it out. I mean, the 16A, but I mean that again, you can get mismatched dies on your sticks. I can't take that for granted. I've seen it. It does not work that way. I don't care about your kit. I'm sorry. I don't. There's mismatched sticks. Go into CPU-Z. I closed it. Why did I close CPU-Z? To figure out if it's Hynix or Micron. I saw it said Hynix. I didn't notice if it said MDI. You won't. You'd have to use Typhoon Burner and or put in some timings to confirm, because Hynix A die at lower frequencies can do really tight timings. We're talking ones and zeros. Oh my god, it's like we're in the Matrix. Now, it can literally do like ones on some timings. Hynix M die cannot, but it can do high frequencies. So here we go. See here? DRAM manufacturer SK Hynix. Dun dun dun. That's how. Micron? Oh. Ooh. I can help you if you need it. I've used lots of Micron, and I can't go too far with it, and it's really sad, but I can help you get you some good timings, which will give you some performance at least. I think I can at least help you with the timings. Oh, you're on DDR4. That's right. You're on AM4. You're on that CPU you don't like, apparently. Still Micron. You should be Samsung. You should be Samsung. Yeah, you should be Samsung. Samsung's where it's at, buddy. I still don't like Micron even for GDR4. Samsung's where it's at. Samsung B-Die is where it's at for. Okay, Samsung B-Die is not all the greatest, but Samsung's like the end of DDR4 production. Well, end of the life for DDR4 basically. So Samsung B-Die is, and what it is you can put a lot of voltage into it and lower the timings a lot. You put a lot of voltage in it and you put the frequencies really high. Typhoon burner. Typhoon burner. Sounds scary. Woo! Don't be scared. It's not. It just goes in more in depth. And it won't always work. It won't always work. Just saying. It won't always dig deep enough to figure out what actual diet is. It's just hopefully you can, because then it's easier for you to tell. Now, I think I have it in my Discord for everybody for DDR4. I think I did. I'll have to ask Frosty where a bunch of stuff is because everything got moved. I have a DDR4 checker where you literally have to go through pages and pages and pages and pages and pages and some more pages of RAM and figure out whether or not yours is actual dot or not. What will that say? Yeah, Typhoon Burner will say. It will say Typhoon digs deep. It digs deep, deep, deep. But not all the time. Sometimes it cannot dig deep enough, like I said, and actually tell you the actual what actual diet is, unfortunately. Like I said. Like I just said. I do have an actual checker for DDR4. I need to get one for DDR5. I'll have to ask the big guys if I can get that. And yeah, I don't know. I'll have to see if Benchmark is around or not. He's been busy lately. Normally, Benchmark, he's a top overclocker. He does a lot of RAM kind of thing. And he likes to help me. And well, he was helping out the channel quite a bit with the newbies about helping them out while I was busy with the YouTube channel, but he's been busy lately. He's been really busy. Now, what do I do? Where are you at? Where you at, dog? Where you at? I'm just gonna scan. You're just gonna scan it. Hold on. I'll even down it right now because I haven't used it in a while either. I'll show you. Now, I'm not sure if it shows my kit here. Oh, I don't want that. I want. Passing burn. Did you save the T8PHN174 file? If so, that's the right one. If not, that's not the right one. Because Micron sucks balls. DDR3 wasn't half bad, but Micron is not the greatest. Again, I'm an overclocker. I don't care about certain brand. Micron's not bad. It's just sometimes you can't get that tight, and it's not that good. And I'm not too happy with it. If you can't get good timings, why would you use it? Right. So it's and then after you extract it, it says Typhoon, like a THAI Foon P or SP. Let me open it. Replace these files. There we go. Thank you. Yes. And then we just close. And then you're gonna, my apologies. I'm saying all this stuff without even showing you here, buddy. I'll cover my face up. Can you see that okay? Or should I make it a little bit bigger? Boom. I can make it a little bit bigger. Can you see that? All right. Press the read button and select one of the available SPDEEP ROM lead. Okay. Oh, my bad. I'm not even on the screen. Yay, we can see my mouse. Click. Now, which one you do? It don't matter. This is just telling you, this is the dim one. This is the dim two. So we're going to pick that one. And then we can see I got 24 gigabyte in the bitch. Pretty simple. That's why I like the Typhoon burner. A lot of people go, that sounds scary. It's not. It's just, it's a scanner, hardware scanner. Been around for a long time. Now, hopefully yours scans and tells you what die it actually is. Like what it really is. Did you do it? What's it say? It should have been pretty quick. Seemed kind of slow. It seemed kind of slow. I mean, not that difficult. Or should I redo it so that way you can see that again? I can redo it so I can do it a little slower. I thought you were keeping up though. I thought you were keeping up, man. Oh, image. F die. Ooh. Not great, dog. Not great. Oh. I wish I were a new revision, but E-die I do believe is better. It's not gonna compare it to Samsung B-die though. So do 4,000, maybe up to 4. Wait, the price over E-die. No, they won't. You can probably maybe do 3,400. 3,600 with some more timing and voltage. So, yeah. Unfortunate. Sad day for you. Not great. Because you can overclock the frequency more. You got a lot more stick density. Yeah. So if you got a lot higher stick density, for, you got, more stick density. It's going to be better for Windows 11, which is going to eat 24 gigabytes right up, though. When Windows 11 already uses 3 to 4 gigabytes generally, normal use, doesn't do anything. Having more RAM helps. Also, more RAM helps. But also frequency. Again, M-die, what you can do is just put the frequency up. Not timings. You can't put the timings up like Hynix A-die, but you could put the frequency up to 8,000 generally. Again, best I've gotten is 8,200 on a 4-DIMM board. Not using 4 DIMMs, of course. On a 4-DIMM board with a 12600K. Try that with Hynix A-die. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. For certain benchmarks, it's amazing. On a 4-DIMM board, not 4 DIMMs, on a 4-DIMM board, 4-slot board, 4-DIMM board. Maybe it's just simpler to get performance on it. Yeah, my Z690 OS Master, I got basically all the records on it. Maybe it's just simpler to get better performance on it without as much work. No. You can't get as much performance out of it. Hynix A die, you get more performance. You want frequency, if you just want to see the magical 8000, you get Hynix M die. Again, for certain scenarios where you're going to need more density, so higher stick density, the M die is better because it's 24 gigs. Yeah, 4DIMM boards suck. That's why I want an Apex board, because then I can probably do 9,000 plus with my 12600K. My 12600K is amazing. It's a beast for memory overclocking. Okay, not as much as the A die, but it's easier to use to get the best performance out of what it is. Yeah, yeah. I mean, XMP on these kits are trash. Like, trash XMP. They're expensive kit, but the XMP is trash. Trash. Why is Micron F die bad? Because it's not even good as Micron E die. You can't clock them high at all. And some timings aren't great, but you can't clock them high at all. Because you can't clock them high. Oh, my bad. That's not very high. 4,000 should be fairly simple and easy to do. 4,200 should be also, very achievable. 4,400 should be basically almost, as long as you got a decent amount of voltage into it with some amp. For 4,000, me, I got 4,400 at 1.35 volts. Probably not. Samsung B die though, 1.35 volts. That's why I could have probably done about 4,800 up to 5,000 with my Samsung B dies with my 8,700K. Yeah, I just looked at the CL30. I figured it was okay. I really didn't know. No, you got lucky, dog. You got lucky. Oh wait, Born. Is yours Hynix A die? Sorry, that was Think that was talking before. Born, is yours Hynix A die? Still has 9 DDR4 generations. Yeah. Nope. How did you get that? Oh, yeah, I guess you technically would, because you can do DDR4 on 14th, 13th, 12th, 11th, 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th. Yeah, I didn't check. I'll have to look tomorrow. That I already turned it off. It's getting late. Why are you up, man? Yeah, it's like 4 a.m. here. Almost 4 a.m. Imagine a 9-generation socket. That'd be sick. What speed could I do on what? On what? Best so far I've gotten out of DDR3 because I had crap. Been very lucky. 4,400 at 1.35 volts. On the crappiest motherboard because I could only go to 1.35 volts. So I did a lot of timing to get 4,400. On B-die? Yeah, B-die. Samsung B-die. Yeah. Yeah, Samsung B-die. It's not the best. There are a couple other ones. That's fine. It's not YouTube. It's another thing that I have. Elements thing that allows to see fancy stuff on the screen and 4,000 at 1.4 volts, but my board would only allow 1.35 volts. So I had to do a lot of manually tuning to get things working. unfortunately. Like it was a lot of manually tuning. Because my board, I can set the XMP. Ooh, but it wouldn't actually wouldn't actually put the voltages into it. It only maxed at 1.35 volts, so I couldn't actually use the XMPs at even 4,000. I had to manually tune it from like as soon as I got to even get 4,000 working. To make things a certain dot. The revisions. No, revisions. General revisions. Sometimes it get mean by time it was made to as well for some things. But yeah, it's generally just revisions. Doesn't mean binned. They're not binned. Binned would be, again, a higher grade kit from a manufacturer of like Corsair or G-Skill or something. Yeah. Yeah, but I still want to try DDR4 on my 12600K because its memory controller is so incredibly good. I want to see what I can do with it. That's why I would like to be able to afford a DDR4 board. Then I'd use my 12600K as a streaming PC. I know. I would like to. Trust me. Soon as I can start afford things. As soon as I can afford things, I will. 100%, man. 100%. Things are starting to take off. I'm not gonna lie. Things are starting to take off for this channel here, and that's, again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and doing it. You guys are helping me out so much. So I'll be able to deal with a whole bunch of other things. First thing I'm gonna be doing though is getting some AM5. Jimmy, if he helps me out, he might be sending me some stuff here, so I might actually be able to work on some AM4 or AM4. So yeah. But yeah, man, there's a lot to learn for overclocking and getting the right things. Just have to go, Jimmy, high five next time. Jimmy, a high five next time I see him. That's awesome. Yeah, definitely. Seriously, man, have yourself a good night. Again, thank you for joining and being here that long. So again, thank you so much, man. I hope to see you tomorrow. How do you know the die before buying? Yeah, like I said, man, it's not the you can take that code. Remember that the code you gave me before for your actual kit number there? You can take that and you can actually put it into a finder. Again, I have finders on my Discord channel, but you have to manually go through pages and stuff to find out what it is. But you can't trust it. Okay? You can't trust it. BuildZoid recommended this kit. I put this kit in and I bought it. It was supposed to be Hynix A die. Guess what I got? Micron. I got Micron. A die does tight timings. A die is the tight timings. Micron. What? Is there a die that can do tight times? Micron, no. I don't know about the dies on Micron because Micron crap. Oh, again, I don't know. It only says Micron, I believe. I believe I searched it up, but this is Micron. This right here is supposed to be Hynix A die. This is from a BuildZoid recommendation, and it's freaking Micron. My kit's Hynix M die. Corsair Vengeance. Oh my god. My other Corsair Vengeance is Micron. My other kit that I have for my daily is Corsair Dominator Titaniums, and it's Hynix M die, 2x24. And again, not all 2x24 is guaranteed to be Hynix M die, unfortunately. If you somehow get a die of 2x24, they're not that great. You're not gonna get the frequencies you want, and you won't even get the timings that you want. Hynix A die has to be 32 gig. Hynix M die has to be M die. Hynix M die has to be 2x24. Micron, well, Samsung, but also Micron. If you, let's say, Samsung makes kits and they do make high frequency kits. But let's say you put Samsung versus Micron at the exact same timings and also the exact same frequencies, Samsung would technically win. Theirs is actually better, but theirs is used in data centers. And yes, apparently people have had them over the course of DDR5 being out, but they're not that great for us. And also, they're very rare. Very rare. It's very, very unfortunate. Sad, sad days for all. So all you see out in the wild is Micron.